Oh, you hear the stories about how dangerous Ouija boards are, but hey, it's just a game, right? Mary waited until midnight to begin our little game, and the four of us, Sarah, Jessie, myself, and Mary, started by asking all kinds of silly questions. It was a strange-looking board, covered with letters and symbols. There was a plastic pointer that was supposed to move across the board at the behest of the spirits. The instructions called it a planchette. Anyway, around 1:30 in the morning, the planchette suddenly froze in Mary's hand. It wouldn't move, no matter how much we pushed and pulled. Mary turned her frightened blue eyes towards me. "I'm not doing it," she said, lifting her hands off the planchette. I grabbed the planchette myself and tried to push it around, but it was fixed to the board. Suddenly, a kind of electric shock buzzed through my fingers. I grasped and tried to pull my fingers from the planchette, but they were stuck. Mary and Jessie both tried to pull my fingers away. Nothing helped. The other girls stared with wide, round eyes as the planchette came alive under my fingers, which were still fixed to its surface. And it began to move. "Help," the word spelled out underneath my hand. "Help me. Help me." The planchette kept moving back and forth between the H, E, L, P continuously until Sarah cried out, "Who are you?" "Amber," the board spelled. "My name is Amber. I am 8 years old." "What's wrong?" Mary asked. Her face was so white all the freckles stood out like darkened age spots. "Water, danger, help, scared," the words spelled out as fast as my hand could move. "Call 911, Mary cried suddenly. "Quick, Amber is in danger." By this time, Sarah was gasping into the phone. Then she hung up the phone. "They wouldn't listen to me," she told us, almost in tears. At that instant, my hand was suddenly free from the planchette. "She's gone," I gasped. "See if you can contact her again," Mary said urgently. "We need to know if she's okay." I picked up the plastic planchette again. "Amber, are you there?" I asked softly, afraid of what might happen. After a long pause, it moved slowly across the board and spelled out the words. "Too late." And another long pause. "Water, flood, drowned, mobile, Alabama." The planchette stopped. I knew that Amber was gone. Needless to say, none of us got much sleep that night. In the morning, we rushed through breakfast and then looked up the Alabama news on the internet. None of us were surprised to read that there had been flash floods the night before. I read the names of those who had died in the flood. One of the victims was an 8-year-old girl named Amber. Susan and Ned were driving through a wooded, empty section of highway. Lightning flashed. Thunder roared. The sky went dark in the torrential downpour. "We'd better stop," said Susan. Ned nodded his head in agreement. He stepped on the brake and suddenly the cars started to slide on the slick pavement. They plunged off the road and slid to a halt at the bottom of an incline. Pale and shaking, Ned quickly turned to check if Susan was all right. When she nodded, Ned relaxed and looked through the rain-soaked windows. "I'm going to see how bad it is," he told Susan, and went out into the storm. She saw his blurry figure in the headlight, walking around the front of the car. A moment later, He jumped in beside her, soaking wet. The car's not badly damaged, but we're wheel deep in mud, he said. I'm going to have to call for help. Susan swallowed nervously. There'd be no quick rescue here. He told her to turn off the headlights and lock the doors until he returned. Axe Murder Hollow. Although Ned hadn't said the name aloud, they both knew what he was thinking when he told her to lock the car. This was the place where a man had once taken an axe and hacked his wife to death in a jealous rage over an alleged affair. Supposedly, the axe-wielding spirit of the husband continued to haunt this section of the road. Outside the car, Susan heard a shriek, a loud thump, and a strange gurgling noise. But she couldn't see anything in the darkness. Frightened, she shrank down into her seat. She sat in silence for a while, and then she noticed another sound. Bump, bump, bump. It was a soft sound, like something being blown by the wind. Suddenly, the car was illuminated by a bright light. An official-sounding voice told her to get out of the car. Ned must have found a police officer. Susan unlocked the door and stepped out of the car. As her eyes adjusted to the bright light, she saw it. Hanging by his feet from the tree next to the car was the dead body of Ned. His bloody throat had been cut so deeply that he was nearly decapitated. The wing swung his corpse back and forth so that it thumped against the tree. Bump, bump, bump. Susan screamed and ran towards the voice in the light. As she drew close, she realized the light was not coming from a flashlight. Standing there was the glowing figure of a man with a smile on his face and a large, solid, and definitely real axe in his hands. She backed away from the glowing figure until she bumped into the car.
"Playing around when my back was turned,"
the ghost whispered, stroking the sharp blade of the axe with his fingers.
"You've been very naughty."
The last thing she saw was the glint of an axe blade in the eerie, incandescent light. She lived deep in the forest in a tiny cottage and sold herbal remedies for a living. Folks living in the town nearby called her Bloody Mary and said she was a witch. None dared cross the old crone for fear that their cows would go dry, their food stores rot away before winter, their children take sick of fever, or any number of terrible things that an angry witch could do to her neighbors. Then, the little girls in a nearby village began to disappear, one by one. No one could find out where they had gone. Grief-stricken families searched the woods, the local buildings, and all the houses and barns, but there was no sign of the missing girls. A few brave souls even went to Bloody Mary's home in the woods to see if the witch had taken the girls, but she denied any knowledge of the disappearances. Still, it was noted that her haggard appearance had changed. She looked younger and more attractive. The neighbors were suspicious, but they could find no proof that the witch had taken their young ones. Then came the night when the daughter of the miller rose from her bed and walked outside, following an enchanted sound no one else could hear. The miller's wife had a toothache and was sitting up in the kitchen treating the tooth with an herbal remedy when her daughter left the house. She screamed for her husband and followed the girl out the door. The miller came running in his nightshirt. Together, they tried to restrain the girl, but she kept breaking away from them and heading out of town. The desperate cries of the miller and his wife woke up the neighbors. They came to assist the frantic couple. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed farmer gave a shout and pointed towards a strange light at the end of the woods. A few townsmen followed him out into the field and saw Bloody Mary standing beside a large oak tree, holding a magic wand that was pointed towards the miller's house. She was glowing with an unearthly light as she set her evil spell upon the miller's daughter. The townsmen grabbed their guns and their pitchforks and ran towards the witch. When she heard the commotion, Bloody Mary broke off her spell and fled back into the woods. The far-sighted farmer had loaded his gun with silver bullets in case the witch ever came after his daughter. Now he took aim and shot at her. The bullet hit Bloody Mary in the hip, and she fell to the ground. The angry townsmen leapt upon her and carried her back into the field, where they built a huge bonfire and burned her at the stake. As she burned, Bloody Mary screamed a curse at the villagers. If anyone mentioned her name aloud before a mirror, she would send her spirit to revenge herself upon them for her terrible death. When she was dead, the villagers went to the house in the woods and found the unmarked graves of the little girls the witch had murdered. She had used their blood to make her young again. From that day to this, anyone foolish enough to chant Bloody Mary's name 3 times before a darkened mirror will summon the vengeful spirit of the witch. It is said that she will tear their bodies to pieces and rip their souls from their mutilated bodies. The souls of these unfortunate ones will burn in torment as Bloody Mary once was burned, and they will be trapped forever in the mirror. Every night I have nightmares. They're always the same. It starts off with 2 planes, World War I biplanes, flying side by side, each with 2 passengers. I'm in one of them, with a person I've never ever seen before, piloting the plane, who's in front of me. We approach a city, smoking and covered in red and black, given the appearance of rust. We land in a broken airfield, and oh god, the smell. I could smell it in real life. It haunts me. It's the smell of smoke and ash and death. All 4 of us get out of the planes, and we're surrounded by bodies, bloodied and burned bodies, all stacked up on one another, frozen like statues. Oh god, whispers my companions. We split up into groups of 2 and head into the city, paired up like we were in the planes. The bodies, they were everywhere. I turned around and my companion is gone for what seems like hours. I search for him with no results. Then I notice the horrid creatures. They look like the dead, but they have no eyes and their bodies are so mishapen. When I see the first one, I run down the street. As I run, more and more appear silent and reeking of death. I turn down an alley. In the alleyway there was a girl with her back turned to me, wearing a white dress. I touch her shoulder, and as she turned around, her eyes were bloody sockets, and her smile looked inhuman. She hits me in the side of the head and I fall. The creatures surround me, and all I see is darkness. In the first few nights I had this dream, that is where it would end. But as the days progressed, it got much more horrid. I wake up with blood dripping down the side of my head. The creatures, the girl, nowhere in sight. I stumble to my feet and limp down the streets. Suddenly, out of the darkness, a hand grasps my leg. "Help me," it rasps. "Help me, help me, help me." It repeats, whispering, slowly getting louder. I look down and my heart twists. It's my companion. His eyes are gouged out. Half the top of his head is missing. one arm hanging by a thread. "Help me!" he cries desperately, but all I do is stand there numb. "Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me!" His scream pierces my ears. Suddenly a hand reaches out of the shadows and rapidly grabs him and pulls him in. All I hear is cries for help being cut short by the sound of flesh ripping and blood gurgling. I run, feet pounding on the ground, stumbling. The bodies that were once dead rise up, all crying for help. I came to a wall. Written in blood are coordinates to a place I don't know. I turn around and the whole city is upon me, crying for help. At the front is a little girl in white. The group comes down on me, wailing, rotting hands grabbing at me, and I wake up. Immediately I open my laptop to see if I could get my mind off the dream with some music. What I get is a picture. No, it's not a picture. A video of my companion. Eyes gouged out, moving his lips silently. "Help me," is all they say. I close my laptop and cry. Every time I remember that dream, I cry. And they follow me outside the dreamscape of the broken, burned, bloody bodies. And I know they're real too. My friends see them, but I don't know what to tell them. One time, I went on Google Earth and typed in the coordinates I saw in the dream. I didn't get enough time to read the name though, because before I did, my computer shut down, and the screams for help soon followed. Please, someone help me. We've all heard the stories. Stand in a dark bathroom with a single candle as a light source, stare deep into the mirror and call her name 3 times. Bloody Mary, and Bloody... well, you get the idea. But this story is not about the fabled ghost in the mirror. Oh no. This story is about the legend, or more how the legend works. No supernatural being stalks its prey to their home. No monster waits beneath its victim's bed so it could strike while they sleep. No. No spirit watches from the window of an old house and hopes someone will notice it. This legend exists because of one basic instinct of humanity: curiosity. You see, Bloody Mary cannot do any harm to her victims unless they summon her. For this reason, you would think her to be mostly harmless. I mean, who would be stupid enough to summon a ghost to kill them? Well, that's probably what most people think, but sooner or later, she always gets someone. It is in our nature to be curious. We cannot simply walk away when we hear a scream from behind a door. We cannot simply run away when we hear our name whispered in the darkness of a foggy night. Well, anyway, I do have a story to tell. It was about a week ago. I was just getting home from work when I suddenly received a phone call. I answered like any normal person would, and was met with a static, and a message. I didn't notice it at first, but I was just about to hang up when I heard the voice. Call for amendment. It was hard to make out through the static, but I managed to piece together the sentence from the fragments I had heard. Call for me at midnight. Call who? I muttered to myself. Emily. The ghostly voice answered as if it had heard me. I was shocked, so shocked in fact that I dropped my phone and the call ended. It amazed me. That last part had been so clear, especially when compared to the static nonsense I had been getting before. I picked up my phone from the ground and checked it for scratches. Great, I said, noticing a large graze along the side of it. I sighed deeply and opened up the call history. Nothing. Nothing was there. It was as if that phone call had never happened. I put my phone back into my pocket and tried to forget about it. The rest of my day was fairly normal. I live alone in a reasonably large house, so it's quiet most of the time. I ate dinner, watched some TV, and went to bed. I didn't sleep that night though. Not for long, at least. I remember waking up and looking at my bedside clock. 11:57. It read in luminous red numbers. I shook my head and tried to get some sleep, but that phone call slipped into my head at that exact moment. Call from me at midnight. I felt myself mouthing the words. I rolled over to look at my clock again. 11:59. I thought about it in that short time frame I had. I wish I had thought about it longer, but I just wanted to see what would happen. I watched as the display changed and it became midnight. "Emily!" I called out. My call was greeted by silence. I laughed to myself. How could I have believed something would happen? If only I had known back then. Anyway, I'll spare you the details. Things have been getting weird lately, and I have this uncontrollable feeling I might die soon. I guess you want to know what happened, don't you? Well, if you really want to know, why don't you try calling Emily yourself? That is,
if you're curious.
Jacob slammed his door loudly. He couldn't believe the nerve of his father. Moments earlier, Jacob had gone into the kitchen of his parents' house where he lived. All he wanted to do was eat, watch television, and surf the internet on his laptop. His father, however, would have none of that. His son was in his mid-20s, jobless, and still living at home. He demanded that Jacob clean the living room, as was his regular duties, and asked him in a rather gruff tone if he had gotten a job yet, a question to which he already knew the answer was no. Jacob, tired of hearing the same thing from his father daily, stormed out of the kitchen, leaving behind an open refrigerator and his laptop. As he left, he yelled obscenities at his father, and he said he wished that he would just die already, so he could go be with his mother in hell. Jacob's mother, Molly, had died earlier in the year when the car his father was driving hit a patch of ice and skidded into a ravine. Jacob constantly berated his father, whom he hated for, as he put it, killing his mother. There never was a solid father-son bond between him and his father to begin with, and his mother's death destroyed what little there was. Jacob, still fuming and tired from staying up all night playing his online games, went to sleep. When he woke up, he found the house curiously silent. His father usually was noisy at all hours. If it wasn't his snoring, it was the sound of him watching television. Jacob ventured out of his room and called out to see if anyone was there. He poked around all rooms until he got to the kitchen, where he saw his laptop closed, but still on. Angry at the thought of his father messing with his computer, he snatched it up and turned on the television. Opening it, he booted it back up and went about seeing if his father had messed with anything. There, on his desktop, was a curious little file titled Dad.txt that he was sure wasn't there earlier. Curiously getting the better of him, he opened it. In moments, he was filled with a deep sense of regret. The document, which started off with things such as, "I'm sorry, I love you," and "goodbye," was his father's suicide note. It described how his wife's death strained him, and how Jacob's constant remarks about him and the accident were just too much for him to bear anymore. Have you ever wondered at the mystery of sleep? That dark unknown of time when our conscious reality slips away and only slippery fragments of strange and obscure memories we call dreams occasionally cling to the outer reaches of our minds in a broken, hazy recording of this lost period of our lives. In our waking moments, we moan and begrudge those elements that try to control our fleeting time awake, the daily jobs that fill our hours with rarely any visible impact on the world around us, the relationships we must adapt to and work on to maintain, the laws and cues and pathways and schedules and a million other things that curtail and blind us daily. And yet, how easily we abandon this control we value so highly and moan about so often every day when we close our eyes. In that respect, I guess we see it as an escape, a fleeting release from the daily realities of a life both thrust upon us and equally one we have enlisted into: sleep. A state of nothingness that offers nothing except a cessation of the need to care. Think about how we describe it. We fall asleep. We drift into unconsciousness. Tiredness overwhelms us. The act of sleep, to us, is an abandoning of control, of loosening our hands on the reins of our lives and giving ourselves over completely to a temporary oblivion. Like millions of others, I used to like that feeling, that drowsiness at the end of the day, sinking into the warm seclusion of blanket and pillow, unconsciously releasing the mental tethers to my body, turning off at the end of the day. Until now. Until the day I didn't sleep, or rather, remembered that I do not sleep, that none of us ever truly sleep. I laid in bed, I adjusted my pillows, I moved the covers, I checked the messages on my phone and surfed the web for a while. Nothing, no drowsiness, no drooping of the eyelids, no slowdown of my thoughts. Nothing I anticipated happening as it had thousands upon thousands of times before. Then a niggling sensation touched me. An errant thought from the basest, darkest part of my mind suddenly sparked into existence. It spread and grew, spilling out memories my conscious mind could not access during my waking hours, but which now, when I laid myself down to sleep, came tumbling back up like bile from the pit of my stomach to fill my mind with sick realization, and with memory came understanding. I was awake. I had always been awake, just like everyone else in the world had always been awake. Sleep was an illusion, a pre-programmed period of darkness in our memories, activated between a single blink of our eyes when we saw our beds to retreat into soothing unconsciousness. Every imagined period of sleep was this, a frozen sliver of personal space. I rose and looked back, leaving my body behind as my consciousness cut loose. I observed my body wrapped in its covers, the shallow breathing, the closed eyelids, empty like a vehicle left with the engine idling, waiting for its driver to return. I turned and saw those eyes. Today's handler arrived within the room. Mentally I gave it form, for in truth it had none. My mind conjured one to match the sullen hatred I felt for it. A dark storm cloud of smoke turning inward and devouring itself over and over without end, for that's how I interpreted its actions. A formless beast that constantly drew things in, but gave nothing back. I watched in frozen loathing as dark, thorny tendrils emerged from its rolling mass and moved towards my detached consciousness. Whilst pain is the remit of the body, it is the mind that interprets the signals, and my handler, as with all the handlers I had experienced before, were nothing if not experts in these sensations. I felt the searing touch of its joining, its own mental threads writhing through my mind, sending me off into wild tangents of thought and memory as it settled comfortably into my consciousness. The houseguest of my mind sought sensation, and whilst it gave nothing of its own thoughts, its motives were always clear enough. the need to feel. Bodiless, they had sought out beings such as we, and during those times when we believed we slept soundly and untroubled in our beds, they settled upon our minds like thick, oily slick, sliding into all the nooks and crannies of our being. Maybe they had never felt before, or had done so in some far and distant past, and had grown beyond the limits of flesh, but now wanted to sample the sensation of feeling once more, and they had found us. They didn't want to risk us rejecting them, fighting them, as we would have in response to open subjugation, so they came at night, hitting outside our sight, our space, our time even, except for that moment when our bodies were required to rest, yet our minds continue, and they had hijacked us en masse. They have hidden that part of our lives from us, and in our forced ignorance, we have given that unknowing time of slavery a seemingly harmless name: sleep. Only during that blink of time, when our consciousness frees itself from our bodies, do we remember, and with remembrance comes pain. It all comes flooding back, and they intend this too, for in these memories are all the things they have made us live through. This recollection alone brings a sharp, twisting agony to us that thrills them more than any other. Apart and within our minds they create, picking apart our pasts and sorting through our memories. The experiences of our lives are laid out before them, which they shatter like eager children, constructing nightmarish worlds of jumbled thought and sensation. Most are fragmentary experiences, but some are shards, jagged-edged thoughts and feelings tied to darker memories, and it is these our handlers seek to build our nighttime worlds from. Then they loose us on these imaginary planes, living out new stories from our memories, teasing out new feelings for them to experience. Sometimes we live whole lives, but mostly it is the short, sharp thrills they seek, those fleeting glimpses we catch only as flickers of forgotten terror and dreams of falling from great heights, or being hunted by monsters of our subconscious. And sometimes we are killers ourselves, and we awake shivering, wondering what this says about us, when in truth it says more about them. They use us to fulfill these dark fantasies, but the confusion and the guilt becomes our own. And when they are finally done, and they've had their fill, they release their control, but not before burying these memories deep inside us. Some of these memories escape and seep out into our conscious minds. We call them dreams, and we pay them little credence. Would society survive if we all knew what happens when we close our eyes to seek the illusionary escape of sleep? How could we continue to perform even the smallest action, maintain the semblance of order we have built for ourselves, if our waking moments were in the state of continual dread, awaiting that inevitable time when our frail minds and bodies give in to the demands of tiredness and become lost to us once more, to those things that use our lives and experiences to provide entertainment for their own? Myself, here I stand, with the wind whipping around my legs, tugging at me, threatening to pull me over this roof edge as I gaze down the floors beneath to the gray monotony of the pavement below. I'm tired, so very tired, and soon I will rest. But it's not enough, nowhere near enough. When I can hold on no longer in that final blink before sleep takes me, then I shall fall. There is no opportunity to test this theory, just a wild final hope that my release will also serve as a warning to them, a message that, although they own us during that forever frozen moment of our nights, some of us remember. And this one will do more than just remember. This nightmarish recall of all they have done to me in the past, these harsh memories they have hidden within me as they do to all of us, this has given me power. The struggle to hold on to these dreams has given me strength, trained me to hold on to those thoughts they try to bury within us. I will use this last remaining strength when I fall, when today's handler comes to call, and I will entwine my thoughts in theirs and hold them fast, and I will take it with me. But before I do, I will mail this from my phone. Not many will believe it, most will think that I'm mad. But enough may wonder and question. Most will throw away a few seconds thinking about it, then move on to another story. But some will ask themselves those questions that I myself asked. Indeed, that one question in particular will plague you as you settle down to sleep tonight, but thankfully will plague me no longer. Do you remember the precise moment you fall asleep? $190. The scale wiggles a little bit and the needle jumps. $192. I raise my eyes to the wall, unable to face what the scale says. It's been too long. The dieting, the pills, the pressure. The women on TV leering at me and waving their silky hair and telling me that nobody will ever love me unless I look just like them. It's been far too long. Years of struggling. I haven't eaten so much as a candy bar in a half a decade, and in that time, I've lost a total of 10 pounds. Doctors say it's a glandular problem, and that once a woman gets past 30, it'll become harder and harder for her to lose weight. They tell me the foods to eat and not to eat. Give me the little pills that will fix my problem and bring me to my ideal weight. I unfold the towel around me, my lip quivering slightly as I'm forced to look at the roll of fat around my waist that refuses to go away. I drop my only covering onto the floor and look back at the hateful little red needle. It dips down slightly, about a half a pound. I stare at the needle as it wiggles back and forth, slowly balancing itself out as it calibrates to my new weight. 192. My scream echoes through the bathroom, bouncing off the tidy white tiles to attack me again, drowning me in my own shame. I stomp on the scale again and again, my chest heaving with my continued shrieks of rage and misery. I've done the work. I deserve the result. The reward for everything that I've done. I deserve it. Julia stopped eating bread for a month and lost 20 pounds, and here I am, 5'6" and still struggling, naked on the bathroom floor and weeping like a child at my continued lack of success, hugging my knees against my chest and wailing in my echoed screams of frustration. But I won't struggle anymore. It all comes to me like a flash, something I could do, something drastic. A new kind of therapy, something that the doctors wouldn't suggest, something that I won't find in one of those miracle treatment packages that I get in the mail every week, something that will solve my problem once and for all. I pull the towel back around myself and run through the house, past all the pictures of myself that I had mounted, showing myself even heavier than I am now. They were supposed to be reminders of how much worse it could be. Motivation to keep losing weight. They worked. I'm going to reach my ideal weight soon, very soon. I throw open the door to the garage, rifling through old vinyl records and the occasional tool before finally finding it. The circular saw that my ex-boyfriend left behind from the workshop he used to have down here before he broke up with me for being not the kind of girl he wanted for a steady relationship. Anyway, I wrap the cord around it and head back into the house, leaving the door ajar behind me. I tell myself it won't hurt, that I'll be worth it in the end. My eyes are open wide, seem to take in everything in slow motion. Shoving the plug into the bathroom outlet, The slight tremble in my hand, the bleak white walls around me, judging me, sneering at my weight and bragging about their slender wives and perfect daughters. Now that girl from that show they watch is so hot, not even glancing at me when they see that I'm more than just a size 4. I'll show them. I discard the towel again, throwing it at my feet and stepping on it as I flick the switch on the saw. It's thunderous, that grinding, chewing, soulless sound that it makes. It echoes off the tiles like my voice had, magnifying itself and flooding my mind and my thoughts, making my ears and brain buzz as I feel the whirring teeth slowly starting to dig into my thigh. I grit my teeth and squeeze my tear-rimmed eyes shut. The pain is intense, color draining from my trembling hands, but I can't ignore it. I promised myself that I'd reach my ideal weight in 5 years or less, and if I didn't, I'd risk my life to be beautiful. I promised myself, and I won't let myself down. The saw is taking too long. Just the weight of it won't do. I crush my jaws against each other, and I think I feel one of my molars chip. That's fine. I press both hands against the saw's handles and push down with all the weight of my upper body, throwing back my head and screaming as I feel the blade dig and chew through my femur. The rest goes easily. Thick red blood splashes hot against my face, stinging my eyes, salty on my tongue. The circular saw speeds through the rest of my thigh, and soon the extremity falls away, pulling off the last little bit of stretched, ripped skin as it lands on the bathroom floor. The towel below me is soaked through with blood now, and it's leaking out into the rest of the floor. It's fine. The blood adds weight too. I'll be fine. I'll make it there. Whimpering quietly, my mind fogged from both the shock and my own determination, I groped tightly at the sink with both hands, pulling myself up onto the leg I kept. I pulled myself onward towards the other side of the bathroom. I leaned both hands against the white tile wall and hopped upward onto the scale. I'm so dizzy from the blood loss, but I could see the numbers as I steady myself and balance on my remaining leg. I could see the numbers through the smears of blood and little chunks of torn, falling muscle. I could see the brand new numbers on the scale that I've despised for the last 5 years of my life. Seeing the numbers tell me what I want to hear. 140. My ideal weight. The sound of grinding metal and loud banging wake you up from your uncomfortable sleep, but the bed you laid down to rest on is not the same bed you awake in. Looking down at the cold floor below you, you see the soft blankets are replaced with rust and blood, making it almost feel like sandpaper. Whose blood is this? Is the first thing that comes rushing to the front of your mind. You check yourself for any injuries, but none are apparent. At least there's one thing comforting about this place. You stand now to take a look around, hoping you'll find a way out of this room, but instead find the source of the blood. Surrounding you are people, caught in terrible traps. One is caught in a cage with no floor, bound in the air by multiple spikes, similar to an Iron Maiden, but none of the spikes have pierced any vitals. The only signal he's still alive is the silent weeping. Screaming for help is far beyond this man's ability now. He screamed his last voice away days ago. Tears are the only comfort he has now. You look away, only to see yet another tragic victim. This one is female, though no longer alive. The kills seem fresh, however. How you can tell this isn't clear to you yet. Easier to tell is how she died. She was placed on a bed of nails. Though this was no magic trick, it probably took less than a minute for her body to slide down the length of the nails. This was not meant to kill her, but what happened next was, the bed of nails separated and pulled apart, driven by loud and rusty gears. The nails tore and dug deeper into her body, not wanting to let go, until eventually they caught bone and tore her abdomen open. Her intestines spilled over and still lay on the cold floor below. Blood and tears stained her face, still frozen in agony due to rigor mortis. Why? Why are these people here? Why have they been locked up like this and left to die? You don't question why yourself are here. It doesn't feel wrong. In fact, this place comforts you to some degree. This large room filled with victims both alive and dead feels like home. You wander about aimlessly, paying no heed to the few capable of calling out to you, begging to be let free, begging for mercy. Mercy from what? You question in your head. I was not the one who put you here. This brings you to ponder why they were put here. What could they have done to deserve this? Though this may sound like sympathy on paper, it is not. You firmly believe this is where they belong. After walking for what seemed like years, you finally find yourself in an interesting place. Isolated from the tortured men and women is an antique-looking mirror. The metal framing is the only metal to escape the rust of time and the blood of man. You raise your hand to the mirror, touching it delicately as if it would fracture into pieces if you weren't careful. Gazing at yourself in the mirror, you find your wardrobe to be different than the one you're seemingly wearing. On you is what you thought you normally went into bed with, but the mirror tells a different tale. The details of this outfit are blurry and covered in far too much blood and flesh to be made out properly. In your confusion, the mirror image speaks to you in a soft tone, as if these words were meant to be for your ears only. It's alright. I did this for you. I did what you couldn't do. You were weak. That's why you needed me, someone to punish them for their sins. Soon it will be all over. There's only one more person left. Then it will be all over. I promise, just one more. The mirror image gazes down by their feet. Following your instinct, you follow their gaze to your own feet. Lying on the floor is a knife, one used on previous victims. Impulse has you bending down to pick it up. Just one more. Life has not been the same since my beloved Luna left this world entirely. At the funeral, I dared not to cry. I wanted to remain strong just for my Luna. Everybody thought I was just another heartless man that just came into her life for sex. Even her father made a big commotion about it. The bastard clocked me good. His right hook was beautifully thrown, I'll give him that much. He was shouting, "She loved you, and this is how you act at her funeral." I was right. You're no man. You only wanted her for sex and carnal pleasures. I bet she is frowning upon the sight of you now. When that last sentence left his lips, I nearly lost it. It took all of me not to smash his face in. I had to remain strong, just for her. Every day since then I've remained strong, never crying, never in despair. I knew she was looking down from heaven smiling. I had to be strong, just for my Luna. Everything that reminded me of her always brought a frown to my face and heaviness in my heart. But I did not falter. I had to be strong for her. Lately though, I hear her voice. It's faint, like a whisper, and only lasts for a second. I can't help but to tear up at the sound of her angelic voice. She was a singer. She had written many songs, including a lullaby she made for our unborn child. It was a sweet sound to hear, and it always made the child move as if she was trying to get closer to hear her voice. We had named him Virgil. She had always loved that name and always wanted a little boy. I wanted him to look like you. Blue eyes, black hair, and a smile that melts my heart. Those were the last words she ever said to me. She had died in a robbery that went horribly wrong. I could have stopped it. I could have saved her. If only I was at the door when the man forced himself in. That thought entered my mind over the next few weeks, and now here I am, gun to my head, and hearing her voice softly tell me to pull the trigger and be with her again. I can't help but to stare at the barrel of this piece of weaponry. I look at the mirror to see if I could still see her with me. Just imagining her sitting next to me makes me smile. But that smile turns from sheer fright. What I imagine and what I see are two different things. I could see this thing next to me. It has Luna's body, her long amber hair, her porcelain-like features, and she still had Virgil inside of her. I knew it wasn't her, though. I could smell sulfur and death as her hands moved on me. Her smile stretched from ear to ear in a Cheshire grin. Her eyes were what stood out the most, though. Her beautiful and strange orange eyes were replaced with dull and inhuman white eyes. She kept whispering,
Do it. I miss you so much. You are the sun that lights my world, so come bring light to me again.
She always said that when I went away for work.
Let me tell you,
she said as she lifted my hand level to my head. With the gun to my head, it became clearer. Her skin started to flake away into ash, her hair fell out in piles, and the baby just vanished as if she never had it inside her. With a grim smile, bones and muscle exposed, she spoke.
I'm so proud. You have been so strong. Now, let me repay your commitment to me.
She started singing the one song she loved the most.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You never know, dear, how much I love you. So please, don't take my sunshine away.
Then, the trigger was pulled. In early 2001, an elderly man was sent to a medical hospital in Wales after he was seen running around a nearby town screaming that his shadow was trying to kill him. It, of course, was not doing so, and this warranted the authorities to send him to be rehabilitated after receiving numerous complaints from the residents of the town. Shortly after arriving at the institution, the man began screaming. His shadow was watching him. He would run in circles trying to get away from it quite often. Coworkers noted behaviors such as rocking back and forth with hands behind his head in a state of traumatic fear, clawing at his skin until blood was drawn, screaming and attempting to flee the facility, and numerous other acts of the sort. When eating, the man constantly moved his food around as if someone was trying to steal it. Soon the staff around him began to complain about objects in the areas the man had been being reorganized and furniture moved. About 5 weeks into the man's stay, employees began to resign from duties having anything to do with him, after they claimed someone was whispering in an odd language whenever a person got close to the man. In another 2 weeks, the body of a nurse was found mutilated in the cafeteria by the janitor, who promptly resigned the day after. It appeared as if someone had scratched her to death, as the wounds were reminiscent of what an animal could deliver. Local authorities became involved and the man was sent to a nearby prison. After discussing the matter, the board of directors for the asylum arranged for the man to be interviewed by a renowned psychic. When an officer went to get him, he was curled up and shivering in the corner of the cell, refusing to move. The police eventually carried him to the interview room by force, and the psychic began screaming and fled the area after only a few minutes following the beginning of the interview. The psychic later demanded the man to be killed with no explanation. But this wasn't necessary, because his corpse was found a day later in his cell, mutilated in the same way as the nurse. The psychic died accidentally a week later. But this time there's a small slip of paper near the body displaying the words in a dark ink.
We're growing tired of copying you.
Sweet, sweet, sweet melody. For one whole day you'll feel merry, but all is broken on the second day. All is lost, as one would say. You shall walk this world humming this tune, until another shall fall to its doom. Sweet, sweet, sweet sound, you shall be bound. As a young boy named Ken walks down his street towards his home, he notices a man wearing a trench coat and top hat, humming a sound. It was such a sweet sound. He smiled and gazed into the man's face, but he couldn't quite see it properly. Anyhow, Ken hummed the same tune as the man passed him by. He reached home and enjoyed the rest of his day, and as he slept in his bed, he hummed that same tune he had heard earlier. It was such a sweet sound. The next day he woke up and prepared for school. In his head he still had that catchy hum he had heard the day before. He went down the stairs into the dining room. He ate his breakfast and went out to the bus stop. As he waited for the bus, he hummed the sweet melody. The bus picked him up. He was still humming that lovely tune, when his classmates went up to him and said, "That's a very nice song you're humming." Ken smiled and just continued humming. His other classmates then went to him and also complimented him, but they started to give him money for no apparent reason. He asked why, but they didn't answer. He was very happy about this. When he went to class, he was still humming that sweet melody. His teacher was given a lecture, but when she had heard the sound of Ken's humming, she decided that there would be no lecture and said that everyone would have bonus points. Ken was very, very happy with this. At the end of the day, he walked home, but as he walked, he hummed that wonderful tune. Then the girl of his dreams, upon hearing the sound, went to Ken and asked if she could walk with him. Ken obviously agreed. Ken was very, very, very happy. And so, as he came home from school, he laid in his bed in awe. He had such a good day, and all because of that extraordinary hum. The next day came, and he prepared for school and waited for the bus. When he was on the bus, he hummed his new tune, but somehow, everything went wrong. The bus went into the woods and stopped there. He continued to hum, but it got worse. The people around him started saying random words. Then they attacked each other. They clawed and bit at each other. Everyone has gone mad. Blood spattered through the floor as one of them bit the bus driver in the throat. The bus driver tried to scream, but the boy plunged his hand into the driver's mouth until the hand was completely submerged. Then he started pulling on the jaw. It was a sight of pure horror. Ken jumped out the window, hoping to avoid the chaos. He thought to himself, why did this happen? I'll hum the tune again, and maybe everything will be better. He did so, and then the girl he liked came out of the bus with blood dripping down her sleeve. She looked at him with a blank face. Then after a while, she ran toward Ken with a face of terror and anger. Ken ran for his life at this sight. He ran deep into the woods without looking back. He heard the screaming of the girl behind him, but as he ran, the screams faded away. He stopped, looked back, and took a big gasp of air. He wondered why this was happening to him. Then the man in the trench coat appeared in front of him. Ken was consumed with anger and shouted at the man, "It's your fault this is happening!" The man remained silent for a while. Then he removed his coat. He was covered with old ragged bandages. Then the bandages began to unravel themselves from the man and wrapped around Ken. Ken struggled, but the bandages still wrapped around him like a serpent. He screamed for help, but it was useless. No one was there to hear him. It wrapped around him from his head to toe. The man remained silent for a while. Then he removed his coat. He was covered with old ragged bandages. Then when the bandages had completely wrapped around Ken's body, the man said, "You shall walk this world while humming the cursed tune until another shall take this tune." Then the man faded away like dust. Ken tried to tear the bandages, but every time it ripped, it still attached itself to his skin. He continuously did this until his arms were tired and he knew it was useless. Ken was, at first, filled with sorrow, which was then followed by anger. Ken tried to scream, but he had lost his voice. Ken tried to speak, but he couldn't. He wondered why. He tried to hum the tune, and he was able to do so. It seemed that was the only sound he could make. In sorrow, Ken took the coat, wore it, and left. He began to hum the tune. "Sweet, sweet, sweet sound, you shall be bound." When one writes an autobiography, a part of them is left on the paper. In the 1800s, many people of critical acclaim were writing autobiographies. Most of the people were shallow, placing the highest value not on friends or family, but on wealth and possessions. Because they had so much, the only thing left to do at the end of their life was to preserve it. They falsely held their own lives in such high regard when, in reality, they had just succumbed to an existence devoted to selfishness and greed. If an autobiographer wanted to preserve their life as memorably as possible, they would use the Black Quill when writing their autobiography. This quill seemed to have magic properties, and was fabled to enable the writer to craft his or her story to perfection. However, this quill was in every way a feather, with one exception. It was made completely out of obsidian. It also bore an inscription: "He who lives for no one but himself has not lived at all." Only people who have lived prosperous lives had the connections required to track down the Black Quill. The quill is controlled by one man, named simply the Decider. In this time, any vain person certainly sought after the Black Quill if they wanted to chronicle their selfish existence properly. After said author tracked down the Decider's whereabouts, he or she was then able to use the Black Quill. It was as simple as that. The Decider didn't charge for the use of the quill, nor did he ask for it back. After he gave the quill, he would only whisper,
"Shallow waters fade fast."
And as quickly as he appeared, he would disappear, melding into the darkness. Afterwards, the author would then retire to his study and begin the work of writing an autobiography. As the author wrote, the quill never needed to be dipped in ink, as it had an endless supply. When the author wrote, words, ideas, and memories flowed as if the Black Quill was doing all the work. In a single half-hour session, the autobiographer would have his or her work complete. It was as if the author's soul had filled the paper, using the Black Quill as a conduit. If the author did not live a life of vanity, the quill would fade away, and the autobiography would have remained as a perfectly chronicled storyline of the author's life. However, if the author had lived a shallow life, filled with greed and trivial material things, something much more sinister would occur. They would look at their hands in horror as they and themselves fade completely from existence. It was such a complete fade from existence, it was as if they had never existed at all. Like the Decider said, shallow waters fade fast. I'm writing this down on my psychiatrist's advice. She wants me to write as if I'm telling my story to a friend. Perhaps she's right. Maybe I do just need to let it all out. And what a better way to do that than on a computer away from prying eyes. After a week of nearly sleepless nights, I'm willing to try anything. She says it's a relapse of my post-traumatic stress disorder. She diagnosed me with PTSD 8 years ago, after the event I'm going to write about. My shrink tried every trick in the book to get me to tell her what had happened, and I repeatedly refused. She said it was critical to my recovery, that she couldn't help me if I didn't open up. Too bad. I'd rather go on with the stress and insomnia than not go on at all. She continued to work with me even through my lack of cooperation. Dozens of hypnotherapy sessions, prescribed acupuncture, a shopping list of prescription drugs, and after about 9 months, I was more or less cured. Of course, I still had to take a couple pills each day for the rest of my life, but I wasn't complaining. So, as I said earlier, I relapsed recently. I'm not really sure what brought it on. I just woke up one night in a cold sweat and haven't been able to sleep since. When I do drift off, I immediately awake to that image I thought I had rid myself years ago, but sadly, she's back. Just thinking about it sends a cold chill down my spine. I can't believe I'm actually doing this after all these years of keeping it pent up inside me, but I have to try something. Plus, I think my doc really knows what she's talking about. I mean, she cured me once, why not twice? So here's the story of what gave me this dreaded disorder and likely robbed me of any chance at a normal life. Back before I moved to the city, I lived out in the country in a small house I had bought with the money my grandfather left me. It was a one-story ranch style. The previous owner had built it himself about 20 years prior. I love this little house. It was exactly what I wanted. Easily maintained, it's well made, and it's cozy. I also appreciated the space it gave me from the rest of the world. It wasn't too terribly secluded, but the next closest house had more than a mile up the road. Behind the house was endless woods. Tall, powerful oaks provided a peaceful barrier between me and the outside world. I loved to walk among them, sometimes for hours at a time. I would walk miles deep into them, always carrying a small can of bright green spray paint so I could find my way back home. One morning, I decided to start out early and see how far I could get before feeling the need to turn back. I packed a couple sandwiches and a few bottles of water in my backpack and I headed out. I followed my previously marked path until the trees no longer had my little green dots on them. I decided to go straight up the hill instead of around. I had no idea how long it would take me to get around it, and I wanted to get as deep into the woods as possible. As I reached the top of the hill, I turned back and looked the way I'd come. Nothing was in sight. I could see over the trees that I had just traveled through, but still could see nothing of civilization. I guess I had walked at least 3-4 miles. I don't even know. As I walked across the flat top of the hill, I was frozen in my tracks as I discovered what was on the other side. A large meadow about the size of a football field stretched out before me, and there was a small shack in the middle of it. I couldn't imagine that anyone had ever lived out here, but I thought maybe it was a hunting camp at one time. I walked across the field towards the shack and realized it appeared to be well past its prime. The rough-hewn lumber that made up the exterior walls was gray like ash, and much of it had rotted away, As I walked to the corner, I noticed some empty paint cans that had just been stacked at the base. I could see that they'd contain white paint, and I knew that meant someone must have used them somewhat recently, or else they would have been nothing but rust. The shack was about 20 feet by 20 feet square, with one window in each wall. I inched up to the nearest window and peered in. There was no one inside, not even any furniture. Now I could see what the white paint was for. The walls, the ceiling, the floors were all bright white, but not white alone. On all the walls were strange symbols drawn in red, dark paint. They weren't anything that I recognized, but they gave me a very uneasy feeling. On the white door in the center of the room, there was a huge star painted, also in red, and from the ceiling hung dozens of tiny stick figures. I couldn't really make them out, but they did appear to be in shape of stick people, made out by twigs and straw. My heart was racing. Whatever this was, I didn't like it, and it was my own backyard. I was furious, but I was also curious as well. I decided to walk back into the woods a ways and eat a sandwich while I waited to see the owner might return. I had no intentions of confronting them, but I had to know if someone was staying here or using this place for some sort of shrine. I ate a sandwich, and then I ate the other one. Hours passed and no one had come. The sun was beginning to set. I thought about leaving, but I had to pack my flashlight in case I didn't make it back before dark. My curiosity won out. I had to know. I told myself I'd wait another hour, and if nothing showed, I would leave. The sun was about to disappear behind the horizon when I heard leaves crunching across the field. There was just enough daylight left to see a figure appear from the tree line. It appeared to be a woman. She was wearing a bright red dress, and she was dragging a large sack behind her. I could see 2 red dots in her face, which I thought must have been the last of the sun reflected in her eyes. She continued across the field, pulling her sack behind her. As she got to the front of the shack, she heaved the sack up onto the small porch and then retrieved the key from her pocket. She opened the door and pulled the bag inside. I remember thinking, now what? I realized I had no plan other than to find out if someone was using this place. Now that I had my answer, I was lost. I decided I would watch a few more minutes to see if the woman left, then I would head back home and think about what to do next. The minutes passed, and she hadn't emerged, so I slung my backpack over my shoulder and began my trip back. I took no more than half a dozen steps when I heard a muffled cry. I froze and listened. Sure enough, someone was crying. I could barely hear it. It's like someone holding their hand over their mouth as they sob by their loved one's casket. That's exactly what it sounded like. Now, I'm not a brave person, but I'm a very curious person. There is none more so curious than myself. I decided I had tried to get a peek. Maybe the woman had fallen inside and needed help. I did a crouching jog across the field, trying to stay as low as I could until I reached the side of the shack. I sat and listened. It was much clearer now. A woman was definitely sobbing with something being held over her mouth. I wasn't sure, but it didn't sound like sobs of pain or loss. It sounded like fear. I eased around the corner, making sure to swing wide enough to miss the paint cans I remembered being stacked there, and inched over into the front window beside the porch. I sat there, crouched down for several minutes, trying to work up the courage to peek in. I could hear another noise from inside, a dragging noise, and then it stopped, but the sobbing grew louder. I had to look. As I eased my eye up to the corner of the window, I could see the back of the woman in red. She was no more than 3 feet from the window, but luckily facing away. Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun that looked like something a bird might lay eggs in. I noticed her rope was hanging from a pulley attached to the ceiling that I hadn't noticed earlier. It appeared she was doing something with whatever was hanging from the rope. I continued to hear the crying, but it was getting much weaker now. As I watched the old woman bend over and retrieve something from the floor, my heart seized in my chest. Hanging from the rope by her ankles was a young woman. She looked to be about my age at the time, late 20s. She was thin, very pale, with bright red hair, and had look in her eyes like I'd never seen before. As her eyes locked with mine, she froze. No more crying, just a cold, penetrating look of sadness. She was screaming at me with her eyes to help her, and I didn't know what to do. I watched as the woman in red raised back up with a small can in her hand. She began dousing the girl with liquid from the can, and the girl started thrashing wildly. As the old lady did this, she let out a horrifying cackle that would have made the devil cringe. I panicked and turned to run, and as I did so, I heard a loud rush of sound from inside and saw a bright flash of orange on the ground around me. Shame and despair pushed me to my knees, but fear and a strong will to live quickly lit its own fire. After no more than 3 quick steps, I stumbled into the paint cans and came crashing down with an awful thud. I felt like my heart was going to explode as I noticed the screeching laughter from the interior had stopped, and I heard the doors slam open. I didn't bother to look back. I simply jumped to my feet and started running for the woods. As I neared the edge of the woods, my lungs were burning. I noticed 2 red orbs glowing between the oaks. I froze in my tracks as she glided out of the cover. She looked ancient. Her skin looked like tree bark, gray, cracked, and flaky. I just stood and trembled as her glowing red eyes closed the gap between us. The last few feet she finished in a sudden rush, freezing no more than an inch from my face, her fiery eyes glaring into mine. I felt my bladder let loose as urine soaked down my pant leg. I was then locked in a trance that excluded the world around us. It was just the 2 of us, standing in blackness. I could feel and smell her hot, rancid breath flowing over my face. I looked down and noticed the eyes weren't the worst. Her mouth was twisted into an impossible, maniacal grin. It was cartoonish in nature and appeared to stretch all the way back to her ears. Even worse, her teeth weren't human teeth. If they had ever been before, they were now filed down into decaying, razor-like fangs. I felt sure that my heart would stop any second. As I stood lifeless in front of this evil being, she raised her hand to my chin. She extended one crooked finger and began to press it into my flesh, lifting me up onto my toes. As she continued pressing, her nail dug in, and I felt the blood running down my neck. Then my feet left the dark ground. I was now hopeless, as she dangled me at arm's length like a lifeless puppet. She began to speak, her voice so shrill and raspy, my ears could hardly stand it. She spoke in what I could only assume was an ancient and esoteric language. I still haven't been able to identify it, even years of research. Even though I couldn't understand a word, she somehow had the ability to beam the words into my brain in my native language. I will never forget the words. It's as if they were etched by flame into my memory.
You have seen what should not have been seen, not because it is wrong, but because you cannot possibly comprehend. I should end your meaningless life right here, but excess being frowned upon, I will allow you to live on. One condition, you must never speak of what you have seen. You will take this to your grave, and if you don't, I will come for you, and your suffering will know no bounds. Your pain will never cease. Your worst nightmares will seem as dreams. You will be my pet for all of eternity.
Obviously, I agreed to the terms. Just before she dropped me, she spoke the last words I would hear from her, the words that still sicken me to this day.
Your never-ending fear will feed me in my times of need.
After that, she slowly glided back into the woods the same way she had come. She never broke eye contact. She never stopped smiling. Once she disappeared and the trance was broken, I pressed my hand underneath my chin to slow the bleeding and then turned to see the shack going up in flames. I knew there was nothing I could do to help the poor girl inside now. She was gone, used up for whatever ritual this evil creature had just performed. The wound under my chin seemed to have almost stopped bleeding, so I returned to the woods to find my backpack, retrieved my flashlight, and headed home. I spent weeks in a near state of shock. I lost my job, and most of my friends stopped calling. I felt like I was drowning. I had just witnessed the most disturbing thing humanly possible, and I could tell no one. I couldn't sleep. My appetite was non-existent. Every time I closed my eyes, I either saw the girl hanging from the rope engulfed in a blaze, or I saw the glowing red eyes and the sickening grin of the woman in red. I sold the house and moved into a small apartment in a city nearby. The move didn't help anything. Finally, I knew something had to be done, so I called up the doc and made an appointment. It was difficult at first. She wanted so badly to know what had caused my trauma, but I knew that the old woman had meant what she said. She was an ancient evil. I could feel the dark energy flowing from her single finger as it held me up in the air. I could sense a darkness that had lasted through the ages that no one could ever snuff out. I would never speak of what I saw that night, and that's why I was even skeptical about typing this out. The doc said I had to get off my chest, and if I wasn't willing to talk about it, this was the only way. There was just a knock on the door. Almost gave me a heart attack. No one there though. Probably just some kids playing a prank, but I'm not about to open the door. People are always getting robbed in this city, and I'm not in any hurry to become one of them. Plus, I'm more than a little unnerved by writing this anyway. So, the doc thinks that after a few weeks of hypnotherapy and after writing out the story that I should be good as new. I'm not sure if I believe I'll ever be as good as new. There was just another knock. It wasn't the front door this time. It was my bedroom door. SCP-022 is a morgue in the basement of a hospital in Great Britain. Until the 1980s, there were no reported anomalous occurrences within the morgue. Reports of strange activity were first received in November of 1980. The area was soon quarantined by the Foundation, with an official story being released that the entire building had been condemned. The reason for the sudden manifestation of its strange properties remained under investigation. Periodically, a random drawer within the morgue will open to reveal a cadaver under a covered sheet. After approximately 6 minutes open, the cadaver will animate and attempt to leave the morgue. At this point, the cadaver is given the designation SCP-022-1. In some cases, the cadaver will be too damaged or decomposed to successfully exit SCP-022, or even rise from the table it lies on. In this case, SCP-022-1 will typically struggle and twitch on the table until expiration occurs. Should an instance of SCP-022-1 expire while remaining on the table slides back into the drawer, which then shuts. Reports indicate that the scent of burnt tissue is evident immediately following such event. The energy source that sustains instances of SCP-022-1 is currently unknown. Instances do not breathe, eat, or sleep, and their bodies produce no heat. Analysis of SCP-022-1 following expiration has discovered no abnormal organs or chemicals present. They appear to be fully human cadavers. Instances also possess physical strength that exceed that of normal humans, though direct testing has proven problematic. Researchers estimate the strength increase to be approximately 500 N, or 112 pounds, of lifting force greater than one would expect of a human body sharing a similar condition. Analysis is underway to determine if this effect is connected to the unknown power source or if it is entirely a separate phenomenon. When body parts are severed from the rising cadavers, the portion with the greatest mass retains its effect. All other pieces become inert. Destruction of the head or brain does not neutralize the cadavers. Instead, the lower torso and limbs remain animate. Complete tissue destruction appears to be only method of successfully terminating instances of SCP-022-1. Left alone, instances of the cadavers will simply expire. All motion ceases and they appear to become normal cadavers again. The amount of time this takes depends on how damaged the body is and the rate of decomposition, and can take anywhere between 2 days and 3 weeks. Investigation has revealed that the bodies acting as SCP-022-1 match the description of cadavers reported to have been stolen from morgues across the country. The mechanism for this transfer is currently being researched. Adding any new matter to SCP-22 has thus far proved impossible. Any object that enters SCP-022 disappears shortly after passing through the door, leaving no trace. This includes inanimate objects and biological specimens. See Addenda 022-001 and 022-002. So long as an instance of the rising cadavers possesses a functioning mouth, tongue, and trachea, it is able to communicate fully with researchers. Addendum 001. A request has been submitted to create a new entrance to SCP-022 by removing a portion of the south wall, requesting pending approval. Addendum 002. A pile of matter was discovered on the floor of the room directly above SCP-022. It appeared to contain all matter that had been sent into the morgue, with the exception of humans. All materials appeared broken and worn down. Metallic components were covered in large amounts of rust, with all biological parts being in various stages of decomposition. Testing revealed that the time between inserting an object into the morgue and it reappearing above to be precisely 183 seconds. Humans who enter, however, do not appear in said pile. Instead, humans appear to become integrated into the morgue and may later animate as instances of SCP-022-1. On September 12, 2008, two trains collided in the Chatsworth district of Los Angeles, killing 25 people in the crash. One of the passengers on board was Charles E. Peck, who was traveling from Salt Lake City for a job interview in LA. His hopes were high on landing the job as his fiancée, Andrea Katz, lived in California, and he planned to marry her if he was hired. During the next 11 hours, Peck's mobile phone sent numerous calls to his fiancée, son, brother, stepsister, and sister. Overall, his loved ones received a total of 35 calls. However, each time they answered, they only heard static. When they called back, the calls went straight to voicemail. The family could only be optimistic and assume Charles was alive in the wreckage and calling for help. When the search team finally traced Peck's phone signal and discovered his body in a lead passenger car, the lead passenger car is where most injuries and deaths occurred. They reported that Charles had died on impact. and that he couldn't have possibly made the calls. What's even stranger is that they never did find his cell phone. It sounds like a narrative from some kind of Goosebumps book. The ghost train of the fun fair inhabited by real, dead people. That was, however, the precise case at New Pike Amusement Park in Long Beach, California, and they'd gotten away with it too, if it hadn't been for those meddling kids at Universal Studios. In December 1976, a camera crew turned up to film an episode of the TV show $6 Million Man. While preparing the funhouse, a worker moved the hanging man, and his arm fell off, revealing human bone. Turns out the corpse was that of an outlaw, Elmer McCurdy, who robbed a train of $46 and 2 jugs of whiskey in 1911. Before Universal Studios discovered the body of McCurdy, the man had been hanging around that funhouse for 4 years, fairgoers simply thinking he was a prop. In October 2014, the Indianapolis Star published a lengthy report on a family terrorized by 3 children allegedly possessed by demons. The account of Latoya Ammons and her family tells disturbing stories of children climbing up the walls, getting thrown across rooms, and children threatening doctors in deep, unnatural voices. It would seem like something straight out of a movie, a work of fantasy, except all of these accounts were more or less corroborated with nearly 800 pages of official records obtained by the Indianapolis Star, and recounted in more than a dozen interviews with police, DCS personnel, psychologists, family members, and a Catholic priest. One of the more chilling sections of the report includes a segment about the possessed 9-year-old, and it read like this. According to Washington's original DCS report, an account corroborated by Walker, the nurse, the 9-year-old had a weird grin and walked backwards up a wall to the ceiling. He then flipped over Campbell, landing on his feet. He never let go of his grandmother's hand. Another segment of the piece reads, the 12-year-old would later tell the mental health professionals that she sometimes felt as if she were being choked and held down so she couldn't speak or move. She said she heard a voice say she'd never see her family again and wouldn't live another 20 minutes. My mother-in-law was a very funny and cool woman. She and my wife were really close, and sadly, she passed away when our son was about 4 months old. Flash forward a couple years. We live in an old 1930s era craftsman house in Pasadena, California. Our son is about 3 at the time. I was giving him a bath one night, and he starts looking over my shoulder, not at random stuff, but at something. A moment passes, and he asks me why Grandma calls Mommy a funny name. Long pause. I asked him what he meant, thinking he was talking about my mom. He then says, why does Grandma call Mommy Nikki? I was really set back by this. My wife and I never used the nickname. It was just what her mom called her since she was a baby. I asked him where he had heard that. His reply, the farmer told me. I asked him who the farmer was, and he replied, his friend. I tell my wife this story, and later she's of course reduced to tears over the whole nickname thing. We both know there is no way for him to know this, and we were just kind of marveled at it. Flash forward to the next weekend, and my son is playing in his room. My wife is at work, and I'm at home. I hear him start talking like he's having a conversation. He's saying things like, yes, no, I don't know that, and some laughing. I go into his room and ask him what he's doing, and he says, playing. I ask, with who? He says, the farmer. At this point, I'm already thinking about the Exorcist movie and Captain Howdy. It's a little unsettling. I ask him where the farmer is. He says he left when I came in. So my wife gets home and I tell her this, and now she's just weirded out as I am. We have no idea what to do and figure if it happens again, we'll do something. A few days later, in the middle of the night, we both overhear our son saying the following. Grandma says you and I can't be friends anymore. My wife and I go check on him. Both of us a little freaked out. He's just sitting up in bed. I ask if he's okay, and he says, yeah. Grandma says I can't play with the farmer anymore. He never once mentioned the farmer again, not ever. He's 13 now and doesn't remember any of it. We do, though. I was about 4 or 5 years old and my parents had just separated. My mom was living in a 2-bedroom apartment. I had my own room, but I preferred to sleep in her bed whenever I was staying with her. Our 2 bedrooms were at the end of a hallway, directly across from each other. Our apartment was on the 1st floor, and I remember that it was in the middle of the summer and my mom had a window open in her room, which was directly behind the bed. It was above the headboard. Anyway, I woke up in the middle of the night and remember sitting up and seeing that our cat was sitting in the door frame of my mom's room. Her door was open and you could partially see into my bedroom. This was strange because our cat was typically always in bed with us. As I watched him, he walked into my bedroom and meowed. I turned to face my mom and wake her up. In the 3-4 seconds it took her to wake up and ask me what was wrong, we both looked back up in the door frame and there was a man standing by my open door making his way out of my bedroom. I still don't know how she managed to do so quickly, but my mother proceeded to pick me up and literally throw me out of the screen window. She quickly followed and we were able to start screaming for help, and someone called 911. The police came but didn't see any signs of forced entry, only that our front door was unlocked, which led them to believe the man must have exited that way. The strange thing was that my mom swore up and down that she had locked the door that night with the deadbolt and chain lock. About a week later, she was cleaning the kitchen and opened our water heater closet and found a notebook with names and drawings, as well as a pair of gloves and some gum wrappers. The police were called again, but all they could do was speculate that the man had been in our house and hid until we were asleep. I grew up in a house on Long Island in the town of Brentwood. It was a quiet town for its location. My dad worked as a taxi driver at the time, which meant he would usually end up coming home early in the morning and I would greet him. So, it's Saturday. I'm watching cartoons and my dad comes in and I run to say hello. My mom hears us from the bedroom and says, "Hello, honey, don't go in the pool, it's not ready yet." Me and my dad think, well, that's weird, it's 6 a.m. We weren't going to go in the pool. But just brush it off, and he goes on and tells me his usual stories of the crazies he picked up throughout the night. We then realized it was Saturday, and my mom was at work, and it was only me and him in the house. Yet, the voice sounded just like my mother. Fast forward a couple of weeks, we had just moved into the house, and my new neighbors came over to welcome us to town. It was the 2 mothers, 2 sons, one my age, one a little older in 10th grade, 2 little girls, a blonde-haired girl and a shy brunette that didn't talk. We get to playing some soccer. However, the little brunette girl is nowhere to be found. As the curious little kid I was, I ran around the property and I find her playing in the woods, a dangerous area for little nooblets to be exploring. She asked me to come play tag, but I declined, wanting to get everyone in on the game. The reactions of everyone as I asked for them to join us was puzzling. along with a response from the mom. "We only have one daughter." Turns out, a small brown-haired girl drowned in the pool 10 years ago. The mother soon passed from a heart attack. I was spending a month with my cousins at my grandma's house. It was August, and my cousins' ages ranged from 10 to 15, and I was the oldest, being 15. I was staying with a 10, 13, and 14-year-old. We stayed up telling scary stories often, but one night, a few weeks in, we decided to make a campfire out back of the house. My grandma's house is in a rural suburb. The neighbors aren't too far when you're driving down the road to her house, but in the backyard, it's thick forest with man-made paths through it. Each house is on a hill, so only part of the basement was actually underground. That isn't important till later though, so we're towards the east side of her yard in a smallish patch of open land. You couldn't see the neighboring yards from there, and there was probably 3/4 of a mile to each side of us that belonged to my grandma. It was maybe 11 at night, and we're playing truth or dare after telling scary stories, and my 14-year-old cousin dared me and the 13-year-old to go walk through the paths for 10 minutes or so. I said yes right away, as I wasn't easily scared and rather level-headed, but my younger cousin was a bit more hesitant. We didn't bring a flashlight because it wasn't pitch dark yet, and we could see enough to not die. We were walking through the paths for about 5 minutes and could barely see the fire through the trees when we decided to turn. In the middle of the path was a large, dog-like creature, hunched over with its front hands an inch from the ground. What I remember most was how its eyes were so fucking bright white, and it was a humanoid dog-shaped with a human-like head, but a dog-like body, but human hands and feet. It looked right at us, and I know I was paralyzed with fear as it dashed away the opposite way from us, towards a creek that ran through the yard. Eventually my cousin and I screamed bloody effing murder, and the other cousins and my grandma ran to us. I don't remember much here because I was really disoriented, and I couldn't think properly, but I did wake up in bed, so I assume that I was brought up to the house. All the kids slept in the basement in a big room with sliding glass doors to the outside. As the room was on the side that wasn't underground, my bed pressed against a big glass window, and I could see my cousins playing outside down below. The house is in Michigan, so it gets slightly chilly even in the end of August, and there was a slight breeze, so I put on a jacket and ran to join them outside, skipping breakfast, not wanting to miss out on anything fun. When I got down, I could tell they weren't playing but rather running to get my grandma. Her dogs, both of them, were dead, ripped up. That night, we went to bed early. I woke up at maybe 2 in the morning because I felt something hit my head. My cousins were all sitting on the double bed opposite me, on the other side of the room. There was one bunk bed and 2 double beds. The double beds for me and my 14-year-old cousin. They were being quiet and staring at me. The 13-year-old nodded his head toward the window. I froze. They all looked afraid. I turned my head slightly to the side and I saw a really messed up looking face pressed to the window with gaping eyes looking down at me. I screamed so loud and it bolted. My grandma called the police after I told her what happened, and they found nothing. I went home after that, and I've never been there during the night again. In July 2014, near Gallup, New Mexico, I had my first and only encounter with a skinwalker. Before this, I used to say, I believe it when I see it. Well, I'm a believer now. What I saw was not full human nor full animal. I was moving and had just completed the cleaning and was with my 10-year-old son. We had called it a night and were heading to our new place. As we walked out the front door, I saw a figure move from behind my neighbor's car to a nearby tree that stood between our apartments. It didn't have red glowing eyes, snarling teeth, or a rotten smell. It did move quickly, but not quick enough to avoid the light from nearby light posts and the porch lights. It didn't look at me or come toward me. It moved as if it were trying to avoid being seen. I was within 15 feet of it, but it did not look back to fully inspect it. What I saw was a wolf-like animal that sort of resembled the Beast in Beauty and the Beast, just not cartoonish. It had brown fur that completely covered it. It wasn't a pelt. It was a very large wolf. It didn't have any human traits except that it walked on its hind legs. It cowered behind the tree as we got into our vehicle. When we got in, I asked my son, "Did you see that?" Thankfully, he hadn't. My brother-in-law insists that it wasn't a skinwalker because I would have never have seen it. To this day, I could picture what it looked like, know they exist, and pray I never encounter one again. This didn't happen to me, but a very close of mine. I've heard a lot about coyotes and skinwalkers and had a weird experience or two with coyotes. Creepiest was waking up to my sleeping bag being surrounded in paw prints without ever hearing them during the night, but never anything paranormal, so to speak. Patrick's story, however, kept me from going back to my favorite backcountry secret stash. He was leaving the area one morning, had been camping there a couple days, and said that there was a coyote that always seemed to be close by, like in his peripheral vision, but never overt. He loaded up his truck and started to drive down the wash out the fire road. At the end of the wash, he could see the coyote following him. When he pulled onto the road, it was running next to him. Now, he was freaked out, so he sped up. He said he was going 35 or so, and it was running along beside him. Definitely not possible. When he looked back, the coyote was running on 2 legs and was wearing what Patrick said looked like buckskin pants. An instant later, it was a person wearing a coyote fur keeping pace with his truck. When he looked again, it was gone. We never went back to that grove after that. Kyle was camping at a National Forest campground in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. One night, after his wife and daughter had fallen asleep, he was sitting by the fire when he heard a noise. This was different than the usual bear grunt. It was more like someone sneaking in the trees. I immediately grabbed the flashlight. What I saw haunts me even now. I saw a being in the trees. It was naked. It looked gray, and this sounds crazy, but it looked like a person, but not really. You see, it was hunched down, very muscular, and its legs were backward, like a bird's. Then it quickly turned and bounded off down the hill. I couldn't even follow it with my light. We left the next day. We went back to the same campground this year, back to the same site. Again, I stayed up late poking the fire and reading. It was maybe 1 or 2 in the morning when I heard a noise. I shined the light in that direction. The same creature, being, whatever, was there. It looked exactly the same as I'd remembered from last year. It just sat there, crouched, at the small tree line that separates the campsites. I slowly walked toward it. I tried not to make any threatening moves or gestures. I got to within 20 feet, when it just jumped backwards and disappeared. It looked like it might have been 5 to 6 feet high if it stood up. It was definitely gray. It had human features, but more leathery, and its face was very wide. Its eyes were so big, and even though they reflected light, they still looked black, like two intensely black marbles. Its legs were very muscular, but turned backwards. I know what I saw. It was real. Night Raven and friend Todd were camping at a cabin in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. They were waiting for friends to arrive when they had an unexplained experience. At about 9:30 p.m. it was getting dark, and we were beginning to worry about Randy and Tommy. Only a few minutes later, we saw car lights at the front of the cabin. We were in the middle of nowhere, so it had to be them. We heard the car doors open, heard Randy and Tommy as plain as day. I yelled, "We're on the deck!" The car doors closed. We heard footsteps rounding around the corner. And at the point that someone would have rounded the corner, it was silent. I looked at Todd. He was looking at me. It was quiet. I yelled, "Hey, Randy! Hey, Tommy!" We got up and walked around front and nothing. No car, no people, no sound. 90 minutes later, the phone rang. It was Todd's mother calling to inform us that at 9:30 that evening, a fatal traffic accident involving Randy and Tommy took place 30 miles from the cabin. It's almost as if they just wanted to keep our tradition alive. Devin was away at summer camp in Quebec, Canada, where there were the usual camp stories of a ghost. One night, however, he may have encountered the real thing. My friend and I were walking just outside of the circle of cabins. It was a bright night with all the stars shining and the moon was well lit. There was a campfire going, and in one of the big cabins there was a party going on with music and so on. We were walking, and we both got a really weird feeling, as if we were being watched. We both turned toward the sea. We saw a blue figure, very tall, about 7 feet, walking through the trees. It made no sound at all. It was a bright blue and glowing figure walking through the forest. It was emitting a shimmery aura, and my friend and I both became very frightened. We shouted at whatever that thing was, and we were asking it what it was. We got no reply, of course, but we expected one. We stared as it walked away and out of our vision. We didn't dare follow it. We then ran back to the group of people at the campfire, screaming and describing what we saw. Another friend of mine claimed he was watching it from a distance not far from where we were, and was just as frightened as I was. Northern Michigan is also the location of this strange event. Our Basil and a friend were at a riverside cabin one night, just relaxing. They were about to retire to bed when I had just stretched out when a huge crack erupted from the woods. Both of us thought it was a branch or an old tree that had fallen after he turned off the living room light. We noticed that the light coming from the windows was abnormally strong. This sent our nerves to a new high. The light seemed to pulse several times and got so bright at one point you could have read a book by it. It couldn't have been a car, as we were almost a mile off the road on a dirt trail. Plus, the light came in from all the windows equally. Every so often we would hear a strange humming noise that penetrated the cabin. This lasted almost an hour. We talked about just running out to the car and leaving, but neither one of us wanted to go outside. After the light went out, we sat on the couch, occasionally putting forth theories on what it could have been. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, there was another loud crack. We worried that the light might come back, but nothing happened. To Scott Davis, the ad seemed too good to be true. A steady $300 a week and a place to live, all for watching a secluded farm in southeastern Ohio. The job of a lifetime. Davis, 48, had recently broken up with his girlfriend and was looking for a new start in life when he saw the ad on Craigslist in 2011. The ad mentioned that over 100 applicants had responded to the job posting, so Davis could barely contain his excitement when he got a call telling him that he was one of the job finalists. All he had to do now was meet his employer and check out the farm. After a final interview in a local restaurant, Davis climbed into the back of his white Buick, while his new employer, a heavy-set man named Jack, squeezed into the front seat. A burly teenager, whom Jack introduced as his nephew, was behind the wheel. As they drove, the road took them further and further away from civilization. Soon, they were surrounded by dense woodland, and, not long after, the Buick creaked to a stop on a secluded stretch of dirt road. Jack told Davis that they'd left some equipment just down the hill, so Davis hopped out to help them carry it up to the car. That's what he was here for. Jack led the way, but they somehow got turned around in the thick underbrush, and Davis found himself walking with Jack and the young man right behind him. Davis heard the click of a gun hammer. As he spun toward the sound, a bullet shattered his elbow. He stumbled into the woods. Behind him, Jack cursed and fired round after round at his back. They all missed, and Davis spent his next hours creeping through the woods like a hunted animal, blood soaking his right side, never sure if Jack or his silent accomplice would be around the next bend. Long after sunset, Davis finally found his way to a rural house where he pleaded with the owners to call the police. Over the next few days, the horrifying reality of the situation came to light. Jack was actually a man named Richard Beasley, who used his Craigslist ad to lure men into the woods to kill them. His nephew was 16-year-old Brogan Rafferty. Together, the two had already killed 3 men and buried their bodies in shallow graves in the woods. In 2013, Beasley was sentenced to death, and Brogan Rafferty was sentenced to life in prison. In 2003, Brian Boucher was looking for a roommate to help share the rent, and John Williams was looking for a place to stay. It was a match no different from thousands of others that happen on Craigslist all the time, and for a while, it looked like it would work out. That is, until Williams began acting strangely. To sweeten the deal, Boucher had offered his new roommate the only bedroom in the apartment, hoping that the added privacy would convince him to stay. It was just what Williams was looking for, because Williams had a secret. According to Boucher, Williams kept to himself a lot. Boucher could spend hours in the apartment thinking he was alone, only for Williams to suddenly walk out of his room with his head down, do whatever he had to do, and then disappear inside the dark bedroom again, with only the soft click of the door's lock as a farewell. Boucher began to get worried. As the months passed, Williams began staying away from the apartment for extended periods of time, and during one of these absences, after they'd been living together for 10 months, Boucher had had enough. He broke into the locked bedroom, intent on packing up Williams's things and sending him on his way. On the bed, he found a bulging manila envelope, and what he saw inside made his blood run cold. It was filled with torn-up credit card offers that Boucher had received in the mail. Williams had been going through his trash and collecting pieces of it. Along with the shredded mail was a sheet of notebook paper with the names and addresses of Boucher family members, including creepy personal details like the date of his parents had been married. On another sheet of paper was Boucher's credit card information and the passwords to many of the websites he used. It was like a bizarre file on Boucher's private life. Then, Boucher found a diary, and at the end of one of the entries, he found a chilling sentence. "I'm only now just starting to get over being afraid every time someone looks at me twice in the street, every time a cop looks at me, thinking they know." All it took was a quick Google search for Boucher to find his roommate on the front page of America's Most Wanted. Months earlier, William's real name, Dino Lawrence Smith, had pulled off a brazen jewelry heist in San Francisco, making off with $10 million in diamonds. A call to the police revealed that Williams was already in custody. Boucher never found out why he'd been collecting his personal information, but he does know that the situation could have ended much worse. Catherine Ann Olson had recently graduated from Minnesota State Olaf College and was working part-time as a nanny until her career in theater kicked off. She was 24. Michael John Anderson liked to play paintball and wondered what it felt like to kill a person. He was 19. Posing as a mother named Amy, Anderson posted a Craigslist ad in 2007 looking for a person to babysit a child the following day. Olson jumped at the opportunity, and they made arrangements for her to show up at the house at around 10 a.m. to start the job. According to some comments made by Olson to her roommate, she had a weird feeling about the job, but she decided to go through with it anyway. There was no way she could have seen what was coming. After arriving at the house, a rundown, split level in Savage, Minnesota, Olson was greeted by Anderson, who led her up to his bedroom on the second floor. Nobody's sure exactly what happened next, but at some point Olson tried to run. Anderson shot her in the back with a .357 Magnum, dragged her body down the stairs, and stuffed her in the trunk of his car. He abandoned the car a few blocks away. Then, in an attempt to destroy the evidence, Anderson crushed Olson's cell phone and wrapped it up in a bloody towel before dropping it into a public trash can. He apparently didn't realize that the towel had his name written on it in black marker. In 2009, Anderson was sentenced to life in prison without parole. It's a saying as old as time itself. Never hire a hooker on Craigslist and never, ever pay in advance. The internet is filled with stories of women and men posing as prostitutes who then rob their clients blind and make off with the money. But those stories are nothing compared to the tragedy of 26-year-old Jennifer Pappian. Pappian was a prostitute working in Long Island who advertised her services on Craigslist. On March 24, 2010, she was contacted by 23-year-old Chad Johnson. Pappian thought nothing of it, just another night and another job. For $80, she agreed to meet Johnson in his car and take care of their arrangement, but things didn't go as planned. Sometime during the rendezvous, John asked for his money back. Pappian refused, at which point Johnson got very violent. He got his hands around her neck, and before she could scream for help, he was pressing her windpipe shut. He choked her to death and then drove to a wooded area near the Long Island Expressway and buried her body in a shallow grave. The subsequent investigation into Pappian's disappearance turned up Johnson as the person who'd last seen her alive. A background check revealed that Johnson was something of a serial choker who'd had brushes with the law in the past for assault, and he ended up leading police to the grave he dug for Papian. Until 40 years ago, corpses could still be found on top of the Towers of Silence in Yazd, Iran, slowly disintegrating or being picked apart by desert vultures. In the Zoroastrian tradition, once a body ceases to live, it can immediately be contaminated by demons and made impure. To prevent this infiltration, Zoroastrians purified the dead body by exposing it to the elements and local fowl on top of flat-top towers in the desert called dakmas. According to a tradition dating back over 3,000 years, bodies were arranged on the towers in 3 concentric circles. Men were placed in the outer circle, women in the middle, and children in the innermost ring. Bodies were then left until their bones were bleached by the elements and stripped by vultures. After the process of purification, bones were placed in ossuaries near or inside of the towers. Ossuaries from these rituals have been discovered from the 4th and 5th century BCE. Similar dakmas exist outside of Mumbai, India as well, although the most prominent, Towers of Silence, are in Iran. As Iran developed and urbanized, dakmas became increasingly closer to city limits, severely curtailing their use. In the 1970s, the use of Towers of Silence has been illegal in Iran, forcing Orthodox Zoroastrians to adapt to new burial methods. Many in the Zoroastrian community have moved to burying bodies beneath concrete to keep out all the contaminants. Although the towers are no longer used in ceremony, they can be visited along with a number of the ossuaries in the areas. A similar method of feeding the dead to the wild was also practiced by Tibetan Buddhists, who practice ritual dissection, or sky burials. The tradition of chopping up the dead into small pieces and giving the remains to animals, particularly birds. Sometimes the body is left intact, which is not a problem for advantageous vultures. While this may seem undignified and even a bit disgusting, the ritual makes complete sense from a Buddhist perspective. Buddhists have no desire to preserve or commemorate a dead body, something that is seen as an empty vessel. Moreover, in tune with the respect for all life, Buddhists see it as only fitting that one's final act is to have their remains used to sustain life of another living creature, and in fact, the ritual is seen as a gesture of compassion and charity. Today, over 80% of Tibetan Buddhists choose sky burial, a ritual that has been observed for over 1,000 years. Though now banned in India, Sati was a funeral practice in which recently widowed women immolated themselves on their husband's funeral pyre. The custom was seen as a voluntary act, but there are many instances in which women were forced to commit sati, sometimes even dragged against their will to the fire. No one is certain how the ritual got started, but one suggestion is that it was introduced to prevent wives from killing their wealthy husbands and marry their real lovers. Another possibility is that it was seen as a way for a husband and wife to enter into the afterlife together so that they could thwart opportunistic female angels. Interestingly, India was not the first and only culture to adopt the tradition. The ancient societies that practice something similar to sati includes the Egyptians, Greeks, Goths, and Scythians. The best part of an Aboriginal death ritual is that the family members get to keep a souvenir afterward, namely the bones of the deceased. Following the demise of a family member, The body was placed atop a raised platform and covered with leaves and branches where it was left to decompose, a process that often took months. In some cases, the liquid from the decaying corpse was collected and rubbed over the bodies of young men to pass on the good qualities of the deceased person. After, the bones were retrieved and painted with red ochre. The bones were then placed in a cave or inside a hollowed-out log, and in some cases, they would be worn by relatives for up to a year. Some tribes also refused to utter the name of the deceased and completely disregarded any property they left behind. The entire ritual was a way to ensure that the ego components of the deceased spirit didn't get too comfortable hanging out with the living. A couple months ago, my friend's cousin, who's a single mother, bought a new cell phone. After a long day of work, she came home, placed her phone on the counter, and went to watch TV. Her son came to her and asked if he could play with her new phone. She told him not to call anyone or mess with text messages, and he agreed. At around 11:20 at night, she was drowsy, so she decided to tuck her son in and go to bed. She walked to his room and saw that he wasn't there. She then ran over to her room to find him sleeping on her bed with the phone in his hand. Relieved, she picked up her phone from his hand to inspect it. Browsing through it, she noticed only minor changes such as a new background and a banner. But then she opened up her saved pictures. She began deleting the pictures he had taken until only one new picture remained. When she first saw it, she was in disbelief. It was her son sleeping on her bed, but the picture was taken by someone else above him, and it showed the left half of an elderly woman's face. One night, when I was maybe 10 or 12, I had trouble falling asleep. My bedroom was the entire top floor of our house, with my bed and such being on the left side and storage closets and a play area being on the right. I was laying in bed when I heard a noise from the other side of the room and see a rocking horse begin to rock. It was sitting just outside one of the storage closet doors. It proceeded to rock its way halfway across the room and stopped dead under the ceiling light. At this point, I was freaking out and just buried my head under my blankets and never peeked out again until morning. It was all confirmed to not be a dream, as the rocking horse was still in the middle of the room when I woke up. Furthermore, I got a stern reprimand from my parents for being up out of bed playing with my toys well past my bedtime. Their bedroom was directly below the storage closet play area, and had heard the creaking of the rocking horse shuffling across the room. My older sister has a ghost that's followed her around for years. I lived with her once for about 3 months, and so much weird stuff happened in that time. All my sister would say to me when I mentioned it was that her ghost didn't like me being there. Things like going to bed with everything locked up and switched off, and waking up in the morning with the back door open, lights on, and the kettle switched on. One night my sister and I were getting ready to go out, and I'd asked to borrow her liquid foundation. I used it and put it back where she kept her makeup. 10 minutes later, she's asking me for it, and it was nowhere to be seen. She accused me of taking it and made her buy a new one, and refused to listen to my side of the story. About a year or so later, when she was packing to move to a new house, she found the makeup in a shoebox with some old letters. The shoebox was in a zipped-up suitcase that was underneath her bed. But probably the most scared I ever felt was one afternoon when I was the only one in the house, which never happened as 4 other people lived there. I'd arrived home from work and headed straight to the bathroom. All the doors, windows, etc. were closed. I was standing in the bathroom and started squeezing a pimple on my chin when a female voice in the hall said, "Stop picking your zits." It was loud enough and sounded real enough, and at the time I thought it was my sister, so I laughed and told her to fuck off, and asked what she was doing for dinner. No answer. I stuck my head out into the hall. No one there. I searched the house top to bottom, and there was no one home. I sat out on the front porch until someone else got home because I didn't want to be in there alone. My grandfather told me this story about how one time he was sitting in a chair in the front of the house when he heard his wife repeatedly calling him from inside the house. The thing is, my grandmother passed away a few years before that, but he told me that the voice was so pressing that he actually got up to look inside the house, and as soon as he got inside, he heard a loud crash behind him and turned around to see that the chair he was sitting in moments ago had been crushed by the cast iron gutter that fell on it. If he hadn't come inside the house, he would have probably been seriously injured. I don't know if it's paranormal or not, but every time I think about it, it sends chills down my spine. I was babysitting my niece once while I was staying at my brother's place, and they had the baby camera set up so I could see her on the little TV it came with. I was studying and started dozing off when I heard some whispering and realized it was coming from the monitor. I initially thought it was some feedback or something, but when I looked at the TV there was a dark shadow near my niece's crib. I have never been more terrified in my life, but the shadow was clearly there where it had not been before. I ran to my niece's room and looked around and saw nothing, but I took her the hell out of there. I went back to the TV and the shadow was clearly gone. I told my brother what happened and he pulled me aside and told me not to mention it to my sister-in-law because she'll freak out, but that he had seen that same thing several times now, with the same whispering. They stayed in that house for about 4 more years, and when my niece was just learning to talk, she would tell her mom about her special friend. To this day, it scares the shit out of me. When they moved out, my brother told me my niece had become inconsolably sad because she would miss her friend. Her mom would tell her she could bring him along, but all she would say was that he couldn't leave the house. We have never to this day told her about that damn shadow, and she apparently never saw it. As if getting robbed at gunpoint or finding a bloated dead corpse wasn't enough to satisfy your Pokemon Go true horror story needs, here are 5 more true stories of Pokemon Go players to fulfill your urges. When you gotta catch 'em all, nothing can stop you, not even a stab wound. Michael Baker of Forest Grove, Oregon, was so focused on catching all the characters in Pokemon Go that he kept playing even after he was stabbed. Michael told the news that he was out attempting to catch the mythical monsters at 1 in the morning when he was approached by a man who he thought was also playing the game. Michael said this: "I saw him go by and asked if he was playing Pokemon Go. He was like, 'What?' I guess he wanted to battle because he came up at me with a knife," said Michael. Michael refused treatment when police arrived at the scene. Instead, he went to get food and drinks and then back out to get more Pokemon. He later received medical attention for the wound, which resulted in 8 stitches. If all your friends jumped off a cliff, would you do it too? What if your Pokemon took you there? 2 men in their early 20s fell down a cliff in California while playing Pokemon Go. One man fell 50 feet and the other man fell 90 feet all the way down the cliff to the beach. The men sustained moderate injuries, although the extent of those injuries is not clear. A mother in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, who says Pokemon Go is to blame for her 15-year-old daughter being struck by a car. The girl, Autumn, was hit about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, apparently just after tracking down a Pokemon near a busy highway. Autumn was hospitalized after suffering a broken collarbone, a foot injury, and multiple cuts and bruises. Tracy Nolan, who is Autumn's mother, says the accident happened less than 30 minutes after she gave her phone to her daughter so she could play Pokemon. Nolan said Autumn had just finished playing and was trying to cross the street when she was hit. In his latest video, popular YouTuber Lancey Poo decided to record his Go adventures as he headed out to chase Pokemon in the woods. But his trip suddenly took a scary and unexpected turn when Lancey accidentally ended up intruding someone's property while following the Poke radar. This is when things escalated quickly. The alleged owner mistook Lancey's harmless Pokemon hunt for trespassing and, following a very brief warning, opened fire at the YouTuber and his friends. Fortunately, however, Lancey and his companions managed to quickly make their way to their vehicle, getting out of harm's way in one piece. Since the game's release, there have been countless examples of Pokemon appearing in strange places, and gamers playing on extremely inappropriate locations. Noting a rise in Pokemon-related behavior, a journalist has been compiling instances of people playing the game at funerals on the titled Tumblr Pokemon at Funerals. And if funerals were not enough, the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. has had its fair share of Pokemon players stopping in to get game items at the museum's Pokestop, and of course, to catch 'em all. Aaron Langworthy. Visiting Victoria Falls in southern Africa is a dream for many, but for 22-year-old Aaron Langworthy it turned into a nightmare. The Australian was bungee jumping off the Victoria Falls Bridge while visiting Zambia in 2012 when the cord snapped and she plunged 111 meters into the crocodile-infested Zambezi River below. She was swept down the swollen river, her feet still bound together by 10 meters of rope, and spent 40 minutes in the water until she finally managed to grab onto some rocks and an employee of the bungee company pulled her onto the riverbank. Langworthy was taken to Victoria Falls Clinic in Zimbabwe, but didn't reach the clinic until 5.5 hours after her jump. Though her lungs were partially collapsed and her body was covered in bruises, Langworthy didn't suffer any serious injuries and returned home 2 weeks later. She had been the 106th person to jump off the bridge that day. Rochelle Harris. British tourist Rochelle Harris was on a flight back from a holiday in Peru in 2013 when she began experiencing a powerful headache and shooting pains in her face. She also began hearing strange scratching noises and had a discharge from her ear. On returning home, 27-year-old Harris paid a visit to a doctor. After initially blaming an ear infection, doctors soon discovered 8 large maggots wiggling around inside Harris's ear canal. She remembered walking through a swarm of flies while hiking on her vacation, and one had been buzzing in her ear. But once she waved the fly away, she thought nothing more of it. The insect was a New World screwworm fly, which generally lay their larvae in the wounds of warm-blooded animals. Once they hatched 24 hours later, the maggots chewed a 12mm hole in Rochelle Harris's ear canal. The ordeal didn't cause any permanent damage to Harris, and, surprisingly, the incident made her less squeamish about bugs. Keith Brown. British youth worker Keith Brown was traveling to London from Ethiopia with his wife when he was detained by custom officers while connecting in Dubai. He was found to have cannabis on his person, was arrested on drug possession charges, and was sentenced to 4 years in prison. He had 0.003 grams of cannabis stuck to the bottom of his shoe. This is about the size of a grain of sugar, not nearly enough to have any psychotropic effect. Fortunately for the 43-year-old father of 3, he was pardoned and released early on in his sentence. The UAE is notoriously tough and unyielding on drug crime. A German national was imprisoned for carrying over-the-counter jet lag pills that are legal in Dubai, and a Swiss traveler was reportedly jailed for having poppy seeds on his clothing after eating a bread roll at Heathrow Airport. Brittany Drexel. In 2009, 17-year-old Brittany Drexel told her mother she was spending spring break no more than 32 kilometers from their home in Rochester, New York. Instead, she headed to the party town of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina with her boyfriend and friends. While there, she went to the Blue Water Hotel to visit a friend who was staying there. She stayed about 10 minutes, then walked out of the hotel lobby at 9 p.m. Never to be seen again. Surveillance cameras caught her entering and leaving the Blue Water, but offered no other clues. The following day, her cell phone signal disappeared. The signal was later tracked to a swampy area, sparking even greater fears for Brittany's safety. The area was searched extensively, but nothing was ever discovered. Police interviewed the friend she had visited at the Blue Water Hotel, who had somewhat suspiciously returned home to Rochester that night at 2 a.m. and searched the room of a person of interest at another hotel, but no concrete evidence or trace of Brittany Drexel was ever found. Brittany's mother eventually moved from Rochester to Myrtle Beach to feel closer to her daughter and to stay involved in the investigation. The Lutz family. Widower Gary Lutz wanted to share his love of caving with his 2 sons, Buddy, age 13, and Tim, age 9. In June 1990, he drove with the boys from their home in Florida to explore the New Trout Cave in West Virginia. They set off into the cave wearing headlamps and carrying a pack of supplies including food, water, and extra headlamps. After 305 meters, they reach a section known as the Maze, full of jagged rocks and tight spaces. Fearing the pack would become a hindrance, Lutz left it behind, intending to return in the half hour he estimated they had left in their headlamps. After only a few minutes, the boys' lamps burnt out. Lutz decided to return to the pack, but soon realized they were lost. Lutz's lamp died and the family was plunged into darkness. Gary and the boys were trapped in the cave for 5 days with no food, water, or light. They began hallucinating, retching from the soot left over from the past mining operations in the cave, and Gary developed chest pains. On the 5th day, the family was rescued after a nearby resident alerted authorities that the car had been parked outside the cave for days. Chesney Imans. While traveling in Indonesia with her boyfriend, 23-year-old British beauty therapist Chesney Emons had to be rushed out of the jungle when she fell seriously ill and was unable to see. Arriving at the nearest hospital 5 hours later, she was put into an induced coma. Emons, with her boyfriend and a friend, had purchased a bottle of alcohol from a local shop with an original label reading "gin" and had several drinks. It was later discovered that the gin had been removed and replaced with cheaper home-brewed methanol, which can cause seizures, kidney failure, blindness, and death. 5 days after the incident, when it became clear that Emons would never recover, her parents made the heartbreaking decision to turn off her daughter's life support. The store was investigated and shut down. Potent home-brewed alcohol is a serious problem in Indonesia. In 2009, 25 people died in Bali after drinking a local spirit tainted with methanol. The Kim family. Tech editor James Kim, his wife Katie, and their 2 young daughters set off from Portland, Oregon, the day after Thanksgiving 2006, heading for the southern coast. After missing a turnoff, the Kims followed what looked like a shortcut on their map, but was in fact a treacherous road over the mountains. After realizing the route was impassable, the Kims attempted to back their car out, but were unable to do so. They spent the night in the car, only to wake up surrounded by deep snow. They were stranded. The Kims ran the car engine to stay warm and burned tires after the gas ran out. Katie Kim breastfed Penelope, 4 years old, and Sabine, 7 months. After several days, James Kim decided he had to go for help. He set off, saying he would return shortly if he couldn't find a way out. He never made it back to the car. After 9 days, helicopters hired by James Kim's parents discovered and rescued Katie Kim and her girls. The body of James Kim was discovered in a creek 2 days later. He had walked several miles through a steep canyon, but sadly ended up only 1 mile from his family's car. Tragically, if he had walked a mile in the other direction, he would have found an empty lodge, packed full of food and supplies. If you haven't already jumped on the Pokemon Go hype train, consider yourself lucky. For the millions of us who did, listen carefully. This game is more dangerous than you think. For those of you who don't know what it is, it's this GPS-based game on your phone where you walk around in real life locating these cute little monsters to catch them with a capsule. Sounds innocent enough, right? Now, when it first came out, I, like many others, was absolutely thrilled to stand outside my lawn for hours catching Pidgeys and Rattatas. It seemed I was finally living out my childhood dream, even if I was just catching these stupid-ass purple rats. My house is located in a small suburban neighborhood pretty far from town, but there were several lakes and woods nearby that made the area quite beautiful. It was really fun to walk through the trails catching Pokemon. However, there weren't much around here except for the really common ones my friends already had. I realized there was even more to this game when I discovered gym battles and Pokestops. This got me biking all over town trying to visit them and collect all the different types of Pokemon I could find. When I finally hit level 5, I joined Team Instinct, excited to finally start battling. This went on for a couple days. My parents were thrilled I would spend so much time outside instead of locked up in my room playing video games. Guess I was still playing, but as long as I was outside, my parents didn't care. About a week after I had downloaded the app, I was up late playing Overwatch when I noticed there was a new Pokemon on my nearby list. Sweet. Koffing, I thought. I didn't have one of those yet. It was almost 2 AM, but I figured I'll just be outside for a little bit. I won't go far. I mean, I gotta catch them all, right? We just finished the round on Hanamura, so I told my friends I'd be right back. When I got outside, I realized the street was pretty well lit thanks to the multiple streetlights placed throughout the neighborhood. It was comforting. I'll be okay, I said to myself reassuringly and began walking in a direction to test if Koffing was getting closer. However, I'd made it pretty far and noticed he remained at 3 steps. I then turned back the other way and walked for about 5 minutes before I realized I wasn't even getting any closer. Slightly frustrated, I decided to head back home when I noticed a new Pokemon had shown up on my nearby list. At first, I wasn't sure what it was. It didn't seem to have a head and just had these long, thin arms and legs that were attached to its body. It reminded me of Deoxys in defense form, but I remember that he wasn't even in the game. Then it hit me. This was Hitmonlee. I had heard my friends talking about how rare those were, and I quickly got excited. I was pretty far from home, but I was eager to show off to my friends my new Pokemon, so I continued down the road. As I proceeded in my quest for the Hitmonlee, I noticed it got closer and closer until it was at the top of my nearby Pokemon list. Glad to know I was on the right track though. My excitement quickly turned to hesitation when I realized I had made it to the edge of the woods. I'm a pretty avid horror fan, so I've read my fair share of scary stories about the woods, but here I was, about to catch this Pokemon. So I wasn't about to let some axe murderer's staircases turn me off from continuing down the trail. I reminded myself that I'd be quick and thought of the glory of bragging to my friends, so I stepped foot into the eerie cluster of trees. Fortunately, a small dirt path had been cleared out, so I didn't have to worry about getting sliced up by a bunch of branches. The path was fairly straight, so I didn't feel the need to turn on my flashlight. This game absolutely slaughters my battery. I followed the path all the way to the clearing where several picnic tables had been overturned. I shined my screen on them and noticed several large splatters located on the wooden tables. They looked red, but it was hard to tell. Someone must have been playing paintball here and used these for cover. Pretty good idea if you ask me. At this point, Hitmonlee was only 2 steps away, but when I tried to look for a way to keep moving forward, all I was met with were trees. The path had ended. I considered forcing my way through the thick foliage, but I guess I finally got some senses in me and passed it off as a bad idea. Disappointed, I turned to follow my trail back and to my surprise, Hitmonlee was getting closer. I didn't understand how walking in the opposite direction I was just going brought me closer to my target, but I didn't question it. Perhaps it was glitchy, and fortunately, that was in my favor. Or so I thought. I grinned as the 1 step quickly turned into no steps, indicating that the Pokemon was right near me. I stopped and waited for the sweet, victorious vibration of my phone, and sure enough, it came. But something was wrong. Very wrong. First of all, Hitmonlee was brown. Whatever just popped up next to me on my screen was an ugly gray. I zoomed in and noticed that it didn't have any eyes. It was just this large blob with arms that was stood up with 2 very long legs. I tapped on it to catch it, and my camera turned on. The arrows indicated that it was to my left, so I spun my phone around until I was pointing back in the direction of the clearing. My heart raced as I frantically looked at my screen for something, but there was nothing there. Just a lone Pokeball waiting to catch whatever I had just found. I'm still not sure why I did this. It wouldn't have helped, but instinctively, I flipped on my flashlight and immediately wished I hadn't. Whatever stood before me was neither human nor Pokemon. It was fucking terrifying. It had these two awful sunken holes the size of a beehive that might have had eyes if it had any. Its entire body was made up of this gray, rotten flesh that made me want to hurl just looking at it. I don't know how long I stood there, paralyzed with fear, before I noticed its body started separating at the abdomen to reveal thousands of tiny teeth that looked like the horrid legs of a centipede. Then it screamed. If I wasn't running before, I sure was now. I was letting out these panic whimpers as I tried to navigate my way back home. With all the roots and rocks, I knew at one point I was going to trip and that would be the end of me. Immediately after having that thought, my foot caught something hard and I hit the ground, throwing my phone out ahead of me. I started crying as I heard the sound of branches snapping, getting closer and closer. I could see the headlines already. 19-year-old murdered in woods while playing Pokemon Go. At that point, I must have been pretty delusional because something screamed in my head that I should grab my phone and throw a Pokeball at it. A Pokeball at that thing. When you have nothing to lose, you're willing to try just about anything, so I scrambled over to my phone and held it up in front of me like a holy cross. I flipped on the flashlight and focused on my phone screen. It's just a game, it's just a game, I repeated to myself. Suddenly, it leaped out toward me. I swiped up on my phone screen and closed my eyes, feeling ridiculous for what I had just done. And then I heard it. The sound of something being captured. I opened my eyes to see that nothing lay ahead of me except for a couple of rocks and twigs, but on my screen, there was a Pokeball. You know that obnoxious feeling you get when you're down to just a few Pokeballs, but there's a CP-428 dugong, and you just have to catch it? Well, imagine that, but add 100 times more terror and panic, and you have what I was just feeling. I prayed that whatever I had just caught would stay that way. I listened carefully, eyes closed. 1 tick, 2 tick, 3 tick. Caught. My mind couldn't process what just happened. I just lay there on the ground sobbing and shaking from whatever the hell I had just experienced. Eventually, I realized I didn't want to spend another second in these stupid woods, so I got up and checked my phone. My app had crashed. I didn't care. I started to run, but quickly stopped from the jolting pain that shot up my leg. I must have twisted my ankle pretty bad from the fall. I hobbled back home as quickly as my crippled foot would take me and collapsed on the couch. The next morning, I wanted to believe I had dreamed the whole thing, but the pain in my foot told me I hadn't. I then decided to check my phone, so I started up Pokemon Go and checked my recent Pokemon, and my heart sank. That abomination I saw yesterday was now in my phone. I summoned up the courage to tap on it, and it brought me to the stats screen like any other Pokemon, but everything, including its name, were just these weird scratch-like symbols. It looked just as terrible as it did last night. Disgusted, I decided I had enough of this stupid game and quickly deleted it. This was way too real for me. I was done catching Pokemon. But we all know that's not true. You just can't quit Pokemon Go. Sure enough, I downloaded it again 3 days later and made a new account. This game is just too much fun. But I want to warn you guys, there's something sinister about this game and I experienced it firsthand. I love playing it so much, but I feel like I'm being put in danger. Stay safe, everyone. I was still a little bit skeptical that this whole thing even happened, until I went back to the trail with some friends today to check it out. When we got to the clearing, we found something incredibly creepy that I think may help explain what happened. I'll finish typing it up in a bit, but I noticed on my screen that the coughing popped up again on my nearby list. I still don't have that one yet and I really, really want it. It's almost midnight, but I figure I'll just be outside for a little bit. I won't go far. I mean, I gotta catch 'em all, right? Around the time of the early 90s, I lived in New Mexico. I was a gang youth counselor at the time and worked a number of houses where they were classed as either residential treatment centers or drug and alcohol houses. What this really meant was that if you were in a residential treatment center, the clients in there were typically prone to more violence and behavioral issues. If you were a client in a drug and alcohol house, this often meant you were a high-risk youth who came from a sketchy family background. I worked in one of the drug and alcohol homes. My shifts were 3.5 days long, and that meant I had 3.5 days off to go camping and other such things in New Mexico. I had a kid who was a Navajo who was brought in from the big res in Four Corners one night. He'd been found wandering around in some really far-flung area of the res, and no one from any part of the tribe would claim him to raise, so they brought him to us. He was a big guy and he never spoke to us. Part of our cultural training with Navajos was not to make eye contact unless they initiated it. He kept his head down and remained silent. A few days went by since I lived in the house 3.5 days a week, and then had 3 days off. I had planned to go do some fly fishing in the Four Corners area of the San Juan River. My last night in the house, the night counselor woke me up at 2 a.m., knocking on my door and saying in a whisper, "You've got to come downstairs. The new kid is doing something weird." I go down and he's sitting in the middle of the living room chanting, and he has a huge knife. There are some other assorted items around, I don't remember what. And while he knows we're there, he simply continues his ritual. Now, I'm all for freedom of ritual, but knives weren't allowed in the house, or any sharps for that matter, and he was supposed to be in bed. Long story short, I called the police and the house therapist, and the police came and have him removed. On his way out the door, he locks eyes with me and shouts something long and very much in Navajo, which unfortunately no one understands. The next day, I go camping alone in the Four Corners in a campground near San Juan River. The drive out there is spooky. Low-lying ground fog from which these wild Navajo sheep emerge, and suddenly right in the middle of the road. Anyway, it's spooky, but I push it aside and get to the campsite. The campsite was this place called Cottonwood Campground. Every 50 to 100 feet was a campsite, and it being summer, all the spots were taken. I had reserved mine, so I pulled in, laid out my tarp, and got my sleeping bag set up. I got a nice fire going, and while the flames crackled away, I tied some flies and listened to the coyotes howl in the distance. On both sides of me there was a truck and a camper. Both had plates from Texas. The truck had a tent and the others were staying in the camper. I fell asleep near the fire and went deep into a dream. Well, eventually, the dream turned into a terrifying nightmare where some wild animal was attacking me. There was a primal sense to the dream I was unused to, and all I could hear was growling and snarling, and the detail was very real. I could even feel the hot breath near my cheeks as something lunged towards me. I woke up. The sounds continued right next to me. I freaked. What the fuck? Some animal kept circling me in the darkness. I had brought a large hunting knife and kept it next to my sleeping bag. Also, I was sleeping near my car, which I realized was a very good thing. I also had a flashlight. Unfortunately, I'd forgotten to change the batteries in the flashlight, so when I turned it on and aimed it, it only dimly stayed on for about 30 seconds. And in that 30 seconds, I saw a large coyote snarling at me. When the flashlight went out, I threw it at the coyote, and when it charged at me, I decided to bury into my bag with the knife pointing straight up. I would kill it if it attacked me by coming on top of my sleeping bag. I will thrust the knife straight up into this beast's heart through the bag. Meanwhile, I'm screaming for help, screaming that I'm being attacked by a coyote and I need a light or gun or any kind of help. I'm being specific so people know that A, I'm not crazy, and B, I'm not a criminal. I'm telling them I need a light or someone to come out and help me because I'm being attacked. No one comes to my aid. It's as if the entire campground either doesn't hear me or is ignoring me or something. My neighbors, they're only 50 feet away. Nothing. No help. This goes on for a half an hour. I'm scared shitless at this point. Finally, I get the damn thing to back up enough by throwing many rocks at it at once. It backed up for about a minute. I decided to risk getting attacked and grab my keys, my knife in my pants, and run to the car door. Heart in my mouth all the way. Somehow, I get into the car without being eaten. I turn on my headlights and this gray shape slinks off into some brush about 30 feet away. Its eyes red and glowing at me from the shrubs. I bed down in my hatchback and try to calm myself, but it's hard to do. Just when I'm catching my breath after about 15 minutes, there's suddenly a thump on the side of my car, and I swear to frickin' God, it's snarling in my window. It's salivating. Jaws are at my window and snapping in the air while it looks straight at me, furiously lunging to get into my car. Screw it, I fly out of there and leave my crap behind. I spent the night in the well-lit parking lot of a fly fishing shop 5 miles away, and God, what a beautiful sunrise. I mean, it was so full of color and, well, life. When I went back to get my stuff the next day, the people camped on either side of me don't make eye contact or speak to me. It's like they're unaware of anything that happened, or they were scared of me or something. Meanwhile, I'm pretty pissed. When I got back to ABQ, some friends of mine who I used to play pool with half-jokingly suggested the kid had been into black magic or some stuff and had cursed me successfully. While I'm a firm skeptic, it sure felt like it. And yes, I called the ranger station from that campground and told them about the attack, and they said that no one ever heard of a coyote attacking a human and how skeptical they were of my story, especially since no one else had reported anything. But they would follow up if they found the animal. I never heard from them again. The following is based on the true story of Lily Lindstrom, a 32-year-old prostitute who, on May 4th, 1954, was found murdered in her small apartment in the Atlas area of Stockholm, Sweden. She had been dead for a couple days, her skull had been crushed, and the detectives noticed that someone had been drinking her blood. World known as the Vampire Murder Case, or the Atlas Vampire. Numerous so-called vampires have committed heinous crimes and been captured, providing details of their crimes and desires. This case remains unsolved and is merely a speck in the long list of supposed vampire killers. Her name was Lily, and she lived in Stockholm, Sweden. She stayed in a quaint old house in the Atlas area and had a great life, going out almost every night and meeting tons of interesting people all the time. Strapped for cash, she began a part-time job as a prostitute. She had been doing it for a few days and everything was going great, but on May 1st, strange things started happening. She got home late that night, and as she was groping for the light switch in the dark, her hand brushed up against something cold and soft in the middle of the room. She desperately searched across the wall for a light, but when she finally reached it, she saw nothing there. Unnerved, she sat down on the couch for a moment to catch her breath when suddenly an intense, pounding headache began. She'd never had a migraine before, but assumed this was one. and mostly forgot about what she'd felt in the dark. The next day, she woke up feeling drained and exhausted. The headache had mostly cleared, but when she glanced in the mirror, there was a large bump forming on the side of her forehead. Thinking she must have merely hit her head while asleep, she tried not to think about it. She went out as she had planned. She got home late again that night and, feeling a bit fearful because of last night, found the light as quickly as possible. Everything was going normally, and she felt silly for still being so anxious. She focused her attention on the television, watching reruns, and then falling asleep. Abruptly, the headache from the night before started up again, this time even more potent. It throbbed in her skull and hurt so badly she could almost taste blood in the back of her throat. As the night wore on, the headache didn't let up at all. In fact, it got even more overpowering. She went to take a painkiller and took a sip of water, but it tasted strange, almost metallic. She spit it out into the sink and looked at it, horrified. Instead of the water she'd taken a sip of, a pool of red blood was swirling down the drain. She took a step back and probed her mouth for some sort of cut or reasonable explanation for the blood in the sink. Without finding one, she got increasingly more disturbed. Swallowing, the metal taste in her mouth subsided while her headache grew stronger. It pushed against the back of her eyelids, growing more and more intense until her vision began to blur. In the haze of the kitchen, she saw what looked like a tall, pale man standing in the middle of the room. As he began walking toward her, she'd heard a woman wail in ecstasy, but quickly the moan turned into screams of terror and pain. Petrified, she stumbled back into the living room and passed out on the ottoman to the sounds of fear and agony. Awakening the next morning, she tried to pass off the previous night's events as a headache-induced nightmare, but barely could. It had felt so real, and the bump on her forehead had grown in size. Wanting to get out of the hotel room and forget, she went to some more tourist spots, but still felt on edge, as if someone was watching her. She got home early that night, hoping to avoid another creepy experience. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, she got a call from her friend Minnie, asking to come over. Without waiting for a response, Minnie hung up, saying she'd be right there. Minnie came upstairs and knocked on the door. Lily let her in, and they talked like old friends do, and had been chatting for about a half an hour when the phone began to ring. Lily answered confidently, hoping it was a customer for her newly thriving business. It was a man's voice. He asked her if her name was Lily. Minnie said it couldn't hurt to invite him up, and Lily was happy to oblige. As he walked in the door, Lily gasped. He looked almost exactly like the hazy figure she'd seen the night before, tall, pasty white, but he was friendly and joined in their conversation. He'd brought some drinks, and soon they were all feeling a little tipsy. He said they should play a fun game of truth or dare, and, feeling like a giddy teenagers again, they both agreed it was a great idea. Soon they ended up alone in her bedroom. A half an hour later, they remembered Minnie sitting in her living room, but as she went out to check, Minnie seemed to have let herself out. She smiled and went back to the bedroom. At 9 o'clock that night, Minnie was sure she'd be done with that man and called her up, asking if she wanted to go to the park with her. She didn't answer her phone and didn't come to the door. Minnie assumed she wasn't quite finished with her guy and left them alone. The next day, Minnie tried to get a hold of her again, but to no avail. By the next day, Minnie was worried and called the police. The police broke into Lily's apartment and found her lying dead, face down on the ottoman. Her skull was bashed in, and small, even puncture wounds covered the soft, pale skin of her body. Small slices in her skin were also noticed, along with the presence of human saliva around the cuts. The whole apartment was meticulously clean. Lily's clothes were neatly folded on the chair, and her bedspread was neatly made. It's the middle of the night. You're laying in bed, sweating. You can't sleep. You're frightened to turn around in bed to see what's lurking in the darkness behind you. You know nothing's behind you. Things like that don't exist. But you're scared. So you decide to turn around. You can do it. Just go quickly. Nothing will be there. You quickly spin around in bed and stare into the darkness. Nothing's there. You lay down. You had just scared the crap out of yourself. You did. Not the darkness. You need to go to the bathroom, so you get up and sit at the edge of your bed. You look around. Still nothing there. You stare at the light shining through the crack in your doorway, and you make a run for it. You run out your door and turn the corner to your bathroom. You run in, close the door behind yourself, and lock it. After a couple minutes you finish, but don't want to go back out there. After a couple more minutes, you get up, wash your hands, and decide you're going to go back out there. You're just not going to think about it. So you open the door. No, wait. That didn't work. You try again. It's stuck. This time you ram yourself into the door, thinking and hoping that it's just a little jammed. This time it flew open, and to your satisfaction, nothing is there. So you start to make your way back to your room. You're now outside your room. On your way into your room, you do your room check, you know, the one you do every time you go back to your room in the middle of the night. You step in, look around, the darkness filling your room, check behind the door, look away, but wait. You could swear you saw something behind the door. You can hear breathing behind the door. You turn back around and look at the door, and then you wake up. You sit up, sweating like crazy, scared to death. You look over behind the door and see someone standing there. You must be imagining it. You close your eyes and rub them. You open them up again. It's an old woman, now floating right in front of your face, 1 inch away. Her face is dirty and old, rotting away. Her hair the same. Her eyes are bloodshot and menacing. She's wearing a dirty white and gray polka-dotted nightgown. The worst part? Her dirty, bloody teeth, open, showing her mouth, which is letting out a terrible, menacing sound. It sounds like a constant grasping for breath, and she's leaning in, now reaching for you, and she grabs you. She grabs you and plunges her hand deep into your chest and pulls it back out with your heart in hand. She devours it in front of you. You could feel yourself slipping away, but not quick enough. She plunges in again and again, pulling something else out each time. She does this till you have nothing left in you. Then she grabs your head and plunges in for your eyeballs. But then, you wake up, and you look over to see a woman stand behind the door. When Felix Angus put up the life-size shrouded bronze statue of a grieving angel seated on a pedestal in the Angus family plot in the Druid Ridge Cemetery, he had no idea what he had started. The statue was a rather eerie figure by day, frozen in a moment of grief and terrible pain. At night, the figure was almost unbelievably creepy, the shroud over its head obscuring the face until you were up close to it. There was a living air about the grieving angel, as if its arms could reach out and grab you if you weren't careful. It didn't take long for the rumors to sweep through the town and surrounding countryside. They say that the statue, nicknamed Black Aggie, was haunted by the spirit of a mistreated wife who lay beneath her feet. The statue's eyes would glow red at the stroke of midnight, and any living person who returned the statue's gaze would instantly be struck blind. Any pregnant woman who passed through her shadow would miscarry. If you sat on her lap at night, the statue would come to life and crush you to death in her dark embrace. If you spoke Black Aggie's name 3 times at midnight in front of a dark mirror, the evil angel would appear and pull you down to hell. They also said that the spirits of the dead would rise from their graves on dark nights to gather around the statue at night. People began visiting the cemetery just to see the statue, and it was then that the local fraternity decided to make the Statue of Grief part of their initiation rites. Black Aggie, sitting where candidates for membership had to spend the night crouched beneath the statue with their backs to the grave of General Angus, became popular. One dark night, 2 fraternity members accompanied a new hopeful to the cemetery and watched while he took his place underneath the creepy statue. The clouds had obscured the moon that night, and the whole area surrounding the dark statue was filled with a sense of anger and malice. It felt as if a storm were brewing in that part of the cemetery, and to their chagrin, the 2 fraternity members noticed that gray shadows seemed to be clustering around the body of the frightened fraternity candidate, crouching in front of the statue. What had been a funny initiation rite suddenly took on an air of danger. One of the fraternity brothers stepped forward in alarm to call out the initiate. As he did, the statue above the boy stirred ominously. The 2 fraternity brothers froze in shock as the shrouded head turned toward the new candidate. They saw the gleam of glowing red eyes beneath the concealing hood as the statue's arms reached out toward the cowering boy. With shouts of alarm, the fraternity brothers leapt forward to rescue the new initiate. But it was too late. The initiate gave one horrified yell, and then his body disappeared into the embrace of the dark angel. The fraternity brothers skidded to a halt as the statue thoughtfully rested its glowing eyes upon them. With gasps of terror, the boys fled from the cemetery before the statue could grab them too. Hearing the screams, a night watchman hurried to the Angus plot. To his chagrin, he discovered the body of a young man laying at the foot of the statue. The young man had apparently died of fright. The disruption caused by the statue grew so acute that the Angus family finally donated it to the Smithsonian Museum in Washington, D.C. The grieving angel sat for many years in storage there, never again to plague the citizens visiting the Druid Hill Park Cemetery.
The American dream. It's different for everyone. For some, it's to be successful and live in a big house on some hill in California. Mine is simple, probably a bit stereotypical. My dream is to live in the suburbs and live a quiet life with my family in a small neighborhood. Our house lies just on the outskirts of town, and our street is full of pleasant people. My family and I easily became friends with everyone on our street once we moved. Our house was in front of a dense forest full of green trees. It was a beautiful scene that fit my dream perfectly. The first week of living at our new house was wonderful. We had just installed a new electric fence so that our dog, Smokey, could run and play with the kids outside. Sometimes the kids would run with the dog into the woods and play fetch by throwing sticks and watch Smokey try to weave through all the brush and broken branches. I always told them to never go too far into the woods, or they'd get lost. The 8th day of living in our new home was strange. Much to my dismay, the kids ran outside with the dog and tried running into the woods, but Smokey stopped just outside of them, refusing to go any further. He was terrified, and he let a small whimper out as he slowly backed away from the forest. The kids pulled on Smokey's collar, but he wouldn't budge, and the more they tugged on him, the more he resisted. So the kids ditched the dog and went into the woods. I approached Smokey to see what was wrong. I knelt down next to him and scanned woods in the direction he appeared to be looking at. But as far as I could tell, there was nothing there. As the day progressed, I called the kids inside because it was getting late and sent them to bed with a few bedtime stories. After, I went to bed with my wife and wrapped my arms around her as we drifted off to sleep. It was nearly 2 in the morning when I woke up due to somewhat sickening sound. I got up out of bed and walked downstairs where the noise was even louder. It sounded like a dying animal, and it was coming from the woods behind our house. It didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard, and the scream sounded like whatever it was suffering a slow and excruciatingly painful death. The screams continued endlessly and were getting louder and louder. With every scream increasing in volume, they each sounded more sickening than the last. Suddenly, my heart sank and a sense of dread washed over my body. The screaming had stopped abruptly. It was sad to think some poor animal was just finished off. However, I felt a great sense of relief. The screaming had been torture for me. Trying to forget what I just heard, I shook my head and went back to bed. I woke up the next morning and I told my wife about the night before. She said it was probably just an animal and I shouldn't worry about it. It was about noon when I went outside to play with the kids and Smokey. I decided to accompany them into the woods, but once again, Smokey stopped at the edge. This time he was barking intensely, and I decided to see what was in there. I didn't see anything, and even looked around for traces of any kind of attack of the animal I heard last night. As I started walking back to the house, I told the kids not to go into the forest, but my wife protested. She claimed I had nothing to worry about and that I was just being paranoid. The following day, the older of my 2 sons, John, told me while he was running around and playing outside, he had heard what sounded like a child screaming in the woods. Strange, because the screams that I heard sounded nothing like a kid, possibly an older man, but definitely more along the lines of an animal. 2 days later, Smokey disappeared. There were no traces of him, and no one had seen him since the night before. I started to get more and more worried due to the recent events happening. On the bright side, I hadn't heard screaming for the past few nights. I'd hoped whatever it was gone. Around midnight, I woke up to the sight of my other son, Mike, in front of my bed with a terrified look on his face. He asked if he could sleep in my room tonight, and so normally I asked him what was bothering him. He told me that when he woke up in the middle of the night, he saw a shadow in the backyard of a child. However, he said the kid walked around like a dog and was on all fours. He had locked eyes with him through the window and had bolted off into the woods where later Mike heard screams. I told Mike that he could sleep in my room, so he would have nothing to worry about. That same night, I stayed awake all night and waited to hear anything so that I could find some answers. I began to doze off when suddenly the silence was broken. The screams have started once more. I grabbed the shotgun and the flashlight from the garage and sprinted into the woods. As I got further into the woods, I could hear the screams getting louder, closer. My heart pounded in my chest, and chills of pure dread were enveloping my entire body. As I got to what was, I thought, about 20 feet away from the screaming, it all just stopped. The sudden silence was a bit unnerving, and my heart began beating faster, if that was even possible. With speed I didn't think I possessed, I ran back home. The more I ran, the more afraid I became. It was taking way too long to get back to the house. Maybe I was going the wrong way. I ran, and I could not find the edge of the woods. Suddenly, I heard barking coming from behind me, and it was none other than, you guessed it, Smokey. I ran in his direction, yelling out for him, but I couldn't find him. Just when I thought I was getting close, the barking stopped. I began to feel queasy and started running further and further until I stumbled upon what I'd call a pure monstrosity. It stood around my height. Its skin was so pale that it glowed in what little moonlight there was. It stood awkward, as if it had a hunchback, its body deformed and twisted. What got to me the most was its face, which so happened to be my face, sort of. It was a deformed version of my face, to say the least. Its mouth was huge with teeth that looked like they could grind metal, and it had so many tongues I didn't even bother trying to count. And its eyes, where the fuck were they? The thing then got on its hands and knees and began crawling towards me at an alarming pace. I dropped my gun in fear and bolted in the opposite direction, sprinting as fast as I could, trying to escape the woods and that thing. I could hear its steps on my heels, and I let out a panicked scream, hoping someone would hear, only to have breathtaking revelation. My heart sank to the pits of my stomach. My scream! I'd been hearing my own screams all along. This thing, it can mimic voices. If it can mimic my face, although horribly, surely it can mimic my voice as well. Those screams my kids heard, it must have been their own. And the thing Mike saw was this thing, no doubt. All this dawned on me as I continued to run. I chanced to glance behind me, and I didn't see a thing, which in turn made my blood run cold. I was exhausted from the constant running, but a twig snapped in the distance and had me running like never before. How long had it been since I'd been running anyway? Where was the edge of the woods? I just wanted to run back home and get my family out of here and away from that thing. Unfortunately, nothing looked familiar, and the more I continued to run, the more I realized I wouldn't be leaving these woods. In retrospect, I should have taken my own advice. Do not go far into the woods, otherwise you could get lost.
I know this road better than I know myself. I know each Interstate 85's 250 odd miles. I know that it takes me an average of 3 hours and 26 minutes to drive west from Charlotte to Atlanta, and an average of 3 hours and 29 minutes to make it to the same trip going eastward. I know the price of gas at a dozen stands and the closing hours of each fast food shack and greasy diner. I know the curves of each low hill, and I know each stand of pine and oak trees. I know the stretching dark of the long winter nights and the wet heat of the summer breeze. I know these things well because they are the totality of my existence now. I know the names of each exit, westward and east, Batesville, Poplar Springs, Spartanburg. They tick through my head as I pass, but the Silver Creek Road exit is never among them. In 3 years of this endless loop, it has never appeared again. If I ever begin to doubt that it will, then I have nothing left. The Silver Creek Road exit doesn't exist on any map, or at least it no longer does. It may have once, but like the road itself, it has been razed from the earth and from all memory and record. At the beginning, I spent long, anxious days poring over old surveying maps and neighborhood planning documents, searching in vain for any sign of the road or the exit I know I had taken. When there was nothing left in libraries and city halls to comb through, no meek county official left to interrogate, wide-eyed and frothing, then I began the drive. I've been through 2 cars and have burned through my savings and now survive off a stack of rapidly vanishing credit cards. I have no address to receive bills and no intentions of paying. and had been filling my trunk with small plastic gallon jugs of gas while the cards are still acceptable. When this filthy and battered Oldsmobile gives up the ghost at last, I suppose I will have to learn to hitchhike. I first took the Silver Creek Road exit 3 summers ago, on that last night that I was with Bobby. I have in my head just a few frozen frames of that ride left, her black curls bouncing like springs in the evening breeze, her gaping, toothed and freckled smile, and the slow summer crossing into night. We'd made that drive together a dozen times between our apartment in Atlanta and her brother in Charlotte. There was nothing remarkable that night. We simply ran low on gas and took the first exit we came across. I remember vividly passing beneath the green and sparkling white letters of the exit sign and onto the sharp curve of the road. The street turned perpendicular from the light and noise of the highway into inky darkness of the pine trees. Nothing remarkable to separate it from 100 other county roads, but as the light of the car penetrated the darkness, a vague and trembling unease passed through me. The tall, rustling pines seemed black even under the blue-white of the headlamps, and the road began to rapidly degrade, becoming pocketed and uneven just a few dozen yards in. All the roar and glare from the highway seemed swallowed up behind us, and there were no lights ahead of us for as far as we could see. My insides felt tight and knotted, and I turned to Bobby. She had her skinny legs tucked to her chest and looked at me, quizzically, one eyebrow raised, with a small crooked smile. Her small bravery seemed to dissipate the chill that had been steadily rising from within me. I looked forward to the road. I felt a sudden sharp pressure on my chest. Stretching out in front of the light of the headlamps, the road ended. There was a small field of shattered asphalt slabs, and then the forest swallowed up every trace under a blanket of rotting pine needles. Something twinkled brightly between the trees, and I strained to pick it out of the darkness. It was the smooth chrome of a bumper attached to a pitted and rusted car, completely enclosed by the towering pines. A wave of panic and distortion crawled down my scalp, and my knuckles went white on the wheel. Bobby placed her hand on my shoulder, gently squeezed once. "Cal," she said, firm and evenly, "we need to turn around now, honey." There was a tremulous quality to the last word, as the surreal darkness seemed to further constrict around us. I heard her take a little gasp of air. I began to turn the wheel when I realized how narrow the road had become. It had been 2 lanes when we started. I was sure of this, but the forest seemed to be pressing against both sides of the car, far too narrow to turn around. Blood pounded in my temples, and I threw the car into reverse. The boughs of the trees scraped against both sides, soft whispering scratches from the needles and the soft thuds of thicker branches. Bobby held her hand on my knee, calming and reassuring even as panic threatened to overwhelm me. I could see the highway moments later, a thin cloud of hazy illumination over the rise behind us, and the forest seemed to part like a curtain. Bobby released her breath and giggled softly, and I felt a wave of elation wash over me. I turned to her to share relieved smiles, and I locked with her dark eyes when the siren sounded once and sharp in the silence, and bright blue and red strobes flashed through the window. The police cruiser was parked in the center of the road, crouching low and silent like a predator. The familiar red and blue flicker bathed the street in weird crooked shadows. As I turned off the engine, there was a slam of a car door, and I could hear the heavy thud of boots on the road pacing towards us. The comforting normalcy of the sight of a police officer began to drain away as he approached in the dark. He carried no flashlight, and I saw his gloved hands hanging straight at his sides in the side mirror as he walked towards me. He was dressed in thick winter wear, with his high collar turned up and his hat pulled low. He approached the window, and as he leaned straight from the waist to fix his black and beady eyes on me, I realized just how thin and tall he was.
License and registration.
His voice was muffled and thick with a strange and choked drawl, almost unintelligible, and his lips seemed to move in a manner counter to the shape of his words. The summer night air around him seemed to grow even warmer. There were no sounds, no wind in the pines, and no chirping of insects. I was mesmerized by the strangeness of what seemed for all the world to be an absurd imitation of a man. For the second time in as many minutes, I wondered fleetingly if I was dreaming. I could now see that he had no badge and was simply dressed in unremarkable black clothes. The overwhelming fog of dread and panic seemed to condense all at once around me, and singular animal command to flee at once drove my hands forward towards the keys. He was quicker. One black gloved fist slammed into my temple, and a shower of stars exploded over my left eye, and the world tipped sideways. I remember him dragging me from the car. The shocking heat in his grasp seemed almost to burn. I remember hearing Bobby's screams and seeing in dizzy glimpses her brief flight before being swept into those inhumanly long and slender arms. One glove came off in the struggle, and I saw the pale white hand, like an immense knobby spider, each leg tipped with a black and curved talon. The world swam around me, wild and burning, and I struggled to move my limbs. Bobby was limp in his arms as he approached me again, and I struggled weakly to my feet. Our eyes met in the red and blue strobe. He looked nothing like a man now. His once pale mockery of humanity was stretching and distending away into some unthinkable shape. He did a very human thing then, and smiled, lips peeling back to reveal rows of thin white needles. I was running before I knew it, bolting, dizzy and weaving down the road. I was vaulting across the shoulder of the highway when my rational mind clawed its way to the surface. Coward! It screeched at me. My legs shuddered to stop, and sudden, painful guilt flooded my lungs like fluid and stole my breath. Bobby's face loomed in my vision, and I felt a profound and clear shame pressing down on me. That's when the car struck me. Sliding on locked and screeching tires, I was tossed into the concrete median, striking the back of my skull. I woke up 3 days later, wrapped in plaster and flooded with morphine. Gaffney, Blacksburg, Kings Mountain. The exits passed by, each one decreasing the chance of seeing Silver Creek Road exit on this go-around. It was impossible to accept in those first few days of maddening research that Silver Creek Road had simply vanished, and so I made the drive myself, carefully reading each sign. When it failed to manifest itself, I made the drive again, this time at night, and then again. Sometimes there's a zen-like quality to the repetition, the familiar patterns of predictability and order, the immutable order of the land. The locked procession of towns and trees is comforting as it continues to grind my hope away like a millstone. Most days, I can believe and accept that Bobby is gone. There's always that shadow of doubt, that crystalline thread of hope, but it feels hollow in my hands now. There is one thing I must believe. If it appeared to us once, it will to me again, and if I could find it, that pale horror in a man's skin, I will kill it. If the bullets fail, I need only a few moments to ignite the trunk's cargo and to lure the murdering thing to me. I swear to the stars, I will never stop looking. Whoever started it is both the smartest and the most dangerous person known to the digital world. In less than a week, this person was able to kill off most of the population that had access to the internet. This wasn't some picture that made you go insane, or a chain mail letter that actually worked. No, this was something far more cunning. No antivirus could protect you against it. After what was in your system, no rebooting, no defragmentation could get rid of it. Destroying your computer may have been the only solution. Now, you're wondering how a virus like this could kill so many people, though it did contribute to many vehicle, airplane, and train crashes, but that was only the side effect from it. I was working at my local hospital when it first started. We had to monitor a patient's physical state due to a possible flesh-eating virus. As I was watching the camera, I noticed the heart monitor going erratic, and half a second later, the patient started wailing and flailing all over the bed. No amount of sedation shots could get him under. He died of what we thought was heart failure 10 minutes after we got in. My first thoughts as I was reviewing the footage was that the monitor must have had a glitch, which then sent an electrical pulse strong enough to cause a heart attack, but later lab reports showed he died of brain damage. The monitor, even if it was strong enough to shock someone, wouldn't have had that much power. About an hour later, all the heart monitors in the hospital were going off. Every patient was doing the same, just as the first one had. Days later, we find out that they all died of different causes. Heart failure, kidney failure, hell, even collapsed lungs. And that was just a few of them. Some of the causes can't even kill people, but they did. The next day was complete pandemonium. People were coming in sick, half to death, and some of them didn't even make it to the door before dropping dead. I knew right then whatever this was, it was going to become pandemic, if not one already. The CDC eventually got involved. They were as clueless as we were. Eventually, they started asking the still living people what they did just before coming in the hospital. Everyone said they were on their computers. When asked specifically what they were doing, many of them said after their computer would completely glitch out, they would go back to doing what they normally would do. Listen to music, watch videos, the typical stuff. Soon, there were over 500,000 cases springing up all over the US. Unfortunately, a lot of the symptoms were different, so we had no idea what it was. Then cases were appearing in the UK, Russia, Japan, China, and any place that had technology. The CDC came to the conclusion that it must have been something the electronics were made with, and honestly, that was the best answer at the time. The mortality rate of this sickness was higher than anything else. If you got it, you only had maybe a few hours left in you. The virus was named GRID, due to the people only getting infected when using something electronic. A global statement was released that highly recommended people who weren't yet infected to stay away from anything electronic, computers, phones, TVs, even speakers. One thing stood out to me in all this chaos. People who lived without electronics weren't getting infected. A crazy idea spawned in my mind. I told myself over and over that it wasn't possible, but it was the only thing I could think of. What if that day in the hospital, when the heart monitors went crazy, what if a computer virus, unlike anything we have ever seen, was able to go from the monitor into the patient? The monitors are connected to the hospital's computer network. It could have slipped by so easily. It would explain why the effects are different for everyone. It would also explain why they all died of different causes. The virus was created to target different parts of the body, so it couldn't be traced as easily. The day I figured this out was also the day that most of the population that was connected to the internet died out. And what of the people who didn't get infected? Well, that virus must be able to mutate as well, because it can spread through blood-to-blood contact. I don't know if this is just irony or some cruel realization. I guess the best antivirus was to never need an antivirus. Well, this computer I'm typing on is infected, therefore I most likely am too. I estimate I've got another good hour or so. I think I'm going to go off the grid for once in my life. See what the computer screen has been blocking my view from all these years. It was a dark and stormy night as Batgirl crept through the dark, abandoned hallways of Arkham Asylum. Robin had been kidnapped by Harley Quinn and the Joker, and she was there to rescue him. The lightning flashed as a shadowy figure of a jester could be seen running past the doorway. The sound of bells jingling could be heard as well. Batgirl turned sharply, narrowing her eyes as she approached the doorway, where she could have sworn she saw the Joker run by and looked side to side. The hallways were empty. It was then she was startled by the loud sound of static coming from her communicator. "Barb, come in, Barb, do you read?" Bruce Wayne's voice asked worriedly. "Yes, Batman, I read you loud and clear," she answered him. "Any report on Robin yet?" Bruce asked. "Not yet. I'll report back to you when I have a little more information," Batgirl replied as the same shadowy gesture figure was sneaking up behind her with a mallet. Batgirl quickly spun around and punched it. The figure fell to the floor as Batgirl got closer and looked at it, seeing it was only a mannequin wearing Harley Quinn's old costume. "And Barb, be careful," were Batman's final words before hanging up. Batgirl knelt down to get a better look at the mannequin when she heard a soft yet eerie voice singing. "Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna kill you for the whole damn world." She quickly ran to the room it was coming from, finding a crib with a Joker puppet in it and another mannequin wearing Harley Quinn's nurse costume. She took a few steps closer when she heard the voice again, coming from the top of the staircase she never noticed before. "Yeah, have your daddy's eyes," the voice said. "They're always too damn close together," it shrieked as the sickening sound of a blade piercing through skin could be heard, following by a chilling silence. All Batgirl could do was stare up at where the voice came from, unable to move or speak until she saw a small, round object bounce down the stairs and roll to her feet. The lightning flashed, revealing it was a bloody eyeball. Batgirl gasped. When she heard footsteps approaching the top of the stairs, she looked up with a look of pure shock and terror as she saw Robin walking on his knees to the top of the staircase. He stopped and looked down at her, not uttering a sound. "Robin?" Batgirl cried out worriedly. "Robin, can you hear me?" She panicked when there was no response. It was then Robin fell down the stairs, landing at her feet. He was obviously dead. He had been badly beaten. One of his eyes had been stabbed out, and he was wearing nothing but a diaper and smeared clown makeup. "Robin," Batgirl cried when her face was suddenly bashed in with a candy cane-colored baseball bat. She groaned, cupping a hand over her bleeding nose as she stood up, looking at her attacker weakly. None other than Harley Quinn was standing there, wearing her Arkham City costume as she grinned evilly at Batgirl, gripping her baseball bat tightly. "Hello, brat girl," Harley Quinn smirked as she raised her bat. "Quinn," Batgirl spat out before she could fight back. Harley slammed her bat against Batgirl's kneecap with enough force to break it. Batgirl cried out in pain, falling to the ground. She tried to sit up, but Harley smacked her across the face with her bat front-handedly and then backhandedly before knocking her unconscious with one final blow to the head. When Batgirl awoke, she was sitting in the rickety, unstable crib with her bleeding, broken leg and the Joker puppet. She looked up, seeing Harley step into the room with a deranged look in her eyes as they were practically rolled to the back of her head. Batgirl wouldn't admit it, but she was actually quite terrified. She had to reason with Harley. She had to try at least. Her life depended on it. "Harley, listen to me. If you don't stop this now, you're going to be in a world of pain," Batgirl threatened, but Harley didn't seem fazed. "I'm already in a world of pain," Harley hissed, pointing a pistol at Batgirl. "Harley, no, don't do this," she begged. She sighed in relief when Harley lowered her gun, but then she gasped again when Harley snatched off her mask. She fell to the back of the crib as it finally gave way and collapsed under her, sending her back first into the concrete floor. Well, if it ain't Commissioner Gordon's daughter," Harley smirked. Barbara Gordon gave up. Even if she did escape, she knew this psychopath would find her again now that she knew her identity. She just gave up, allowing Harley to stick the barrel of the gun into her mouth. "Well, it's certainly going to be a dark night for you tonight," Harley joked before pulling the trigger. With a loud bang, Barbara Gordon's blood and brains splattered against the wall as she fell to the floor lifeless. Harley Quinn began to snicker evilly, which led up to a creepy, Joker-like laugh that could be heard throughout the city. Before I start this off, I just want to say, this is the first time anything like this has ever happened to me. I'm not normally a cannibal. There's a sentence I never expected to type. I've always been a very normal, well-adjusted person. I feel like I should be freaking out a lot more than I am right now, but I'm not, and I think that's what freaks me out the most. I think I'm in denial. I hope I'm in denial. I hope typing this out helps me. I've been house sitting for the past couple of weeks for some family friends. They're the kind of rich people who put solar panels on everything. Their house is big, eco-friendly, with fake rustic theme, and a really great high-def TV, which is great for gaming. They're way out in the boonies though. Nothing around for miles except forests and alpaca farms. Really beautiful scenery though. I decided to take a walk through the woods around the property. To be perfectly honest, actually, I was chasing a Vulpix on Pokemon Go. I wandered around for a very long time trying to figure out where the fuck this thing was. I know the footprints mean 100 meters. I never got past 3 footprints. Maybe someone can explain this to me. I mean, that's not my biggest problem right now. I'm losing focus. Anyways, I came to the edge of the property. There's no fence or marker or anything. But I could tell I was nearby Edith Grant's house because the trail got really unkept, and I could see old beer cans and other tracks sticking out of the humus. Edith is a neighbor, and my family friends specifically brought her up when they were giving me information about my jobs around the property. Apparently, she's kind of a nut job. She occasionally came by to complain about noise when there was no noise. And she also liked to show up and angrily preach scripture. She's harmless, they told me, but I'm still supposed to be careful with her. I've been everywhere else on the property, and I hadn't gotten any close to the Vulpix, so I thought, what the hell, and ventured into Edith's land. Soon I started seeing signs. They were nailed to trees and stuck out of the ground, painted on whitewashed wood. They read, "Because she has rebelled against her god, they shall fall by the sword. Their little ones shall be dashed into pieces, and their pregnant woman ripped open." Hosies, 1316. God hates fags. America's the land of the damned and the home of the beast. He cursed them in the name of the Lord. The 2 she-bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys. Kings, 224. I'm paraphrasing here, of course. There were like hundreds of these, and they were huge and nailed up everywhere. There were a couple that looked like they were from the Clinton administration, accusing him of being an antichrist. So I walked through, checking these things out. He just seemed like such an angry person. I remember thinking specifically, what has to happen to a person to make them so hateful? And that's when I saw the dead body. It was cold, bluish white and small. The body of a little boy, probably about 6 years old. About 30 feet in front of me, I walked up to it. It was such a strange, nonchalant feeling. I know I should have been horrified, but I didn't feel horror. I felt curiosity, I guess. The left leg was caught in a rusty bear trap, and I hadn't noticed before. He was wearing a blue windbreaker and a pair of bloody sweatpants. He had brown hair, his eyes were sunken. I couldn't tell how long he'd been dead for. More than a few hours, probably. I don't know much about rigor mortis or anything like that. I could tell you the flesh was very cold and soft. I can't pinpoint the exact moment I decided I had to eat it. It was so fucking surreal. I was looking at the leg, the one in the animal trap, and then I was picking it up, holding it in my teeth. It didn't smell like a dead body. I mean, I guess I don't have a lot of experience with dead bodies. Well, okay, I do now, but you get it. It smelled like ice cream. It smelled like vanilla and sugar. And when I bit into the skin, what came spilling out was, I swear to God, blue funfetti cake. Okay, here's where things get weird. Things were pretty weird already, I guess. But as I was eating this corpse in the woods, I could smell, taste, and see blue funfetti cake. It felt like blue cake in my mouth. But I could hear these awful sounds as I was doing it, like the rendering of flesh and bone and sinew, which is what it was, really. And as I ate and ate, I just got hungrier and hungrier. I didn't know what was going on, and I wasn't questioning it at all that much. I ate the entire thing, a whole, small, human corpse. A child. And it was delicious. Here's another weird thing. The body had all sorts of weird marks on it. Weird looking burn marks, bruises, cuts, and what looked like stab wounds. It was pretty clear that this boy had been badly abused before he was murdered. I wasn't thinking about that at the time, though. All I could feel at the time was this intense need to keep shoveling blue cake flesh into my mouth. When I was finished, all I had left was the blue jacket, bloody pants, and dirty sneakers, which I stuck into my backpack. I hung out there for a while, just trying to comprehend exactly what I'd just done. It was only after about 45 minutes of contemplation that I finally looked up and saw Edith's farmhouse poking out over the hill. She was sitting on her upstairs porch. She was watching me. When I saw her, she stood up and went back inside her house. I walked back home. Never found the Vulpix. Maybe I should have stopped looking for the Vulpix, I don't know. I think I should have run home, called the police or something. I didn't. I felt really weirdly chill about the whole ordeal. and I guess maybe I convinced myself it hadn't happened. I made myself some tea and watched the sitcom rerun on the high-def TV. I probably could have fallen asleep or forgotten about the entire thing, like it had never happened, except that I brought the backpack of clothes home. A few hours later, I get an Amber Alert on my phone. A little boy has gone missing in my area, and I'm sitting there on these rich people's sofa, feeling extremely full and pretty guilty. I know it can't be the same kid. The corpse I ate belonged to a boy younger than that one gone missing. It was someone's little boy though, and I'm worried the same thing that happened to him is about to happen again. Here's the thing. I'm 95% positive that Edith Grant is involved in the kidnapping and murder of these kids. Call it a hunch. I'm also 100% positive that I can't go to the police with the evidence I have, the bloody clothes of a murder victim and the contents of my stomach. Edith saw what I did. She knows that I know. I have to do something. There's more to this mystery than I understand. Help me out. What the hell should I do? I'm all by myself in a house in the woods. It's getting dark. There's a murderer next door, and worst of all, I'm really craving funfetti cake right now. When you're in my line of work, statistics are your best friend. While to the layman, these figures might seem a little more than fun trivia to pull out at parties, or when you're desperately trying to win an internet debate, to me, they are market research. These are the figures which help me plan my moves accordingly and create contingencies for nearly every possible outcome. For instance, did you know that your odds of being struck by lightning are 1 in 700,000? That sounds astronomical, but those are only the odds of being struck by lightning in a given year. Over your lifetime, the odds shrink significantly. You have a 1 in 3,000 chance of being struck by lightning at some point in your life. Your odds go from a 0.0000014 chance to 0.00033 chance, all by the simple act of living a long life. And that's just an estimation, not factoring in your location's climates, your lifespan, or your personal proclivity for running around in a thunderstorm wearing a full set of iron plate armor. Don't laugh. I knew a guy. You have a 1 in 100 chance of dying in a car crash. No dots or insanely long string of zeros there, my friend. That is a 1% chance. You are more likely to die in a car crash than you are to die by fire, which, by the way, is 1 in 1,166. Gun violence? 1 in 325, or even suicide, which is 121. Of course, your method of suicide might involve any number of these, though I would hope you didn't choose fire. What about your odds of dying in a plane crash? 1 in 20,000. Seems like a wide margin, but it's really not. You see, in the strictest technical sense, which is the only sense I abide by, if a plane has crashed, then its odds of crashing were 1 in 1. I don't mean to say it was predetermined or anything, but once something has occurred, it's occurred. Now you see where the fun comes in, don't you? I wouldn't want to brag, but I can usually tell my clients exactly the manner and timing of their death despite all these long odds. Heart disease, 1 in 5. That's 20% of you right there. Cancer, that's 1 in 7. That's 14% of you. Big clusters of people that I could plan for. I'm a busy man, and multitasking can save me a lot of stress. That's why I keep trying to think of bigger, more interesting ways to clear up a lots and lots of floor space. What I wouldn't give for the day the big man himself lets me go nuts and open up a big can of extinction level event on you, just like I did with the dinosaur eons ago. Time will come, sooner or later. In the meantime, I'll stick with my usual methods. Odds of being murdered, 1 in 19,000. Now there's a fun thought. I know nobody likes to think that is how they might go, but it happens disturbingly often. Even more so than plane crashes or lightning. Who wants to be lying in bed thinking about some psychopath slowly making his way through your house with no other purpose than to end the life of its occupant? Damn. Is it that time already? Well, the last estimation was a bit off in your case. Like I say, when it's occurred, it's occurred. And with you distracted like this, it's safe to say that your odds of being murdered are 1 in 1. Sorry, it's just the cost of doing business. I was sitting in front of my Dell laptop on a Friday night, scrolling through various websites. My room was dark, the only light source was the dim glow of my laptop screen. My eyelids were heavy, they felt the same as they would if I had watched the movie in the dark. I got up from my comfortable chair and scooted it back. There was a large indentation in the cushion, indicating I was there for quite some time. I proceeded forward and felt my way through the dark room for a light switch. When my hand touched the switch, I flicked it, and bright lights blasted my tired eyes. Even though bright lights were right in my face, I was still drowsy. I opened my bedroom door and a triangle of light coming from my room dimly lit the hallway. I could make out a light switch about 10 feet from where I was standing, and proceeded towards it. When I reached it, I flicked it on and the lights in the hallway were dead. Throwing my head back and groaning loudly in disapproval, I yelled, "Dad, the damn lights are out!" I waited for about 5 seconds, no response. I waited impatiently, another 5 seconds, no response. I groaned even louder, but still, no response. I decided to go back to my original task, which was getting to the bathroom. Using only the triangle of a light coming from my room, I navigated my way to the bathroom. I found the switch pretty easily and turned the lights on. I looked in the mirror. I had bags under my eyes and my eyes were red. I turned on the faucet but nothing came out. I heard a sputtering sound and a little bit of soggy green sewage dribbled out of the faucet. I was extremely agitated at this point because, well, you know how cranky tired people can get, right? I turned off the lights. I walked back into the hallway and I used the triangle of light once again to navigate my way to my room. When I walked in, I was about to reach for the light switch in my room when something caught my eye. My laptop screen was blinking red. I approached it and looked at the screen. The message, "I've been watching," was on the screen. I was practically fuming at this point. First the lights were dead, the green shit was spilling out of the damn faucet, now I had to deal with some damn internet troll. That was it. I decided to go to bed. I plopped my head onto my pillow and I fell asleep instantly. I had a really strange dream, and I'm not the one to get nightmares, but this was pretty scary. I was walking through some foggy woods. I heard the shrill cry of a crow as it flew away from the branch it was resting on. Next, a raccoon ran across the path I was walking on, startling me. As I walked further and further, I could make out a figure at the end of the path. It started walking to me. Then it started jogging. Then it started running. I ran the other way, but I ran into something hanging from a tree. I backed up to see what it was. It was my parents, hanging from ropes tied around their necks. Their eyes were popping from their faces. Their faces were bloated and blue, but my dad started choking out some words. He's been watching. I was trying to comprehend what he was saying, but before I could even think, a cold hand grabbed my shoulder. I woke up screaming, covered in sweat. I got up from the bed, and I realized I didn't even shut off the lights. I looked out the window only to find it was daytime. I looked at my clock on my nightstand. It read 12:54 a.m. Wow, I never sleep this late. I walked down the hallway. The lights were still off. I flicked the switch a couple of times, but still, they stayed off. I stomped down the stairs at the end of the hallway. I was very hungry and started thinking about delicious frosted flakes and thought I would get a bowl of it. When I got into the kitchen, some weird shit was going down. The windows were all open. I mean, wide open. Even the screens were missing. I walked towards the cupboard where the frosted flakes were kept, but I still kept a watchful eye on the windows. I opened the cupboard. I looked around and saw the frosted flakes. I grabbed the box, then the bowl, then the milk. I opened the box and started to pour the cereal. Amongst the cereal was a small piece of paper. My first thought was that it was a prize or something, so I grabbed it and opened it. It was far from a prize. The paper read, "I am still watching." I was scared as shit, so I screamed for my dad to come take a look at it. "Dad!" No answer. 5 seconds later, still no answer. I was scared. I was becoming paranoid. I ran to the garage, hopped onto my bike, and started pedaling to my friend's house. So many thoughts were running through my head, I couldn't think straight. As I was speeding, I saw a figure in the woods next to my friend's house. It was beckoning me. I was overpowered by the urge to investigate. I walked into the woods where the figure was standing. I found no figure remained. I thought I was seeing things and my paranoia was getting to me. So I laughed at the thought and started walking back to my bike. A figure in the woods? Come on, it's ridiculous. As I was walking back to my bike, I realized I didn't even need my bike. I was right next to my friend's house. So I knocked on the door. I heard footsteps coming to the door. The door swung open and my friend was standing there. I said frantically, "No time to explain." He was confused but accepted it. As I walked down the hallway, I heard a scream behind me. I turned around immediately. A dark figure was standing there, holding my friend by the neck. The figure grabbed his chin with one hand, then his head with the other. It snapped my friend's neck, creating a sick, crunching sound. I ran for the back door, but the figure grabbed my shoulder. I blacked out. I woke up in a dimly lit room, tied down to a table. I looked around in a daze. I saw the figure standing next to me. To my horror, I saw my family, hung by their necks, dangling from the ceiling. The figure stood over me and said,
"I told you, I've been watching. I know your fears, your weaknesses, and your strengths."
He reached for my face. I screamed and woke up. I woke up in a bright white room with a TV on the wall. The TV was displaying the news. The anchor was talking about a family that was found hung in the basement of their home. To my horror, they actually showed pictures. It was my parents. I had to choke back vomit. The anchor said, "You should have listened. He is always watching." The TV turned off and I heard a door open. I saw the shadow of a person walking into the room. We discovered the tank in the basement of the psychology building. It was just me and Kurt on that rainy October afternoon. Our last class of the day, the human condition, had just gotten out and we were walking down the hallway when he stopped me. "Hey, Christina, you ever been in the basement of this place?" he asked. His eyes were looking around the hallway at the exiting students. It was obvious what he wanted to do. I laughed and punched his arm. "No, Kurt, we can't go down to the basement. For one thing, it's locked. Secondly, it's our faculty only. Besides, I promised Leslie that I'd be back to the dorm right after class to help her study for some tests. My roommate, Leslie, always had trouble with tests. Kurt grinned at me and pulled a ring of keys from his pocket. I snatched the ring from his hand and gawked at him in amazement. "Where'd you get these?" I asked, looking over the many keys. "Dr. Torrance always leaves his keys in the top desk drawer, which he always keeps unlocked." He snatched the keys from my hand and grinned slyly. Don't ask me how I know that. I looked out the window behind him, cold, dark clouds with splattering raindrops. I could have spent the next 2 hours cooped up in my dorm with Leslie, but exploring the basement with my best friend was oh so more interesting. I wish now that I would have just helped Leslie with her stupid test. 10 minutes later, we were walking down a little used hallway near the back of the building. The keys were jangling in Kurt's hand as we reached a simple wooden door. Written on it, simple black letters, was "Basement Storage." I looked at Kurt and grinned. "You said this was just the basement." "Yeah, well, this is so much more interesting, don't you think?" he said. And then, turning the key in the lock, he pulled the door open. It was a set of wooden stairs leading down into darkness. Kurt reached his hand out and flicked a switch on the wall. Dim yellow lights came to life at the bottom. I could see a cold stone floor and cobwebs around the light fixtures. Kurt stepped aside and put his hand out. "Ladies first," he said in a mock Victorian accent. I just laughed and started down the rickety wooden steps. It was colder in the basement than I expected. Even with the cold rain and clouds blotting out the sun outside, it was unnaturally cold in there. I shivered as I surveyed the room I was in. It was a medium-sized space with stone brick walls and distant sound of water dripping. The walls were lined with old filing cabinets and broken desks. Crates of yellowing paper, probably homework or essays from 50 or 60 years ago, were everywhere. Some of them had been broken, spilling the paper on the floor. The only light came from the yellow bulbs overhead, and it cast everything in a sickly light. Cobwebs and dust covered every flat surface. Kurt, you can come down now," I called up the stairs. I heard an excited "yes" from above, and quick footsteps descended the stairs until Kurt was standing beside me. "So," he said, "which way now?" I looked to the left and saw an archway. How about through there?" I said, pointing. Kurt walked over and peeked into the arch, then turning, he smiled and said, "Excellent choice." He disappeared into the archway, leaving me alone. A sudden gust of wind came from nowhere, causing a few of the papers in the crates to swirl and dance in the air before landing in a powdery yellow pile at my feet. "Hey, wait up," I called, running after him. We were in a small room cramped with way too many items. There was one barren wall, the left one, and this had a large wooden board nailed to it. Other than that, the room was cluttered with many things: desks, filing cabinets, a few steamer trunks, and even a wardrobe that seemed out of place among the contemporary things. "Hey Christina, check this out," Kurt called from the far corner of the room. I walked over, stood next to him, and gasped. A large white metal box, about 8 feet long and 6 feet wide, was taking up most of the corner of this room. It was raised slightly in the back and had a large metal door in the front. "I was just about to open it when I thought of you," Kurt said, stepping back. I made a face at him. "Are you sure you're not just afraid?" I teased. But even I had to admit, it was getting kind of weird down here. The temperature had dropped significantly, and the only sounds that could be heard were me and Kurt's breathing. We should have at least been able to hear water from the pipes. I pulled on the thick metal handle. The box made a loud groaning sound, and a puff of dust came out as I pulled the door open with a loud clang that reverberated against the stone walls. What stared back at me were 3 steps leading into a pool of green, slimy water that looked like it hadn't been changed or cleaned in decades. The smell was awful, like rotting food. "Ugh, what is that thing?" I gagged, pulling a hand over my mouth and nose. Kurt put his arm around me and said, "Hey, I know what that is. It's a sensory deprivation tank." He walked over and peered into the dark space within the box. These things were big back in the 60s. They used them from everything from relaxation to treating mental illness. These things are soundproof. You float in the water and are only left with your mind, no sight, hearing, or touch, just you and your thoughts. I eyed Kurt suspiciously. He seemed way too excited about finding some stupid experiment from 50 years ago. Well, that's great and all, but I think I'd better get back to the dorm. Leslie's been waiting for me, I said quickly, stepping back. Kurt turned and looked at me, then back at the tank, almost longingly. I've always wanted to try one of those, he said. Well, you can, I exclaimed. They have some of them up at the spa in Fall River. You could do it there. I grabbed at his arm, trying to get him to leave. With one last forlorn sigh, he closed the door to the tank. Yeah, I guess you're right, he said sadly. He walked over and put his arm around me. Besides, that thing is decades old anyway, and with that, we started walking back toward the arch, but I noticed, right before we left the room, he was looking back at the tank, almost hungrily. I got back to my dorm about 4 o'clock. I helped Leslie with her studying and went to bed. That night I dreamed of a dark water and a deep whispering voice coming from behind the door of the tank. At lunch the next day, me and Kurt were sitting at a table when Leslie walked up. It was unnaturally sunny and warm for late October, so we decided to eat lunch near the library. Hey guys, Leslie said in her usual loud, bubbly voice. Mind if I eat with you? Sure, that's no problem, I said, scooting over so she could sit down. Kurt had been acting weird all day. He seemed distant, staring into space and having to be drawn back in from the clouds whenever I tried talking to him. And when he did, they were in short responses like, sure, I eventually just gave up and started eating my lunch in silence until Leslie walked over. He mumbled as Leslie came and sat down. Man, I am starving after that huge test with Gonzalo's. Do you know that? She started going off on one of her usual one-sided conversations. I was more interested, however, in what Kurt was doing. He was holding out a crumb of bread from his sandwich out in his open palm. There was a squirrel sitting in the grass just a few feet away. Kurt whistled softly and moved his hand around. The squirrel looked up with his beady black eyes and walked slowly over, nose twitching the entire time. The squirrel found the crumb of bread and was now sitting in Kurt's palm. He picked up in his hand and started petting it. Where'd you learn to do that? I said in awe. Leslie had stopped talking and was now staring at Kurt too. Aw, he's so cute, she squealed, staring at it. The squirrel nuzzled against Kurt's thumb and he smiled. Then he stood up with all his might, threw the little creature against a nearby library wall. There was a sickening, splattering, crunchy noise followed by a small furry thump hitting the concrete below. Blood and entrails were running down the wall in uneven lines. Leslie screamed and stood up, backing away slowly. What the fuck? She cried. I turned to Kurt in disbelief. Why the hell would you do that? I yelled at him. He simply turned to me and smiled sleepily. He was too perfect, was all he could say. Leslie wouldn't even talk to Kurt after the incident with the squirrel. Even when he came over to our dorm to watch TV, she would make up some excuse about an overdue essay or a sick relative so she wouldn't have to be around him. Meanwhile, Kurt was getting less and less like his usual self. He laughed less and was more quiet than usual. I would have to snap my fingers in front of his face to get him to come back from his long relapses. One day after classes, Kurt suggested that we go out and get a burger. This was uncharacteristically nice of him, because he had been getting more and more distant with me. I rarely saw him outside of class anymore, and when I did most of the talking while he just sat there and pretended to listen. We got to the burger joint and ate in silence. Neither of us talked. Perhaps that was for the better. On our way back, we had to stop at a crosswalk near an elementary school. Classes had just gotten out, so the street was flooded with kids of all shapes and sizes. I was just staring out the window when Kurt suddenly spoke up. Look at them, all playing and no work. Those privileged little shits get whatever they want as long as Daddy has enough money. I turned and stared at him. Why would you say that? They're just little kids, for God's sakes. I analyzed his face, looking for some kind of regret, but I only saw eagerness. Yeah, just kids, Kurt mumbled. I noticed that he had taken his foot off the brake and was creeping forward in the intersection despite the red light. A huge crowd of kids were in the middle of the crosswalk. Kurt's voice suddenly took on a low, throaty inflection that was nothing like his at all.
Goddamn pups, all of them. What they need is a good dose of medicine.
I watched with horror as his foot started creeping toward the accelerator. Kurt, what the fuck are you doing? The light's still red but I never got to finish my sentence as Kurt jammed his foot down on the accelerator. Right at this moment, the light turned green. I heard one shrill scream come from outside the car before the wheels ran something over. Kurt was laughing. It was high, delirious, and completely devoid of sanity. I screamed, thinking that my friend had just run over a child, but when I turned to look out the back window, all I saw was a crying kid standing on the curb and a smashed backpack laying on the yellow center line. After that incident, I started seeing Kurt less and less than I had before, and when I did, it was even more short and less personal than the last times. I got word from Kurt's friends that he would spend most of his nights shut up in his room, only coming out to eat or use the bathroom. Around this time, the disappearances started happening. The first one was a girl walking home from the library late at night. Her dorm mates confirmed that she said she was going to be back at 11:45, but she never showed. The police searched, but they found no trace of her. A few days later, another girl disappeared, this time in the middle of a party. She was last seen entering a house party at 7:30 that night, but was not seen after that. Soon after all these incidents, security at the campus became tight as ever. Still, despite the guards' best efforts, 2 more girls disappeared before the month was done. I came home one afternoon in early November to find her room empty. This was odd, as Leslie was always back from her classes before I was, and if she was having an appointment or going on a trip, she would have told me. In fact, the only thing that seemed out of place about the whole room was a note on Leslie's bed, written in shaky letters. "Call Kurt." I bit my lip. Something was wrong here, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I debated whether I should actually call Kurt, but in the end I decided to. I hadn't seen him in at least a week. I picked up my phone and dialed. "Kurt, is that you?" I asked apprehensively. "Yeah, Chris, it's me," he said almost gleefully, as if he was proud of something and couldn't wait to tell me about it. "Listen, Leslie was missing from our room when we got home. The only thing on her bed was a note about calling you. Did she write that? I thought she hated you." No, Chris, me and Leslie are the best of friends." Kurt's voice was calm and cool. "Kurt, ever since you found that sensory deprivation tank in the basement, you've been acting weird. You don't act like yourself. You're all spacey and distant. I don't like my friend being like that." Well, I'm so glad you care, Chris." He ended this sentence with a childlike giggle. "You went in the tank, didn't you?" I asked, holding my breath. Yes, I did, Chris, and it was amazing. The darkness in there is enveloping. An hour and 20 minutes in that tank is better than 40 fucking years of therapy. That place showed me things I would never have seen before, and I want you to see it too." What do you mean?" "Come by the basement tonight, 11:30. You'll have to sneak past the guard by the door. Get down to the basement and I'll be waiting, and then you'll float. Oh yes, you'll float like all of us down here." He laughed again and hung up. I sat down on my bed and hung my head in my hands. What the hell had gotten into my best friend? I didn't want to go, but I felt that I had to. Perhaps the place where all this erratic behavior began would be the best place to put a stop to it, once and for all. Not kill him, you see, but talk it out. First things first, I certainly wasn't going to float in that tank, so I didn't bother wearing a swimsuit or bringing a change of clothes. I did grab a flashlight, however, because I knew that the campus maintenance was a lazy bunch who only bothered to fix light bulbs when over half the school complained. The sky outside my window went from bright to dim to black, a patchwork of stars appearing in the night sky. I passed the time by reading and watching TV. When 11:15 rolled around, I got off the bed and sighed. This is going to be a long night. The walk to the psychology building was eerie. The campus was covered in mid-November fog, giving the whole place a mysterious vibe, like every shadow lurking out of the mist isn't just a lamppost or a mailbox. Surprisingly, no guard was there when I arrived at the psychology building. I quickly ran up the steps and into the dark hallway beyond the front door. It was already unlocked. Kurt must have been expecting my arrival. My footsteps echoed down the dark, empty hallways. I jumped at every sound and lunged away from every shadow that wasn't my own. It was very quiet in there, almost too quiet. When I reached the door to the basement storage, the light was off. I reached my hand out for the switch and flicked it a few times, but no lights turned on. Just my luck. Sighing, I flicked on my flashlight and started down the rickety wooden steps. They were louder than I remembered. Every time I put my foot down, a loud creak echoed through the cramped space. Dust swirled and danced in the beam of my flashlight. I reached the bottom and looked at the first room. It looked no different than before, with its filing cabinets and broken desks. Cobwebs and dust still covered everything. Kurt must not have stopped in there. Now came the part I was dreading. Gulping, I turned the beam toward the archway and slowly walked through it. It was unnaturally dark in the room. I could barely see more than 2 feet in front of me. Putting my hand out, I felt through the piles of clutter and old supplies, towards the corner where the tank was. "Kurt?" I whispered once to the darkness. I didn't expect a reply, and I didn't receive one. He was in the tank. Confusion and anger washed over me. Why the hell was Kurt so obsessed with the tank? When I finally reached it, it looked no different than before, just a long metal box with a door in it. I reached over and with one quick movement, pulled it open. An absurdly loud, clanging noise echoed across the walls. Putting my flashlight out, I peered into the tank. The same rotten smell was back. The beam revealed nothing in the tank. Sighing, I was about to turn and leave when I was suddenly shoved from behind. Screaming in shock, I pinwheeled in the air for a moment before tumbling head over heels down the 3 steps and into the gritty, foul-smelling water. I plunged down deeper than I imagined. I must have been at least 8 or 9 feet deep. It was ice cold and felt oily against my skin. I swam up and broke the surface, gasping for breath, right as the door of the tank was closed, plunging me into darkness, the only sound being me treading water. I screamed, which was amplified 1,000 times in the small space. Suddenly, something closed around my leg in the dark water below. I was pulled down under the surface again. I wasn't prepared this time and ended up swallowing some of the water, which tasted like rotten eggs. I kicked down at whatever was grabbing my leg, but it wouldn't let go. I fumbled for my flashlight, which was waterproof, and flicked it on. A rotting face stared at me from below. Its skin was brownish gray and waterlogged, sending little flakes of it swirling around us. The skin was pulled taut around its face, giving it a very skeletal look. The only indication that it wasn't dead was its eyes, which were as bright and full as anything alive. They were hellishly red and stared at me hungrily from the dark water. One skeletal hand was wrapped around my ankle, and it was reaching up with the other. I swam back up to the surface and kicked at the thing again. I succeeded in breaking off 2 of its fingers. I kicked again and again, screaming as I hoisted myself on the bottom step. Its another hand suddenly coming out of the water and knocked the flashlight away, plunging the whole space into darkness again. I kicked one last time, hearing a sickening crunch, followed by the hand letting go. I reached up and pushed open the door of the tank before pulling myself up and tumbling onto the cold basement floor. Gasping and crying, I looked down at my ankle and saw 4 finger-shaped bruises starting to form. I got hastily to my feet and was about to run through the piles of clutter when someone grabbed me from behind. Before I could even scream, I was shoved across the room, hitting the mirrored door of the wardrobe, sending glass shards flying everywhere. I screamed and dove to the left just as a dark figure came at me with a knife, yelling wildly. It hit the door as well, sending it creaking open. I watched with horror. The bodies of 5 girls tumbled out, all of them with dead, glassy eyes.
Their throat had been cut, staining the floor with sticky blood. With horror, I realized one of the girls was Leslie. I saw the figure reach down, dip his knife in the blood, put it up to his face, and lick it as if it were a popsicle. Then it lunged at me again, but I put my hand up and grabbed its wrist, just as it was about to stab me. I wrestled the knife away and watched as it clattered across the basement floor. I dove for it, kicking the figure away. Before I grabbed it and jumped to my feet, I was standing in the archway, looking at the figure just a few feet away. Kurt was standing in the middle of the room. A large shard from the glass of the wardrobe was embedded in his right temple, sending blood running down the side of his face in rivers. He laughed once, low and raspy, before he spoke. "I guess you didn't like the tank, Christina," he said calmly. I started to back away and he started following me. "Kurt, what the fuck has gotten into you?" I whispered. He laughed coldly. "Oh, you mean my friend in the tank? Well, let's just say that he's shown me the light." I gasped as my foot hit the bottom step of the stairs, and then I started going up them. "No, you're not Kurt. You're just a nightmare I'm having," I said as confidently as I could. I saw a flicker of anger come across Kurt's smiling face, but he continued following me slowly up the stairs. "Oh no, Chris, I'm the worst fucking nightmare you'll ever have." His eyes rolled back in his sockets, and he opened his mouth wider than humanly possible. A loud buzzing noise like a large bee issued from the back of his throat. He blinked, shook his head, and was back to normal. "You see, you're gonna give me that knife, and then I'll take you back down there in the dark and we'll play. We'll play many games. My friend in the tank isn't done with you. He has many things he'd like to teach you, and then, after he's done with you, I'll ram you against the wall and well, you'll see," he whispered. I had reached the top of the stairs and Kurt was only about 5 steps below me. "There was just one problem with your plan," I said. Confusion swept over his face. "And what's that?" he asked. I swung my foot back. "I'm on top here," I whispered before kicking him in the stomach. He howled with pain and went to take a step back, but his foot hit nothing but air. He swung in the air for a moment before tumbling head over heels down the steps. He screamed once, but it was raspy and thick, not like his own. He hit the basement floor head first with a sickening cracking noise. His head was bent at an odd angle, but he was still grinning. In fact, he looked happier than he did chasing me up the stairs. But he didn't move again. I moaned and shut the door to the basement before backing away and running down the dark hallways of the psychology building towards the campus security office. A few days later, there was a knock at the door of my room. I got up off my bed and answered it, and it turned out to be campus security officer. "Hello, miss. I have some bad news. 2 of your friends, Kurt Donovan and Leslie Zipes, were found dead in the basement of the psychology building." I wiped my eye and said, "Yes, I know." The officer frowned, "But there's just one problem. We found Mr. Donovan's body in a sensory deprivation tank in another room of the basement." I looked up at him in confusion. "What?" I asked. I said, "We found Mr. Donovan's body in a sensory deprivation tank in the basement. He was floating face up. But that's not even the strangest part. His body was in a condition that suggested he had been dead for at least 15 years or more." I was now more confused than ever. The fingerprints on the body match Mr. Donovan's, but the dental records match an unidentified male. I sat down at the end of my bed and hung my head in my hands. And you know what? He had the biggest smile on his face. Approaching the rusted metal door, John Abbotts looked through the hatch keyhole before smiling and beckoning for the 19-year-old behind him to follow. John carelessly swung the hatch door open, causing an audible creaking noise.
See, Benny? This place is completely deserted, John stated in a snobbish tone as he glared at Benny.
Benny grumbled to himself about how annoying John could be, but John ignored it as he pulled out a small torch. Upon turning it on, he began to descend down the metal ladder. Once John had arrived, he was glad to see that everything seemed to be in the exact same way he had left it the previous time he was there. The chair was in the same spot, the papers on the wooden desk seemed to be organized, and he noticed no changes at all.
Alright, we're good. Care to take a look?
John abruptly yelled up from inside the hatch as he plugged an old lamp into a nearby electric outlet. Benny noted the electrical wires that seemed to be literally just coming out of the ground for no reason. Benny thought that they were most likely to be used to make the door open by itself. Putting that aside, Benny shuddered as he took a slow, careful step onto the ladder. Benny was sure that something would go wrong and that they would be caught. John noticed this fear and chuckled.
Oh, come on. I haven't seen anybody even go in the direction of this hatch ever. They're much more interested in that new resort than this place.
Peeking up from the bottom of the hatch and seeing that Benny wasn't reassured, John continued.
Honestly, I don't think anybody even knows about this place anymore. Either that or this boring town made a vow not to come down here in fear that something interesting might happen.
Benny sighed at the attempted humor as he began clumsily climbing down to the room at the bottom of the hatch. John had dragged him there already, so he supposed there was no going back now. Upon reaching the bottom of the long ladder, he ducked under some hanging electric wires, which he assumed were connected to the ones next to the hatch, and took a quick glance at his surroundings. The floor seemed to be metallic, and there were multiple empty bookcases against the walls, with the only object being a rather unique and old lamp sitting on the closest to the ladder. It was incredibly dusty in the room except for the wood desk in the middle of the room and the chair behind it, upon which John was comfortably sitting and examining some papers. Benny shifted his eyes to what John was looking at in his hands. The object was unlike anything Benny had ever seen in his life. Although it was a rather dull and faded gray color, the object was shaped very interestingly. At first glance, it appeared to be a cheap, fake gun that anyone could buy at a toy store, but the actual barrel was triangular and much bigger than the handle. John chuckled at the way Benny viewed the object.
"Like what you see?"
he said as he continued to smirk.
What is that?"
Benny managed to stutter out. John stood up from his seat and squeezed the object.
"Well, if I go ahead and provide a
demonstration." John caressed the gadget for a few seconds as though it was his most precious possession before quickly tapping multiple buttons. He then pointed the item to his head and uttered, "I'd like to forget the resort." Benny stared in confusion as well as nervous fear when he saw what appeared to be a flashy blue beams of a light coming from the item directly into John's head. John screamed in agony, causing Benny to nearly fall over from being startled. The light suddenly disappeared as John put down the object. Benny stared at him, still confused. He then remembered that John previously said he wanted to forget the resort. "Hey John, what do you know about this resort?" Benny questioned.
"Never heard of it,"
John carelessly stated. Benny stared at him, skeptical if John was actually telling the truth.
"The resort? I said I never heard of it, okay?"
John stated once again. Benny couldn't believe what was going on. John seemed to have literally forgotten an entire location that he had gone on about for weeks. How could that even be possible? Before he could ponder or question John further, John asked, "Was this resort you speak of the thing I wanted to forget? If it was, then I assume the example was a success. Yes, this tiny little machine can literally make me forget anything I wish. Sometimes it does such a good job that I don't even remember that I tried to forget something in the first place. I stumbled on the hatch during my morning jog a couple days ago, and have used it ever since. I call it the memory machine. Benny took a few moments to process what he had just heard. He still had a huge amount of questions. Alright, so this machine can make you forget things. How did you even find out what it did, and why did you even come back here? Benny asked. John decided to move back to the chair and sat down once more as he said, "Well, upon entering the hatch, I noticed the memory machine right off the bat. It was peculiar, I admit, but there was a piece of paper right beside it describing how to work it. I went ahead and tried to forget something. I can't quite remember what." Upon hearing this, Benny muttered a snarky tone. "No duh." John remained unfazed as he continued stating, "Anyway, I ran out of there after that and have been using it, but I then remembered that there were even more papers around, and maybe those papers could help me achieve even more features with this memory machine. Sure enough, I found something much greater than I could have ever suspected." Benny suddenly felt a chill go down his spine. He knew this couldn't be good. "Benny, the memory machine doesn't even need to be pointed at the target. Apparently, if I connect electrical wires to the back of the machine, the energy of the machine can spread into every person or animal that has some sort of electricity within a 15-foot radius. The blue beams can easily reach somebody from far away and go directly to their brain after coming out of the nearest outlet. I press some buttons, say what needs to be forgotten or created, specifically that my mind is not to be changed, and hundreds, even thousands of people have their mind go through a bit of modification, I'd call it." After saying this last line, Benny began to back away from John. The way John spoke about this machine and the way he so carefully caressed it gave him an incredible amount of anxiety that John was no longer a fully sane person. John noticed Benny's fear, remarking, "Oh, come on, Benny. I want you to help me. Nobody will get in trouble. I read through these papers and the government abandoned this project years ago." "Yeah? And why do you think the government did that?" John got slightly angrier as he loudly exclaimed, "Because they most likely knew they wouldn't be able to control all of this power. I can though, I know I can, and you're going to help me figure out even more about it." Benny backed away right up to the room's entrance at the ladder before John pulled out the memory machine. John harshly threatened, "I will make you forget everything you ever loved if you keep backing away." Benny stopped moving before John started to chuckle to himself, putting the memory machine against his side. His chuckle then became a complete laugh. "You know, Benny, I think I've changed my mind. I can't use you even if I change your mind to reflect my every wish. After all, it would only be a matter of time before you try to use this machine for yourself, or somehow find some clumsy way to screw my plans up. Therefore, I think I'll just make your brain forget how to make you breathe and watch you as you suffocate." With that, John quickly lifted up the memory machine to aim it at Benny. Benny, knowing that he had to get out of there now, was quick enough to climb up the ladder. John ran towards the ladder before stumbling to the floor, falling over. By the time John went over and was able to aim the gun at Benny, Benny was already outside of the hatch. Closing the hatch, Benny sighed of relief. Then, Benny noticed something that made him freeze in his tracks. Blue light coming from the electrical wires next to the hatch, headed directly for his head.
My wife and I had a bad and stupid habit. We didn't lock the entrance door with the key when we got home. Leaving for work in the morning, I discovered that we slept all night with our door unlocked. We started pointing fingers, trying to figure out who was last to come home and who was a more careless one. One time, the front door swung open at night from strong drafts and started clapping. We got pretty scared that time, but the habit still would not go away. But then something happened that forever taught us to lock the doors with keys. And hell, I'm seriously considering the idea of a real deadbolt. My home is my castle. And why do you need walls if the gate is wide open? That night I could not fall asleep. Suddenly I decided to check the front door, and although I felt too lazy to get up, that desire was obsessive and unrelenting. I walked into the hallway, tried the door, and yes, it was not locked again. I turned the key 4 times, and for some reason also the second key, the lower one, which we never used. I made just 2 steps towards the room when I heard a strange sound behind the door. There was a feeling that someone was touching the door with their hands on either side, feeling it as blind people do when they encounter an obstacle and try to understand what it is. Although startled, I still turned around with the intention to at least look through the peephole. I approached the door closely and noticed that the handle began turning up and down as if someone was trying to open the door. Then there was a strange, spasmodic knock. Suddenly I felt cold. My heart ached. I did not feel fear or horror, but some black melancholy, muddy, incomprehensible anxiety crept into my soul. I didn't feel like looking into the peephole anymore. Quietly, I began moving towards the bedroom. My wife woke up and she was about to say something. I motioned to her to be silent. She immediately knew that something was wrong. Her eyes widened. I must say, I have one device that I almost never used. To be precise, it is a video camera that is looking at the porch and is connected to my computer. My brother gave it to me, who at the time was working at a company that was installing video surveillance. At the time I looked at it, played with it a little bit, and forgot about it. Now I remembered it. I do not know what trait of human nature makes us look into the eyes of the evil. And so I sat down at the computer and launched the image of the porch. What was it? I don't know. But I saw it, my wife saw it. It was something wrapped in some dark rags, unnaturally twisting and wobbling. It was walking around up front, scratching at the door, pulling on the handles, leaning and listening to the sounds in the apartments, looking into peepholes. The head of that something was also wrapped in rags, and from the rags its dark hands were sticking out. They were very narrow with unnaturally long, 2, maybe 2.5 times longer than normal, fingers. Something came up to my door several more times and leaned against it for a long time. It seemed that my heart stopped. Tears were streaming down my wife's face, and she bit the edge of the bedsheet trying not to make a sound. Confused and anxious, I was reading Our Father to myself. Then that crawled down. Early June dawn was waking up the street. If we lived in a village, there would probably be roosters singing. An hour later, we came to our senses. I regret that my wife saw all of it. She's still getting over the shock, and I could see that she is still scared. Yesterday, she asked me to move houses. Well, it is possible, since we're renting anyway. Plus, I also don't feel comfortable here anymore. But I'm thinking, what would happen if I did not lock the door? We would have been found with ripped out insides and blood on the walls, or, as they show in horror movies, we would be huddled up in the corner with our faces distorted by mortal terror. Or does this evil creep into your soul, and a person with glassy eyes goes to the kitchen for a knife? Or takes a step out the window? I don't know, and I do not want to know. Lock your doors. Take care of yourself. Many people find fear in the ideas of psychopathic murderers or evil spirits lurking about in old houses or in strange cults that practice dubious rituals. There's no doubt these things are to be feared and avoided at all costs. However, what gives me the most horrific sensations of terror I could ever feel is not in any of that. Instead, I find it when I look at my own shadow. To this day, I have no idea what had led me to experience that unheard of phenomenon. Even thinking about it causes me to shudder just remembering it. That nameless, hellish astral plane of existence. It happened many years ago when I was very young. I was a curious child who had no true desire to spend it like other youngsters. I'd always spent time lost in my thoughts and read about subjects and not many people usually take any interest in. I suppose that caused me to become ostracized by my classmates at school, and I never truly developed any real relationships. Ultimately, this led me to becoming very lonely, so often I find ways to entertain myself in unique ways. Because I was so lonesome, I'd often spend time in my thoughts and observing odd little things I could spot in random places. As a result of this, I began to take an interest in my shadow. Walking home from school on pleasant days, I'd often walk with my head down, studying it, since I was so fascinated by it. The way it changed its height, if the sun were a different position, or how you would change color or appearance depending on whether the sun or moon was in the sky. I studied textbook after textbook on shadows and learned that they are scientifically and what they were to cultures all over the earth. I found myself absolutely intrigued by them and what they did. Although I found myself learning much about them practically, I couldn't help but to think about them in another way. I felt that there was something much more to shadows than what meets the eye. I'd be happy whenever there was a full moon, since the moonlight would pour directly onto my room and give a pleasant ivory tint to the darkness. Furthermore, it cast shadows against objects on the wall, including my own shadow. This brought me oodles of fun and wonder. I'd spend hours at night entertaining myself by creating shadow puppets or flailing my hands around in humorous ways to have my shadow emulate me. One night, however, things became very different. As I drifted off to sleep one idle night after I had spent my time doing my usual routine of making interesting puppets against the wall and making myself laugh, I lay down to rest, and just as I was about to, I waved my hand as if I were waving goodbye and goodnight to my shadow. I suppose this was just my childish innocence at play, since after all, I was only a child when this all happened. This is where the eeriness truly began. I was waving my hand a bit quickly, in that way kids do, things in a sloppy and careless manner sometimes. However, my shadow's movements seemed to be a bit slower, as if they weren't in sync with my movement. At first, I had thought that perhaps it was just me being tired and seeing things incorrectly. That often happens to me. As I lowered my hand and placed it by my side, my shadow kept waving its hand in that strange and slightly creepy way. To make things even creepier was that its fingers didn't resemble mine at all. They suddenly appeared longer, thinner, and the tips of the fingers appeared pointed and sharp. I suddenly felt afraid and sat up in bed, staring at my wall. My shadow was following my motions perfectly once again. My eyes remained on my shadow for a good 30 seconds, feeling very nervous. What had caused that? I know I was tired, but still awake enough to discern uncanny happenings. For a minute, I had thought that maybe something was in the room with me. That alone was enough to fill me with fear and shook the sleeplessness out of me. Being only a youngster, I peered over the side of my bed and looked underneath to ensure that no monsters were dwelling under there. I laid back down, bringing my blankets up to my chin and my eyes swinging from left to right, but avoiding any shadowy silhouette. The next night, before climbing into bed, I pondered more and more about that weird occurrence. I must have been dreaming, I thought. After all, that was just silly. Shadows can't move by themselves. It was most likely my tired brain playing tricks on me. When I hopped into bed, I played with my shadow once again and, as usual, dabbled in my puerile activities of making fun little figures. Thankfully, from what I saw, it didn't do anything odd or unsettling. I placed my head on my pillow and went into sound, pleasant sleep. I felt myself stir and awake at some unusual and random hour of that said night. I sat up in bed, lifted my hands to my eyes, and tiredly rubbed them. My eyes shifted over to the wall where my shadow appears, and what was there that night still haunts me to this very day, many years later. Although what I saw indeed was my shadow, it didn't reflect me sitting in my bed. Instead, it looked as if it were standing up completely straight. I couldn't tell if it was either standing right next to my bedside or if it were just pressed against the wall. The most unsettling aspect of this uncanny shadow was that it seemed to have eyes. 2 shining purple orbs seemed to be the upper side of its head. It just continually stared mindlessly at me. My eyes widened and my mouth hung open, interestingly enough. Although I was afraid, I didn't feel the typical overwhelming horror that often associates itself with seeing something scary in the dark. Instead, it was more of a curious fear. A type of fear only children have, in which they are afraid but at the same time have an element of curiosity along with it. As it saw me staring at it with those terrifying eyes, it suddenly began to walk. But as it did, it no longer looked like my shadow. Its body grew a hunch back, and the hands suddenly shifted to that grotesque claw-like appearance. The neck became elongated and stretched out, and it had a bestial, inhuman way of walking. I watched it move, and it gave me a disturbed, sickening feeling. It looked like a silhouette of some deformed imp or devil creature. Its head swung around as if it were an animal scavenging for food. Then, it disappeared into a more darkened, shadowless portion of the room, and it never came out. I stayed staring at the spot where it had vanished for a long time, too afraid to move a single muscle on my body. I don't even recall when I had fallen asleep, or if I had even fallen asleep at all. Perhaps instead I had fainted from seeing such a queer and somewhat horrible sight. All I truly remember is waking up with the shadow on my mind, and if I could tell my parents or not. Unfortunately, my folks were not very understanding of me. They often wondered if I was alright, since I did not partake in the usual hobbies of children my age, like sports or music. Instead, they criticized me frequently due to my interest in topics they considered pointless or silly, and they deemed it unhealthy for me to be researching them constantly. If I had informed them of the disturbing experience I had witnessed, they'd surely roll their eyes and scoff at me. They'd accuse me of reading far too much nonsense and cast it all off as some sort of ridiculous thing I had dreamed of. The next night, however, I'd noticed something. The phase of the full moon had passed, and I'd have to wait almost another month before it would appear again. This didn't mean the moonlight wouldn't seep into my room, though. It just meant that the light would be much weaker. This is where the nightmare truly begins, however, and I would forever doubt my own sanity. Before the events in which I'm about to describe happened, I could at least still judge the situation as being some sort of bizarre lucid dreaming event. But now I knew I wasn't dreaming, and the horrific images of those nights still plague me endlessly to this day. As long as the moon was shining, even a little bit, the living shadow would freely crawl and walk about my room. I would see its loathsome purple gaze as its head creaked from left to right as if examining its surroundings. I felt my blood turn into ice as its orbs stared deeply into my eyes, hungrily, as if trying to peel back the layers of my mind and fill it with madness. The impish thing would sometimes crawl on the ceiling and turn its head towards me, and just keeps its eyes on me for what seemed like all night. All I could do, helpless during all this, would just be to look back and quiver beneath my quilt. Although it seemed to have some sort of form, which I saw as a grotesque, devilish, humanoid shape, it never seemed consistent. At times it would appear like a strange little monkey, curiously lumbering about the room, and every once in a while would shoot a glance over at me. Other times it didn't have any shape or form at all, and instead seemed like a black, shadowy liquid gruesomely slithering about, going underneath doors and under my bed. One particular
disturbing memory still stands out to me. One day, I saw the dark entity pour out of the wall, and it seemed to fade into the darkest region of the room. I had seen it do this a few times already, and, dare I say, I found it quite normal at this point. But then, I saw the deplorable shadow suddenly morph into that queer, liquescent form and slip through my window. Shaken by this, I tossed off my blankets and quietly made my way over to it to see where it had gone. I peered outside, and even though it was dark, I could still see the hideous shadow leaping from roof to roof of the other houses of my neighborhood with remarkable speed and dexterity until its silhouette vanished into the night. This went on for weeks, right until the night when the full moon was due to appear. I had no idea of the monstrous and ghoulish voyage that was awaiting me, but if I had known, I would never have looked upon my own shadow. Before I relate to what I'm about to say, I'm going to detail the toll this took on my daily life. I felt myself beginning to take a morbid descent into madness. Every day, I would feel terribly paranoid and troubled when I was around my shadow. Whenever I walked into school in the morning, I would attempt to avoid staring down to see if it was walking in front of me. Even shadows that belonged to inanimate objects gave me shivers. In the classroom, I could hardly focus on my schoolwork or the lectures. I often felt myself nervously glancing out the windows to see if the sun had reached the center of the sky and was beginning to cast shadows over buildings and trees. I frequently envisioned horrendously grotesque shadows beginning to envelop the walls and floors. One particular day, I was seeing those shadows far worse than before. Eventually, I imagined them stepping out of their natural habitat and began moving about the classroom on all fours, as if studying the objects in the classroom with some sort of abnormal curiosity. They had those wretched glowing purple eyes, much like the shadow that haunted my room. I did my best to conceal my nightmarish hallucinations from my family and my peers. It became increasingly difficult since my teachers took note of my lack of participation during lectures, and my family noticed that I increasingly began to abandon my interests. It was as if I became a prisoner to these damn shadows. I couldn't take it. It was becoming overwhelming, and I had even contemplated committing suicide to finally put my mind to rest. I even saw these same evil shadows in my dreams. What I said so far, however, was just a preface to the real horror and terror that would happen to me a month later during this whole ghastly ordeal. I honestly hope to the Almighty that it was just some sort of elaborate and vivid dream I had had. It will be very difficult for me to describe again, since some of it has been forgotten, but the portions I do remember still lurk around in my memories and leave me awake for hours, lost in haunting thoughts. The full moon phase returned once again. I nervously glanced over to the wall to see that matterless, ghoulish acquaintance I've come to accept in my life. Amazingly, my shadow was absolutely normal once again. I waved my hand a few times and stood up to ensure that I was not, in an ironic twist, just imagining it. But no, it had finally returned to its appropriate state. It looked like me again. I was speechless. It was like I'd woken up from a horrible, endless night terror, and I was greeted by a pleasant sunny day and had a refreshing breeze kissing my face with everything as it should be. I climbed out of my bed and slowly approached the wall with my arms outstretched. The return of my old shadow felt like a beloved friend had returned from a long journey. For reasons I really can't describe, perhaps I was just intoxicated with happiness. I began to press the tips of my fingers against the wall, amusing myself with the thing following my every action. The sweet freedom of controlling my own shadow had returned. Just as I was doing this, my shadow suddenly developed those wicked purple orbs that served as its eyes, and it transformed into that grotesque and unnerving devilish form once again. I cried out in fear and backed away from it, but to my horror, the upper half of its body suddenly popped out of the wall, and its long, gaunt arms wrapped around my body. I grew mad with fright and began to wrestle my way out of the monster's grip, but it was incredibly strong. I tried to scream, but my voice came out weak and as short in gasps. I was too afraid. I opened my eyes and stared at the blasphemous thing's eyes, and I immediately began to feel faint.
It was so horrific and demonic to gaze into them. I wouldn't even dare put it into words. The last thing I felt, if this is the correct way to describe it, was the shadow pulling me into the darkness. I felt myself sinking as if drowning in some sort of otherworldly ghost pool, just going deeper and deeper until everything went black. When we fell asleep in an unknown area, we're often taken by surprise when we first wake up. We often expect to wake up in our rooms, our homes, but we see surroundings we've never seen. Unfortunately, this was not the case at all for me. Before I opened my eyes, I could tell something was very wrong. It didn't feel like I was lying on my mattress or anything for that matter. I felt my legs dangling in the air as if it was some sort of marionette on strings. When I opened my eyes, I cried out in horror. My head swung from left to right quickly, trying to gather where I was. I didn't see my room or my house. I didn't see anything familiar at all. Instead, I saw a sort of night sky. But the thing that made me fearful was that the sky was not what I expected. It appeared more like a strange, surrealistic night sky. The constellations I spotted were very unfamiliar. The stars shined furiously and were much brighter than the stars I know of. Even though I said it looked like a nighttime sky, it had more of an odd purple and blue hue to it. I saw shooting stars pass by a few times and bizarre, distant planets that I'd never seen before. For a moment, I felt as if I was floating on water, or at least that's the impression I obtained. When I looked down, I shrieked in both astonishment and dread. I was hovering in mid-air. What was going on here? Where am I? Was this just some sort of bizarre dream? I felt myself breathing heavily, nauseous and thunderstruck with terror. I wanted to wake up. I wanted to go back home. I tried to move, but instead all I could do was glide. I felt as if I had no choice, so I did so. There were weird rock formations floating about, slowly and like the way clouds moved by. They appeared like stalactites with platform-like tops just scattered about. The rocks had strange colors, dark blues, and with tinges of green. I hovered over to one of them and stepped on it, and observed my unusual nerve-wracking surroundings. I felt as if I had been taken to some strange and unreachable part of the universe. But how is that? I didn't know that if I were actually able to breathe, but I felt fine in terms of respiration. I wasn't too well read in astronomy, so I couldn't tell if the formations and shapes of the stars were alien to the ones I knew. I ran to the edge of the rock formation and leaped, and I began to hover again. I felt like some sort of fish swimming in a cosmic sea of lost star constellations and chaotic dimensions. Just then, I heard an ominous and strange sort of chattering coming from below me. It sounded like a multitude of insects or snakes scurrying noiselessly in a large pit. I peered down nervously and saw a swarm of detestable shadows emerging from an unknown region from deep space with remarkable speed. Before I could fly away to a safer spot, the black and transparent beings wrapped themselves around me. Their demonic grips felt like a cold burn as I writhed and attempted to tear them off of me. They were like constrictors wrapping themselves around my arms and legs and dragging me down to God knows where. Miraculously enough, I was able to rip them off and slide out of those shadows' hold, and I floated away to another rocky platform, trembling from that strange experience. Now I had felt too nervous to aviate around freely. Those devilish things might rise up again and try to put me down into the unknown once more. I felt helpless and stranded in this horrible dimension. Before I could organize my thoughts, another terrible thing awaited me. As I stood there looking around to see how to escape this insane place, I heard a deep baritone rumbling beneath me. It sounded like some sort of powerful earthquake were going on. Beginning to grow mad with fright, I made my way over to the edge of the precipice and glanced down. My eyes widened with horror as I stared at the hideous and deplorable fiend that I observed. An enormous and terrible monster lurked down there. It appeared to be made out of some sort of shadowy smog. It appeared more like a living thunderhead slithering down there, like some sort of massive, bloated serpentine creature. It detected me as I stared at it, because I was observing this horrible thing. Its grotesque face glanced up, and its purplish eyes landed on me. It had a hideous frog-like face and a grayish bifid tongue hanging out. I stood up with my eyes locked on the monster, and I immediately whirled around and attempted to fly away. As I hovered as rapidly as I could, I heard the monstrous thing's growls and roars behind me. I felt myself unwilling to turn around and face it. When I had first saw it, it left me with some sort of loathing and sickening feeling, almost paralyzing me with absolute horror. That beast's image was branded into my mind to this day, and I feel like I see it whenever I shut my eyes. I truly have no idea where I was fleeing to, and all I knew was that I wanted to get there as quickly as possible, and out of this dimension or realm of madness and horror. Then, I heard that repulsive noise once again. Those shadowy beings were coming up from their infernal depths. I felt a cold and despairing feeling with helplessness overtake me. The shadows rose up and took hold of me once again, but instead of dragging me down, they held me in place, and I began to thrash furiously as I heard the monster's famished, guttural cries growling louder and more excited. I did my absolute best to break away from their fiendish clutches. It was no use. The shadow's strength and numbers overwhelmed me. With my final breath, I turned around, and I saw that hideous purple-eyed shadow thing approach me, roaring with its hideous mouth open wide. I could see what appeared to be some sort of muscle organ that appeared like a heart inside of it. It was covered with veins and seemed to have a large putrid valve and arteries attached to it. With each pulse it seemed to change different colors. It came closer, closer, and only then did I realize that I was screaming my heart out, mindlessly, and having primal fear take hold of me. Never again was I able to look upon my shadow after that horrendous experience or nightmare or whatever it was. What I remembered next was waking up in my bed, sweating and trembling like a leaf. I wish I could properly claim what it was I had gone through that night. I didn't simply wake up and feel myself better. And relieved that it was just a nightmare. No. Instead, I felt myself so mentally destroyed that my parents later told me they heard horrific noises emitting from my room. When they entered, they saw me suffering from an extreme paroxysm of maddened fear. They immediately called for an ambulance and rushed me to the hospital. The physicians and medical staff said they had never seen anyone suffer from such a nervous breakdown as I had. Many times they inquired to what led me to have it, but they never got a true response from me. I know that after treating, they immediately shipped me off to some sort of insane asylum, from what I could describe. Many years later, I still have not recovered at all from that evil scenario. Now I could hardly even look at dark areas without feeling a wretched loathing of it, and I sit alone for several hours with every single light in my house to prevent any sort of shadows from appearing too vividly. Every once in a while, as I lay on my bed at night in complete darkness to prevent any sort of shadow from taking form, I believe I see two hideous purple orbs watching me, waiting for me to approach them. I know that soon the shadow people will climb out of the evil darkness and pull me back into their lair, their horrible realm of shadows. SCP-173 Object Class Euclid Special Containment Procedures Item SCP-173 is to be kept in a locked container at all times. When personnel must enter SCP-173's container, no fewer than 3 may enter at any time, and the door is to be relocked behind them. At all times, 2 persons must maintain direct eye contact with SCP-173 until all personnel have vacated and relocked the container. Description: Move to Site-19-1993 origin is as of yet unknown. It is constructed from concrete and rebar with traces of Krylon brand spray paint. SCP-173 is animate and extremely hostile. The object cannot move while within direct line of sight. Line of sight must not be broken at any time with SCP-173. Personnel assigned to enter container are instructed to alert one another before blinking. Object is reported to attack by snapping the neck at the base of the skull or by strangulation. In the event of an attack, personnel are to observe Class 4 hazardous object containment procedures. Personnel report sounds of scraping stone originating from within the container when no one is present inside. This is considered normal, and any change in this behavior should be reported to the acting HMCL supervisor on duty. The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a combination of feces and blood. Origin of these materials is unknown. The enclosure must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis.
My husband and I moved into our new home not too long ago. The house was our dream home, really. Except, well, off to the corner of the house there's a room with a set of stairs leading to somewhere. When we go into the basement, I could stand right where the stairs are supposed to lead. And they're nowhere to be seen. It doesn't make sense. The other day, while my husband was at work, I decided to be brave to see where those damn stairs lead. I grabbed the flashlight and headed down. As I got further and further down the stairs, the light of my flashlight only got dimmer. It was like something was repulsing the light. Their stairs only kept going. When the light of my flashlight went completely out, I stopped. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear something in the dark from behind me. It sounded like scratching on the wall, rapid and getting closer. I couldn't go back up the stairs, or I'd run into whatever that thing was. But I couldn't continue going down, so I stood there like an idiot hoping that it just wouldn't see me. Well, I was wrong. It stopped right beside me. I could hear breathing. It was so dark and I couldn't see a thing. Whatever it was wrapped its hand around my arm. It burned like nothing I've ever felt. But that's all it did. I ran quickly as I could up those damn stairs and I locked the door. That was 2 days ago. As I write this, I've noticed I've changed. My skin is turning leathery, my teeth have become sharper, most food became repelling, but my stomach hasn't stopped growling. I crave something different. My husband.
I first started asking questions when I was 13 years old. Unlike the majority of people I knew at this age, I had never met my father, nor did I ever quiz my mother on his name, features, history, or current location. That is, until now. My mother was holding a glass in one hand, a carton of orange juice in the other, as I allowed myself to finally inquire about my dad. At the mention of said person, the glass slipped out my mother's hand and smashed against the floor. Her eyes went narrow, her face twisting into a look of anger and prosecution. Then she hit me
again and again and again, screaming to the point where blood spotted my face as the inside of her throat slit open through strain. Whilst I cowered, my arms covering my face, I managed to hear the word, or dog. After what felt like an eternity of abuse, she stopped. Cowering, she left. I never saw her again. Years went on. How I survived is of no importance. The family I now shelter with is of little relevance to this. However, after 6 years of searching the name or dog in all kept records, I could locate the area where I grew up with my mother. I came across this. 1991, the year I was born, 20 murders were committed, each to a woman who on the day of their murder were celebrating their 21st birthday. Each body was discovered intact, except that their eyes were hollowed out and their mouths were extended to the point where their jaws were completely broken. The intriguing thing was how their mouths couldn't be shut, as though an invisible force was forcing them to stay open. These murders happened over the space of 20 days, each day at exactly 9 p.m. from the 1st of December to the 20th of December. Exactly 9 p.m. Then they stopped. Nobody knew why, and nobody questioned it. They just carried on with their lives. I was born on the 21st December. Time of birth, 9 p.m. My mother was meant to be the 21st victim. However, she became the bearer of his child. On your 21st birthday, I will approach you. You will not see me until it's too late. The last thing you'll see is my hollow eyes as your own burn out your skull. Your soul will be mine for my father to feast on.
If you're lucky.
If you're unlucky, if you were born on the 21st of any given month, well, let's just say that a sibling is something I've always liked the sound of. It's been about a month since I followed that link. It still sends chills down my spine whenever I think about it. Let me explain. Some time ago I was browsing some 4chan's ripoffs V-board and came across a thread whose title was simply a mass of random keys, as if someone had punched the keyboard a few times. The text was much of the same, but it had several letters repeated with what I thought was random text thrown in. Since I had too much time on my hands and Word open, I decided to get rid of the repeated letters. Surprisingly, it turned out to be a link without punctuation. It was still a mass of letters, but the HTTP and COM were too hard to ignore. So, I got some free antivirus and prepared for the worst. The site was full of ads, so I came back with an ad blocker enabled. Once the ad blocker was on, the site was just block orange with small download link in the center. I clicked it, and a zip file entitled 432B was downloaded. Once unzipped, the file contained two things: a .gba file and a copy of Visual Boy Advance to play it in. So I fired up the emulator and started to play 432b.gba. It played okay, but the turbo button didn't work. The graphics were akin to Final Fantasy Advance 6, but it was not the same game.
Instead of a developer name screen, it simply cut to a title, and play was the only option. So I pressed X to select it, and it cut to another black screen for about 4 seconds. It loaded to a young boy wearing something akin to a Link outfit, but a muddy brown instead of green. The premise of the game was simple: run from a pack of wolves or die by getting eaten, which turned out to be pretty fun. I didn't really see this as creepy, but then again, I'm not one of those paranoid creepypasta protagonists. After eventually being chased down and killed a couple times, I noticed something after the 5th death though. The screens where the wolves could be seen eating you were getting longer, and the character grew thinner and thinner and got slower. The wolves would stay the same speed, however. I wonder if it was possible, by this logic, to die before the game began. After about 50 tries, the character looked near death by the time the screen faded into him, and the wolves pounced the moment I gained control. The screen stayed on the wolves feasting for a good 20 seconds, and then cut back to the menu, which had changed to add "Continue" to the menu. Selecting this simply brought the camera back to the wolves eating the boy, but it lasted about a minute. Afterwards, the wolves turned away to show the skeleton of the boy, mostly picked clean. Trying again would simply pan to the skeleton for a minute while the wolves howled. The game booted me back to the menu, and bonus was now an option. I selected it, and it was a close-up of the boy's corpse. Still done within the limitations of Game Boy Advance graphics, mind you. The other pieces of art were much the same, showing the corpse in various states of decay. The last picture was much different. It was a wolf foaming at the mouth with glowing red eyes and glistening teeth. As I exited to the menu, I heard a snarl come from the speakers. I decided to hit play again, but it just started at the point where I got eaten instantly. Upon exiting the emulator itself, the file deleted itself. Shame, I thought, as it was really creepy and also good fun. When I returned to the site, the post was different. It had the same title, but there was no text, and the picture was that of a damn wolf with red eyes. It sent shivers down my spine whenever I thought about it. And occasionally, while I do other things, I will hear howls from my speakers, or sometimes a snarl. The deep, black ocean. I've always been both fascinated and afraid of it. Fascinated in the way that I sometimes look things up about it and its creatures on Google or YouTube. Afraid in the way that I never ever hope to be down there myself. I'm talking about the real depths here. I've snorkeled on vacation before, and I've dove before. That was no big deal. But those pitch black depths just scare me. Heck, swimming while I can't see the bottom already unnerves me. And can you really blame me? Imagine being down there. The pitch black depths where no light of the sun comes. It's just you and your diving suit and a cable attaching you to the boat, hundreds, sometimes even thousands of meters above you. You can't see a single thing. It's all black and quiet around you. Yet there could be something huge and monstrous just right behind you. Colossal squids can grow up to more than 45 feet and are known to be able of injuring even sperm whales. They live at depths at about 2.2 kilometers. Imagine one of those beasts swimming just beside you, its tentacles ready to constrict you. Yet, you don't see a single thing. And who is to say there's nothing even bigger down there? You ever hear of the bloop? an extremely low-frequency underwater sound recorded by the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in 1997 when they were trying to locate Soviet submarines. Its true nature is unknown, as many scientists have puzzled over this, but the structure of the sound heavily imply it is made by a creature. The sound was also several times louder than the cry of a blue whale, the world's largest known animal. This means the creature itself also has to be larger than the krill-eating giant. Now imagine one of these guys swimming around you. Imagine suddenly seeing rows of enormous razor-sharp fangs appearing all around you, ready to crush you. Or a huge pitch-black eye suddenly appearing before you, gazing at you with animalistic coldness, and coming to one primal conclusion: prey. In recent weeks, I have begun to remember the details of my brother's death. I was only 7 years old when it happened, and I never truly remembered it until now. I guess I should tell you about the days preceding the killing, or at least the unusual things. My brother and I were a good 13 years apart in age. Don't ask. And our parents were getting a divorce, so I lived with him. So, either way, I wasn't pulled to one side or the other. The judge wanted the most impartial decision I could give. So, that's why I lived with my brother in the weeks before his death. His girlfriend was pregnant then, and she thought of me as practice for being a good mother, so of course, she was a tad clingy, but I loved the attention I was getting. I slept in what was going to be the nursery, and then I simply passed the thought. But now I'm thinking that what I saw those nights were a premonition of sorts to what was yet to come. Every night, like clockwork, I'd see a tall, ominous shadow pass over the window. I never saw a face or any real details at all, just the shadow. I can only describe it as tall, thin, and wearing a top hat, like Abraham Lincoln wore. Actually, just like he wore. Sometimes I would hear laughing, like a deep voice, far deeper than my brother's laugh. Other times I would hear sounds like muffled screams, but I'd cover my head with the blanket and plug my ears. Eventually I'd fall asleep. I never told my brother about it, but once I told his girlfriend, she passed it off as a nightmare. I recently looked at some of my better drawings, and one consistent thing in them was the shadow. Most of the time, the shadow appeared as much, but not as its own essence, but as the main objective's shadow, except for one time. It was during the time period I was writing this. I woke up at the drawing table with an art piece finished. It was him, the dream or memory of the night I drew it for the first time I saw the shadow's face. I can only call him by name. Puppeteer. The night was still a blur, but I do remember for the first time since I saw the shadow, he stopped at my window. I guess I can't trust this memory because I was 7 and it's been years, but still. I now remember the shadow disappearing, then appearing above me. Puppeteer was bent down because he was so tall. His face was like a mask, yet I touched his face and it felt like skin. I knew it wasn't makeup. It was his skin. His face looked like large scales, except for his mouth, which was like a nutcracker's. One eye showed past the dark blue scales. It danced with insanity, yet with hurt and sorrow as well. He didn't hurt me. In fact, I don't recall being scared at all. He spoke a language I couldn't quite make out, but as soon as he understood I didn't know the language, he disappeared. The next time I saw him was when he killed my brother. I didn't even see the shadows after that night, but I remember that night now like it was yesterday. I finally saw the Puppeteer's shadow, so I ran into my brother's room. Puppeteer was standing over him, bent at the waist with his nutcracker mouth sucking a black essence from my brother. That was how my brother died. Now and then, since I recovered my memories, I have seen Puppeteer on occasion, always before the death of a murderer. I know he did something to me because my nephew Jason is nearly 9, and yet I'm younger than one of his great-grandchildren. I stopped aging once I hit the age of 20. I never am bothered by this, since I only wanted knowledge, not love or money. Jason told his children, and their children, and their children, about Puppeteer. He has become the symbol of my family. Whether it is a good symbol or bad, I know not of yet, but I do believe it is good. No one in my family since my brother's death has ever had bad deaths. They have all died peacefully. My sister, or my late brother's girlfriend, died peacefully. Her last words were, "Thank you for bringing him and me both to heaven." Then she died. I can only imagine that out of guilt, Puppeteer took my brother's soul to heaven. I saw him once, 50 years ago. Puppeteer came to in the dead of night and spoke a phrase and disappeared. I knocked on death's door. I wish he answered. Close your eyes. Inhale deeply. Count backwards from 10. Now, exhale. Slowly, but don't open your eyes. By now, your heart rate has slowed. You're in a relaxed state. And for the moment, all is well with the world. Your cares, trials, and tribulations have fluttered away. This moment, if it stretched on forever, would equate to perfection. Nothing will ever be as good as this moment. But please, don't open your eyes. See, though all I've told you isn't true, your body thinks it is. It acknowledges it, takes it, and makes it reality. The body is like that. You can't trick it. Tune it to certain frequencies, and with practice, you can make the body believe anything. People who lose legs and arms complain of pain in their limbs. Work night shift long enough and your sleep cycle turns day to night. Go without sleep and your body adjusts to living without it. There might be a few glitches, but the machine keeps ticking. You keep going, complete with new functionality. Continue this deviation, and this adjustment becomes principle. You stop sleeping more than a few hours. You flex the fingers on your missing hand. You feel abnormal during the day. This startles some, of course. Their mind screams for a return to normalcy, but it's too late at this point. They're too far gone, and nothing can save them, not even counting back from 10 in desperate hope of reaching that perfect moment. Please don't open your eyes. The sight might shock you. I'm not prepared to deal with you going maniac on me. People like this. They're broken machines. They wander through life, shells of their former selves, trapped in purgatory, searching in vain for that one thing, that one element that might make them feel okay again, the fork in the path giving them a choice. But, as I'm sure you can attest,
there aren't any such things, are there? These people, they can't handle the reality, the enormity of their life, so eventually I find them. Sometimes they even come to me, and I fix them. Do not open your eyes. I won't ask again nicely. There's no set cure, sadly. Every person is a different model from their peers with their own set of problems. Sometimes the solution is simple, but other times, like now, I have to get a bit more extreme. It's nothing personal, and I assure you, I derive little pleasure from this. But we've all our lot in life. We've got to make the most of it, staying as sane as we can manage. Did your wife tell you she called me? I thought she would. She was highly concerned about you. These little eccentricities people experience, the ones that turn them into limping contraptions, they're the root of it all. They're what turns us bitter and strange and so odd. They make it so hard, so very hard to relax. To identify with other people, I can't imagine what it was like when your trouble began. Did you acknowledge the things you saw at first? Or did their existence become palpable the more they persisted? Did they tell you things? It doesn't matter. Not anymore. It'll all be over soon. Please, stop fidgeting. Keep your eyes closed. Relax. Breathe deep for me and count backwards from 10. Now, exhale. Enjoy this moment. Feel the serenity of life flooding back into you. Let your body go slack. Let me fix you. I can't believe it. I'm in bed with the girl of my dreams. I've had a crush on this girl since junior year, and she had never even looked at me. Not that I'm ugly or nerdy or anything. I just sort of blend in well, a little too well for my taste. Nevertheless, just a year and a half later, we were sleeping in the same bed, literally. How did we meet? It was just another day at work, the Lazy Fox Tavern. And she came right up to the counter and ordered a drink. I recognized her instantly, but she didn't seem to know me, as expected. Now, you might see this as me not having a chance in hell of getting her, but seeing as she literally did not recognize me, I seized the moment and started hitting on her. It was a lot easier than I had thought it would be, thankfully. So, after a few more drinks, on the house of course, I took her home, yada yada yada, and here we are. For about the last hour, I've just enjoyed the sight of her sleeping. It's sort of peaceful just watching her twitch here and there, her cute little snores. Oh, she's waking up. I better get more sleeping pills for her. Waking up in a strange bed all bound and used could really scare someone.
This happened at my friend's house a couple years ago. It was the first time she'd thrown a big party like this for Halloween. A couple of my friends and I ended up spending the night there, because no one was in any shape or mood to drive home at 2 in the morning. We crashed in her living room. The house was small and it only had 1 floor. The living room is to the right of the front door, lots of windows, and a big pond out in the front. Everything else is just an empty field. Adjacent to the living room was the dining room and the kitchen. To left of it, you've got your classic creepy hallway, complete with an old dusty mirror at the end of it. There were about 7 of us in total, sitting in the living room, when all of a sudden my friend stopped, claiming she heard a noise. So she and another one of the guests went down the hall to have a look as the rest of us continued to doze off. That was, until they came running out, shutting the curtains and turning off as many lights as they could. They urged us to do the same. We shut all the curtains and turned off every light in the house, save for a couple of flashlights. That's when our lovely hostess started handing out steak and butcher knives for protection. At this point, the rest of us just wanted to understand just what the fuck got them so upset. Apparently, they'd gotten halfway down the hallway when one of them noticed a movement in the corner of her eye. She looked into the office, the first door on the right, which faced the front of the house. There was a handprint on the window. This would only seem a little odd, but the handprint was on the outside of the window and had never been there before. Mind you, this was a small house. We were partying all over the place. Someone had to have been outside in the last 10 or 20 minutes to make it. The only other problem was that the window in question was elevated 2 meters from the floor. As far as I'm concerned, no one at the party was 2.5 meters tall. By now, all of us were thoroughly freaked out from the fresh handprint. Except for me. Me, being oddly disinterested in freaky shit, went outside to see the handprint. That's when I realized how tall you actually had to be to make a handprint at the top of the window like that. I figured no one else had noticed yet. Besides, scaring people who are holding steak knives is just a stupid idea. I went back in to check everyone. They'd considered calling the cops, but the house wasn't made with a working landline, causing the reception to go to shit. I decided to calm everyone down and try to convince them that some guy got proper plastered and just hopped up to slap the window like that. Since no one had considered the height of the window, they believed me all the way to the next morning. When everybody went to sleep at night, I didn't. I ended up staying up because I knew the one thing that I hadn't told everybody. I knew the truth, and I figured I should be awake in case there was a break-in. I had to use the bathroom earlier that night, and I found a similar handprint on the bathroom window, which happened to be at least 0.5 meter higher than the other ones had found. And when I walked outside, I realized that half the windows in front of the house had handprints. But to this day, I think I'm the only one who has discovered that. We all hear them, those damn sounds in your house when you're alone, like floors creaking, the stairs sounding like footsteps are moving on them, and sometimes, if you're really paranoid, whispering. Hell, you can probably see shadows if you're scared enough. But let's all be honest, we're not scared of those things because they're actually scary. We're scared of those things because if there is something causing those sounds, we are completely helpless and defenseless against the threat. If someone actually does attack you, you do not have friends or family to help you fight off the person / monster / whatever the hell you're afraid of attacking you. So it's a good old 1v1 combat, but the opponent probably has a weapon, so it's the slightest bit unfair, or if it's some kind of monster, well, yeah. Well, I'm here to make you feel better. All those sounds you hear aren't a monster stalking you, ready to strike any minute, nor an intruder trying to murder you. Trust me, it's just you being paranoid. Nothing really to fear. Here's a thought, though. Maybe you should be more afraid of the things you can't hear. I mean, if you were a killer, would you want to give your victim signs of you being there, such as footsteps, hard breathing, rustling, or other noisy shit like that? Nah, of course not. That's just stupid right there. If I was a killer, I'd want to be completely silent, making the slightest amount of noise possible, going for the kill when their guard's down.
attacking them before they even know they're hit. Maybe when they're asleep. That's just a thought, though, of course. He never paid much attention to the neighbors living on his block until the day the pretty middle-aged widow moved in 2 doors down from him. She was plump and dark with sparkling eyes, and she always wore dark gloves on her hands, even indoors. He went out of his way to meet her, and they often bumped into each other in the street and stood talking. One day, as she brushed the hair from her forehead, he caught a glimpse of gold under the glove on her right arm. When he asked her about it, she grinned coquettishly and told him that she had lost a hand a few years back and now wore a golden hand in its place. In that moment, terrible lust woke in his heart, not to possess the lady herself, but to possess the solid gold hand that she wore under her long black gloves. He courted the widow with every stratagem known to him. Flowers, trips to the theater, gifts, compliments, and he won her heart. Within a month, they were standing in front of a minister promising to love one another until death parted them. Within another month, he was a widower and had buried his ailing wife in the local cemetery without her golden hand. It had been so easy, a slow poison administered daily to resemble a wasting disease. No one, not his wife, not the family doctor, nor their neighbors suspected murder. And the night after her funeral, he slept with the golden hand under his pillow. It was a dark night. Clouds covered the moon, and the wind was whistling down the chimney and rattling the shutters of the townhouse. He was deeply asleep when the door to his room slammed open with a loud bang, and a wild wind whipped around the room, scattering papers and books and clothes and table coverings every which way. He sat up, startled by the sudden noise, and his pulse began to pound when he saw a greenish-white light bobbing slowly into the room. Before his eyes, the light slowly grew larger, taking on the shape of his dead wife. She was missing one arm. "Where's my golden hand?" she moaned, her dark eyes blazing with red fire. "Give me my golden hand." He tried to speak, but his mouth was so dry with fear that he could only make soft, gasping noises. The glowing phantom moved closer to him, her once lovely face twisted into a hideous green mask. "You stole my life, and you stole my hand. Give me back my golden hand," the wife howled. The noise rose higher and higher, and the phantom pulsed with a strident green light that smote his eyes, making them water. He cowered back against his pillows, and the hard shape of the golden hand pressed against his back. And then he felt the golden hand twitch underneath him as the mangled green phantom that had been his wife swooped down upon him, pressing his face against the pillow in a suffocating green cloud. He tried to scream, but it was cut off suddenly by a terrible pressure against his throat, cutting off his breath. The world went black. The next morning, when the housemaid came into the room with her master's morning cup of tea, she found him lying dead on the floor with the golden hand clutched around his throat. So, I was playing Minecraft one night, nothing really out of the ordinary. I was playing on my usual survival world. I'd played this world ever since the 1.7 update that added all the new biomes. So I had plenty of gear and materials. I had a large house and farm, several stacks of diamonds, and other things. I was pretty well off in that save file. But everything changed that one day. I was playing my world. I went exploring to find some villages to trade with, but suddenly, When I got into a roof forest, it got unexpectedly foggy. I went and checked my render distance, and they mysteriously were at their minimum setting. I usually have it render at a far distance, which is really weird. I reset it back to its original setting, but when I unpaused the game, it went back to its low render setting. I decided to forget about it and just continue on. It's probably just some bug, I thought to myself as I continued on. I left it at the setting since it was obviously not going to go back. As I walked through the roof forest, I saw a figure run through the woods just barely in my sight. I tried pursuing it, but it disappeared into the fog. I suddenly became slightly frightened, as I thought it was Herobrine. I never truly believed in the myth that he goes into your Minecraft saves, but what was I to think? I tried running where I thought the potential Herobrine was at, but I found nothing. I decided to turn around and go back to my village searching, but when I did, the figure I was searching for appeared right in front of me. But this was not Herobrine. No. He was similar. He had the default skin except his head. Instead of a face with empty eyes, was a sticky piston head. I instantly died in game after the encounter, losing all of my gear, and my respawn point was thousands of blocks away. But when I respawned, I saw the piston-headed figure in front of me again. I tried to kill it, but it attacked me while making sounds which I thought was a gas, and killed me again. I was suddenly disconnected from my world's internal server. I got the disconnected from server message, but under it was a message that I've never seen before while playing Minecraft. It said, "Prepare your nipples." I thought this was some sort of prank thing that Mojang did in 1.7 or something, as they did something similar to one of the versions during April Fool's Day, only it wasn't April's Fools. I went into the forums to see if anyone else had encounters to this mysterious thing. After hours of searching, I found nothing. It was late, so I decided to get some sleep and continue the search in the morning. I later woke up in the middle of the night. I slept with my clothes on, but for some reason my shirt was off. My vision was a little fuzzy from waking up, so I started rubbing my eyes to clear them up. When I was able to see clearly again, I saw a dark figure across the room. From his silhouette, I could see that he had a cube for a head. It started walking towards me, and when it was close enough to where I could see it, I saw that his cube head was a giant piston head. It was the figure in the game, but in the real world. I was scared out of my mind, so scared I could barely move. My arms became weak and they collapsed, leaving me on my bed. The figure leaned over me. His piston head turned toward my chest and slowly extended downwards. I didn't know what it was doing at first, but then I realized it wanted my nipples. When the sticky piston's head reached my chest, it began pulling. I tried to resist, but he had my hands pinned down on the bed. I began screaming in pain as he slowly detached my nipples from my chest. By the time they were removed, there was blood all over my chest, and I was crying. I saw the figure back away and slowly disappearing to nothing. I never saw him again, but I know what he is. He's the Nipple Monster. If you ever encounter him, whatever you do, leave your save and delete it. Do not fight back, or he will take your nipples from you. Do not suffer the fate that I had to endure. He shows no mercy.
These dreams, I can't take them anymore. Well, if you're wondering what dreams I am talking about, then keep listening.
I was sitting in my house on what seemed to be a normal day. I was flipping through the channels on TV. I decided to check the news. I had not been out in a while due to the harsh snow conditions, so I have just been sitting here watching TV with nothing else to do. When I put it on the news channel, there was a commercial, and then it went to the daily news report. There were some boring things, mostly listening to the anchors ramble on about politics or something. I wasn't into all that political stuff. Well, there was one report that caught my eye. A local man was in an accident due to the snowy conditions, and in some way that I can't explain, it felt like I knew this man. I just assumed I had seen him around town and continued listening to the report. He was put into a coma due to the impact of the crash and was in intensive care at the local hospital. He had suffered a major concussion to the head and a broken leg. Well, anyway, that night I had this dream. The dream was so real. I was in my car driving down the road when suddenly my car began to spin off the road because of the icy conditions. The car spun into the ditch and then flipped over on its way into the ditch. I slightly remember hitting my head, but after that I woke up. When I woke up, I thought about the dream I had just had, sighing in relief that it was only a dream. I just figured that my subconscious mind was thinking about the car accident that I heard about on the news the day before. I slightly remember my leg feeling tense and a slight pain rushed through it. I thought nothing of it because I had just assumed it was a leg cramp, which occurs to me very often. A couple of minutes later, I stopped thinking about the dream and drifted off to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I did my usual routine. I got out of bed, I put on a robe and went into the kitchen to make some coffee. While the coffee was brewing, I decided to go check the news to see if they had an update on that man's condition. Soon enough, after some reports I didn't care about, they mentioned something about the man. I believe they said he was in bad condition and did not think he would make it. I continued on my day like I normally would. That night I had another dream though. This time I was in a white room. I looked around and could see nothing around me but white walls. I looked down to see myself laying there in a tiny bed. White sheets, white mattress, white everything. It was so plain. But there was something I noticed. There was this beeping. It was loud. This beeping was the only thing I could hear and the only thing I could think about. It was kind of like this beeping noise was torturing me. Just a constant beep at intervals about 1 second at a time. I heard the loud beep one more time and then I woke up. The pain in my leg being much worse and I had a slight headache. The only thing I could think about was that noise, that horrible beeping. Just thinking of that beeping sound made me cringe. I soon drifted off back to sleep. This time was a very weird occurrence. I was laying in the bed. I couldn't move at all. I could hear a couple of men lightly talking, and I could only make out a few words. One of the men said, "Not much longer." I also noticed that the pain in my leg, oh God, the pain in my leg, it was unbearable. I was sure that this was a dream, but I felt so real, and that pain, it was just all so real. And there it was again, that horrible beeping noise. It was louder this time. It was more vivid. I was scared because this felt so real. Then, the beeping slowed down. It got slower and slower. The slower the beeping became, the louder it was. And then, the beeping just turned into one long beep. My head is hurting so bad. My leg feeling as if it was twisted and mangled. It all came back to me. The memories. Why I had felt like I knew that man on the news. That man. It was me. The long beep stopped, and the last thing there was one last noise. A doctor in the room said very sadly to my family,
He's gone. How could we have known? I suppose we couldn't have. When we would have wanted to know, we didn't have the technology, and by the time we had the technology, we didn't care. I guess once you have the mysteries of the universe at hand, you stop caring about this kind of thing. You may wonder why I'm writing this if nobody would care. Well, it's not for them, it's for you. That is why I'm writing in English. It should be easier for you to translate than what we speak now. And it was the one that was one of the most popular back when we were still. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll go back if you indulge me for a while. We did it. We colonized space. All the dreams we had held came true. Spaceships, other worlds, the works. The only problem was that space wasn't quite as large as we had thought, or rather, the part of space we could survive in. I won't explain why. It will probably be a long time before you could possibly go there on your own, and I'll not aid you in getting there. Man was not meant to enter this void. Of that, I am sure. Once we learned that we were indeed alone, we were initially disappointed. However, this only meant that our conquest would go unopposed. We terraformed every planet we came across and colonized them. Over time, it was decided that Earth would be left alone. We used our technology to clean up our mess there and turned it into, for lack of a better word, a museum. People were allowed to visit Earth, see where we originated, but not stay. If you're rich enough, you could buy an extended stay. A few of the most elite of our time even had countries to themselves. As we reached the edges of where we could safely travel, we began to fill what was now ours at a rapid pace. Soon we realized we were out of room. Explorable space had become not enough for mankind. That should have come as no surprise. After much debate, it was decided that having children would be outlawed in order to maintain the population. You may wonder how we did this without becoming extinct. Simple. We discovered immortality. For a while, using our technologies to maintain our bodies was enough, but even that proved not enough to prevent the eventual degradation. So, we devised a way of transmitting ourselves into clones of our bodies. The clone would be made with a blank slate for the brain, and our brains would be copied, the former bodies then disposed of. There was only one problem. I told you we didn't care at this point. Philosophical debate existed only in ancient texts. Religion was gone. Nobody needed to seek out a god through worship when we could just get in a ship and go see if we could find one. I myself would not have made the discovery if I hadn't been such an outcast. My interest in ancient books of fiction sparked my interest in something nobody had thought about for a millennia. After a few centuries of study and experimentation, I created a device to measure what I had been curious about. However, my measurements came up negative. Keep in mind, a few centuries. That amount of time is minuscule when you are immortal, and I often devoted that amount to other pursuits my peers would laugh at for their perceived pointlessness. However, my measurements came up negative. I was horrified. I used the device on others and received the same results. The reality of the situation set in. We did not have souls. I was in denial. I was certain the device simply did not work. It was a silly concept I got after watching a few historical films from when we were still confined to one planet. My heart sank when the device gave a positive reading just as my dog ran by, proving its authenticity. You see, animals were found to be incapable of undergoing the trans-embodiment procedure the way we could. So they were bred and born just as they always had. No matter how much I tried to convince myself otherwise, the fact remained. Any spirit we had within us left the moment we embraced our trans embodiment. I'm sickened when I look in that mirror. I tried entering my hollow chamber for entertainment, but I'm only reminded how little there is different between me and those within that virtual world. Another few decades have passed. I didn't dare share my findings with others. It would have caused a widespread panic. I made my decision. It shouldn't be too difficult to accomplish. There have been no wars in over a millennium, no land or religion to fight over. We have known peace for so long that there are no defenses to be found against an attack. I plan to gather the animals, as many as I can, into my ship. A bitter pang of irony hits me when I realize how similar I am to a figure from ancient religious texts. I can't remember which one. I suppose it doesn't matter now. I'll bring these animals to Earth. There are zoos there, massive ones, to show what it was like back then. It should be sufficient. They will evolve. You will evolve, and in time, when you walk the earth as we once did, you will uncover this. I pray you heed the warnings I have given you, and do not bother looking up wondering where we are. We will not be there. I will make sure of that. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. I'm sorry we did this to mankind, and I can only hope you do not make the same mistake.
We'd be going out for 2 years. I asked her to marry me at the top of the London Eye. She said yes, thankfully. I was so nervous at the time, but after she said yes, all I felt was happiness. A year later, once we'd saved up enough money, we bought a house together. It was a quaint little house in the countryside. There wasn't another house in sight, just that rotten old shed filled with rubbish. I vowed to get rid of the unsightly thing the first chance I got. One night, as my wife and I lay asleep side by side, I heard a bang come from downstairs. I listened more carefully, waiting. Must have been nothing, I thought. My wife patted me on the shoulder, kissing my cheek. Her touch felt colder than usual. I heard a noise. The foxes have probably just knocked over the bin. Go back to sleep, darling, I whispered. I felt so on edge that night, like something was out of place, but I couldn't figure it out. Giving up, I fell back to sleep. Bang! I shot upwards and scrambled around the bed, looking for my golf clubs. Something had to be there, unless a fox had gotten in. Either way, I needed to defend my home. As I slowly neared the bedroom door, my wife grabbed me, muttering something. Go back to bed. Everything's fine, I said. I think a fox has gotten inside. She kissed me on the cheek and scuttled off back to bed. There was a strange smell in the air, damp and musty. There can't be anyone here, I thought. The nearest house was 3 miles away, and there hadn't been any cases of burglary for years. Bang! My heart skipped a beat. Man up, I told myself. After taking a deep breath, I pounded down the stairs, intending to surprise or scare them off. I flickered the light switch on. Nobody in this room. I continued towards the kitchen. There was a chill in the air. Once I reached the kitchen, I turned on the light. The back door was wide open, the wind making a slam into the wall over and over. I wandered over there and slammed the door shut. I heard a wailing sound coming from outside. Foxes. I heard that sound every night since we moved in here. Damn things never shut up. As I stepped outside, the cold night air hit me. It's freezing. I walked around to the front of the house. A couple of foxes were running away. I must have forgotten to close the door when I went to bed, I thought. I was exhausted after all. I'd have a stressful few days at work. In the distance, I could see the shed. That bloody shed. I could never make time to knock it down. I'll do it this weekend, I told myself. Just as I was about to turn around and crawl back into bed, I saw the shed door swinging in the wind. That's odd. The shed's been locked ever since we moved here. The wind was blowing and snow had begun to fall. I wonder if we'll have a white Christmas, I thought to myself offhandedly. I jogged towards the shed, trying to warm myself up. I should have just got back inside, I thought. I'm gonna catch a cold or worse. The shed was quite large, one of the reasons I wanted to get rid of it so much. It didn't have any windows either. I hadn't been inside the thing since the day we moved in. All that was inside it had been a couple of rusty old bikes and a few cardboard boxes. Not now. Inside were old packets of food, canned meat, and a dirty old mattress. But that wasn't what made my bones quiver and my body shake. Vomit crept into my throat. Unable to hold it back, I threw up. I dropped to my knees, my mouth unable to utter a single word. All I could do was scream. My wife and I had always talked about having children. It was one of the reasons we moved here. A nice family home. I continued to stare at the corpse that lay on the top of the mattress, mind and body numb, unable to cry or scream now. All I could do was stare at her, my love, my wife. Scratched into the surface of the wood next to her body were the words, "Your bed is warmer than mine." I was sick again. I threw up into the grass just outside the shed. What just happened? A moment ago I was in bed with my wife, and now it couldn't have been her. When I thought back, I realized things were out of place. Something had felt wrong. I staggered backwards out of the shed, breathing heavily, tears still falling from my face. I looked towards the house, snow still falling. A man stood in the doorway. At least, I think it was a man. He was wearing a dressing gown, staring at me. It was my wife's. I was overcome with rage. The grief I felt a moment ago faded away. This is the man that has killed my wife. At first I walked towards the man, speeding up as I started to run. As a mixture of snow and tears covered my face, I shouted at him, the cold air catching my dry throat. "How long have you been in there?" There was no reply. All he did was stare at me, grinning. "You're sick. I don't give a damn what happens. I'll do everything I can to kill you. I'll make you suffer too for what you have done to me." He continued to stare at me, standing in my doorway. His hair was uncut and messy beneath my wife's dressing gown. I saw he was wearing dirty and torn clothes. The Shedman only carried on staring back. Eventually, he opened his mouth to speak.
I was cold.
His voice was barely a whisper. I struggled to hear him.
I wanted somebody to warm me up.
He licked his lips, not smiling anymore. The previous owners used to let me sleep over during the winter. Well, when I say let, I mean they didn't know I was there. You thought I was your wife, didn't you? These damn foxes, they've been keeping me awake all night. Do you expect me to sleep in a shed while you and your precious wife have all the warmth and comfort of a house? You did, didn't you? Selfish. So selfish. You people are always selfish. Do you want to know what I do to people like you? I only stared back at him. I wasn't going to entertain him with a reply. This man was mad. He'd killed my wife. I should kill him. March right over to him and crack his skull with a rock. Overcome with rage, I picked up a rock from the ground and began to walk towards him. What are you doing? Come to give me a hug? A kiss, maybe? I was almost upon him. I was so close to wrapping my hands around his throat when a fox ran across my feet. Instinctively, I looked down to see what it was. That was all the time the Shedman needed. I woke up in darkness. A stabbing pain at the side of my head. I tried to lift my hand to feel if there was any blood, but I couldn't. My arms were chained to a bed.
Where was I? There was only a dim light, so it took a while for my eyes to adjust. The Shedman was sat on an old cardboard box, his face barely visible in the dark. He was looking at me, again, laughing. Don't worry now. I won't be giving you the same fate as your wife. You could be sure of that. Not many people visit here, do they? Family? Friends? Well, if they do, I'll be sure to bring them down to see you. Goodbye. I'll come and visit you every night. You'll never be alone for too long. The Shedman slowly rose from his cardboard chair and walked towards the basement door, closing it behind him. Darkness. Listen, there are things out there far stranger than you can imagine, and I ain't just talking about all the little critters you find roaming distant worlds. See, there have been stories, you might have heard them, but I could tell you, some of them are true. Let me tell you my story. So, I was running my usual trade route, and I warped back to a system I visited many times before as to pick up some goods and sell them off somewhere else. And I warped in, and right there, floating off in space, was a ship. Now I don't normally see many ships around. I like to think this run is my little secret, you know? The ship was small, smaller than mine, but it was dead, not moving. So I hailed it, see if I could get some kind of response, but nothing happened. Now, I ain't outfitted for rescue or anything like that, so I decided to scan it, see if I could see what the problem was here. Then I'd log its position and call someone who could help out. I tried scanning it, and this is where things got real strange. The ship started sending out static. It was coming back through my scanner and through my comms. Then, and I swear to God this happened, then it vanished. And then it reappeared, but it was closer to me and facing me, and I could see into the cockpit, but there were no lights on, and I couldn't make out the figure of the guy inside. I mean, there was a silhouette, but I couldn't make out anything. Then, my scanner died. Just like that, it just stopped working. The static was still coming through my comms, then that died too. Now, I don't mind saying I was freaking out at this point. I didn't want to hang around and see what part of my ship would die next. So, what do you think I did? I turned around and I warped the fuck out of that system. Went straight back to the market I would have sold my goods at. Luckily, they let me land without comms because they know who I am. Now this might be the freakiest part. My scanner managed to get the registration of the ship just before it went, and I checked it while I was at the market. Turns out that registration belongs to a ship that crashed about 3 years ago. No survivors ever found. So, what did I find? I ain't superstitious, or at least I try not to be, but I think I found a ghost ship, and not just me neither. I heard other people talking about it too. I never seen it since, though I ain't been back to that system, and I ain't going back anytime soon. Remember when people asked Sean Murray if he could fly to another star system rather than warping, and he said yes, you can? He also mentioned you should keep your eyes on the star you're heading towards, otherwise you might pass it entirely. Probably due to the lack of orientation in the expansive void of space between star systems, right? Or is it something else, out there in the cold emptiness between each point of light that preys on those curious enough to forego using their warp drive? There are no return to mission area warnings when you leave the boundaries of your star system. just the light of the sun fading behind you and space dust becoming dimmer in front. When leaving the star system, any asteroid fields, space stations, and trading fleets begin to disappear as well, and you'll soon find yourself surrounded by nothing but distant stars. You try to keep an eye on the star directly ahead of you, your destination, but you begin to lose focus. I'll pick a new star and head in that direction, I guess. You pick the brightest point of light you notice. It must be the closest. Your ship's radar reads nothing, no life, no planets, no ship, and you've been flying full speed for 30 minutes. Suddenly, the point of light you're heading towards appears on the radar. The star system should come into view soon. You notice the point of light slowly appearing closer, both on your radar and visually. The small dot is getting closer and bigger as you push forward. Maybe another minute and you should start seeing some planets or asteroids surround the star. Then you notice off to the right side, out the side window of your ship, an identical star. It looks about the same size and distance away as the current star, but no additional radar signal appears. The stars suddenly change. They aren't bright anymore. Their color and pattern look like a pair of round, dark, alien eyes. A celestial beast materializes in front of you, two beady eyes and a gaping mouth the size of a small planet, its throat blacker than the void surrounding you. You've gone too far. You're going too fast. And you're swallowed by the void. The Sentinel, which is a hunter variant, is different from the others. Originally in an early build of the game, they had a Sentinel that could track your warp signature and follow you across each planet or system you went to. It could take days, it could take weeks, but rest assured, it would follow you. Unlike the rest of the robots in game, this one was slightly larger, black, with searchlight and red glowing warp core placed in its back. After several builds, the team discovered that this piece of AI was making the game too hard to continue developing, so they scrapped the code. But alas, they didn't remove all the code. So the core AI for the Hunter was somehow attached to the main Sentinel AI, and the Hunter variant was made again. Months later, testers were reporting random deaths at night to an almost unseen force. The only reports were, I saw a light, heard a laser beam, and I died. Or I saw a red glow coming toward me. I thought it was a new creature, so I investigated. Next thing I know, I'm dead. When HG developed drones to help them map out their universe, they received some disturbing images. Otherwise, idle sentinels and creatures had been laid to rest, with a fleeting glimpse of the Hunter Sentinel in the background of the gifts returned to the developers. They realized that the procedural nature of the game had made this Hunter almost self-aware, and would fulfill its namesake, a Hunter. To this day, they're still trying to find the source of the Hunter, but any changes made drastically changed the AI of the base Sentinels, making them more aggressive and Hunter-like. They're hoping that this rogue AI will be ironed out in future builds or updates, but for now, if you're on a planet at night and see a red glow, be careful, as it might be the last thing you ever see. This gruesome artifact was reportedly discovered in the early 20th century, lodged in the wall of an ancient cottage in Castleton, Derbyshire, in the UK. A severed, mummified human hand. Local historian Joseph Ford, who found the horrific object, delivered it to the Whitby Museum in 1935, claiming that the grisly find was a hand of glory, an occult object with a historically dangerous reputation. To date, the Castleton specimen is the only intact hand of glory in existence, though many claim to possess similar artifacts. In tales of European occult practices dating back to the 17th century, the hand of glory was traditionally cut from the body of a hanged criminal while still hanging from the gallows, then dried in the sun and treated with fat rendered from the same criminal's corpse. According to most legends and tales, when prepared and used properly, the hand can cause a sleeping person to fall into a much deeper sleep from which they do not awaken until the charm is lifted. It was allegedly used by thieves to incapacitate their victims prior to looting their homes at night. In most of these accounts, the fingers on the hand should be lit like candles, one for each occupant of the house, in order for the potent charm to take effect. If any of the fingers refused to light, it meant that one or more of the residents was still awake. Also, the thief must always be holding the hand, lest the object's powers turn on them instead of their intended victims, and it couldn't be extinguished by blowing out the flames or dousing it in water. It could only be snuffed out by dipping the fingers in milk. When the flames went out, the charmed victims would then awaken. The Hand of Glory was prominently featured in the classic 1973 film The Wicker Man, in which the subjects of Lord Summerisle attempt to paralyze police investigator Sergeant Howie. Howie was not fully asleep when the hand was placed on his bedside table, so the charm didn't work. The hand is also referenced several times in J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series, as well as an episode of Supernatural. Alright, now bear with me as I try to unravel the miscellaneous thoughts that are going through my head right now. So, my older brother, my friend, and I were out around 2 a.m. last night on yet another Pokemon Go adventure. We live in a small town area with several Pokestops and gyms everywhere, and a large percentage of our town's population plays the game. As we were walking through town, we met up randomly with a bunch of old friends from high school who tell us how crazy it is up by our local cemetery. They say there are several Pokestops and 3 to 4 gyms, all within a mile radius. My friend, my brother, and I decided that we're gonna go check it out, but all the people that we had just met up with had to stop at their house to recharge their phones for a while. The 3 of us ended up taking the trip by ourselves. As we're taking the 2-mile walk out to the cemetery, we noticed that one of the gyms was being taken over. Now, keep in mind, this cemetery is at the very top of a hill with only one path for entering and leaving. We figured as we walk up the path, we would most definitely walk by the people who had just taken over the gym. As we finally reach the entrance path to the cemetery, it is completely pitch black, so my friend turns on the flashlight on his iPhone. We see nothing so far, so we decided to keep walking up the path and maybe walk by them further into the cemetery. We stop at the gym that had just been taken over, but it looked different. It was level 2 gym, with no specific colors assigned to it, and no trainer names associated with the Spearow and the Rhyhorn that were placed in the gym. We all agreed that this was probably just a server issue, but we couldn't help but feel a little uneasy as we stood still, shining the flashlight behind us every so often. There was definitely a sense that something or someone was around us, and I could tell that my brother and my friend wanted to just try the gym out and then leave as quickly as possible. As we tap on the gym to attempt and battle the CP-103 Sparrow, it didn't even last a couple of seconds against our CP-900 Pokemon. We then reached the Rhyhorn, a respected CP of 1002. As we're tapping away at our phones, dodging attacks and using special abilities, we all of a sudden get kicked out of the gym. The Rhyhorn was only at about half health, but all three of our phones were simultaneously brought back to the map screen. We all turned looking at each other and our phones in complete silence as we tapped several times on the colorless gym to no avail. As you can imagine, we are completely freaked out by this and entirely speechless. Next thing you know, all of our phones start vibrating at the same time, but not a single Pokemon is nearby on any of our devices. We look up for a couple seconds to check our surroundings for probably the 30th time since we were up there, and then the most terrifying thing occurred. We all look at our phones and, I shit you not, 6 Ghastlies appeared all around our characters on the map. At this point, all of our phones freeze, and we could feel the wind moving much faster all around us. This is when we decided we were going to run and not ever look back. We bolted all the way back to my house without stopping for anything. As we discussed what just happened, my friend swore he saw something moving by the tree near the gym. All I know is I will not be visiting this cemetery in a long time. I have no idea what actually went down, but it definitely felt like something more eerie and malevolent than a simple server issue.